Okay. Let me see when it's gonna come up. Wow, y'all can hear that TV. My background is so clear. Goodness, I did not know that it'd be that loud. Okay, I'm putting the link in, and I am going to pin it as soon as I get it. Just go up a little bit. Okay, there we go. Come on, come on, come on. I don't know why the heart's there. Like when people hit the hearts, do anybody even see them hearts? Like I don't never see them hearts if somebody hit them hearts. That's the dumbest thing I've ever dumb. Somebody hitting it now, I think, because I see some hearts, but I can't see who hitting it. You know, on Facebook, when I hit the heart over there, my face go up in the air. Like people can see, if they look, they can see who throwing the hearts up. But hey, Maurice, how you doing? So did I pin it? I don't think I did. Pin. Okay, so it's pinned. And we're gonna talk about this Project 25, y'all. I'm gonna be doing a lot of listening, and if I have questions, or we'll see what we reading and what is it actually saying, and we're gonna give it a fair chance at just at least reading it, because I have been listening to other people, and I like listening to the lawyers and things, especially when they speak it from, like if there's a Black person and they speak it from what it can mean for us as Black people. But I've also, listened to when others who not speaking, and even they speak from it like they like, hey, this can mean this. They taking it with this. They trying to do this, and they'll be able to do this. And some things are already in place. So, and yeah. Anyway, let me see. Let's see, share screen. Uh-oh. Give me a second, I gotta in that. I don't need to share sound, but I guess I will. One of tips today. I need to go down there.
Hey now.
Hey, you back?
I'm back. Let me get the link.
Okay. Well, I got it. Let me see. I want to make you co-host while I'm doing this. Let me see.
Okay, cool. Let me get my computer.
So let me go back here to share the 2025 mandate for leadership. So that's what you gave me. Let me see. Mandate for leadership and conservative promise. Written, well, it says foreword by Kevin Roberts, PhD. Foreword, and then edited by Paul Dans and Steve Groves. Let's see. And if y'all don't see that, let me go up. Does it let me go up? No, it's not. I'm gonna have to click. 2023 by the Heritage Foundation. And they got a phone number. I should call them up. Let me call them up. What am I gonna say to them? I got something for me to say to the Heritage.
Mom, you crazy.
About to call their ass up, girl. Sure
right? Explain to me.
Yes, I am.
Explain to me, Project 2025, bitch, what you trying to do out this month?
Yes, that's what
now they have been successful though in implementing some of this stuff.
Yes,
they've been working on this for a minute. So
I want to call these motherfuckers. Hey Siri,
call. Did you see that list of all them people on the advisory board?
Girl, not yet. No, we gonna get there. I'm just waiting for my phone. I'm really looking for it. I'm really about to call them. And is it still downstairs? Maybe I left it downstairs. I do not see my phone. And it's not talking back to me. Leaky, you have my phone? Oh, Leaky, can I get my phone back, please? My mom need to use it. No wonder I couldn't find my phone. Can I use my phone? What? I use my phone. Can I use it? Why not? Because you can't. I'm gonna give it back. You go get yours. I'm gonna give it back, okay? I'm about to call some people. You could talk to them too. We could ask them why they trying to. Okay, give me a second. Let me see. Okay, y'all. We're gonna call these people up. Let me see. Where the phone number? Okay. 202. I'm not even gonna block my number. 4400. Y'all can hear it? Oh, they hung up on me. Y'all, I called your number, he hung up. I'm gonna do it one more again.
You have reached the Heritage Foundation. Please leave a message and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Please leave a message after the tone. When you have finished, please hang up.
Hello, my name is Mrs. Edwards, and I was calling to get more information about your foundation and more information about your project 2025. I would like to know, how does it benefit me and my family? We are Afro-American. My my grandparents were migrants, and I just would like to know if there's anything that I can help you in implementing this project. Please give me a call, and my phone number is 504-224-8121. Please call me. I am in desperate need of giving my assistance to help you in the future. Thank you very much. Okay, you can.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, the power just went out in my house.
Yeah, you missed that call.
No, I heard you. I didn't hear the end. The power went out. We having a storm. Y'all storming over there yet? It's come by you yet?
Oh, I don't hear it. No, I don't see it.
Okay, it might make its way to. It might make its way to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
but I heard you said you want to know how this is gonna benefit you and your family. Your grandparents were migrants. Mrs. Edwards. That's how we got to do this shit here. But you know what's crazy, Bomb? So how you call a foundation and that's what you get, the answering machine. Girl, with little information. Information. Like it's set up just to, I guess, as if you know, if you ain't got the right number, that's the box you're gonna get.
That might be it.
You know?
Look,
shit, them, and they writing in there, well, that's a write-off.
Look, if they call me back, I'm gonna let y'all know. But I think they gonna call me back. You know why? Because they want donation money. So if they want some donation money, they gonna hit. Yeah. But now if they don't hit me back up, they'll probably already look. But I didn't give them my name. And I just gave my last name. But they'll call and I'll let y'all know. If I'm live, we're gonna listen. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all. Okay, I'm gonna ask them, what do we get? What do I get? How do I benefit? And I let them know I'm a Black woman too. But I say it nice. I'm Afro-American. American. Okay, let's see. So they had a list, you said? Is it going?
Yeah, let me see. So I'm gonna start. Yeah, it's after the table of contents. Okay. But like you said, we'll get through it, because think if we here come my child. Hold on, y'all.
Okay. So y'all, here go the table of contents. They got the acknowledgments, the advisory board, transition project, a note on project 2025 as the presidential transition project. They got authors' contributions in the foreword. Okay, cool. Taking the reins of government. the White House office, executive office of the President of the United States. And we're gonna go on and on. I'm not reading all this shit, okay?
Right. So we got three. How many sections, Bomb? Did you say one? Section 1 is the taking the reins of government. Section 2 is the common defense. Department of is about Homeland Security, right? Then the general welfare, which is talking about agriculture, education, energy, health, the environment, the EPA, urban ag. So I mean urban development. Is Benjamin S. Carson, is Dr. Carson still over there, or do they have a new? We need to see if he's
But
still.
yeah, we have a new one now, but
We got a new
will
one.
Be, yeah, but he think he gonna be over it again if he hoping Trump getting back, you know.
Department of the Interior, the Department of Justice, right? The Department of Labor and related agencies, Department of Transportation, Department of Veteran Affairs. This affects everybody. Hold on here. Okay, so that's the general welfare anymore. And then the economy. Okay, the Fed Reserve, Commerce, Treasury, Import, Export, Small Business, so the SBA, and trade, the case for fair trade and the case for free trade. And then independent regulatory agencies, so Department of Finance, Federal Communications, the FCC, Federal Election Commission. Y'all hear that? Can you hear that, Bomb? That is thunderous.
Oh no, we don't hear the background.
Okay, lots of federal trade. So the FTC, the FCC, the Federal Election Commission, and I guess the end says onward. I don't know. So 5 sections.
Yeah. Yeah, they got to hit all the, you know, just look like they how they're gonna, you know, attack once he president, what they plan to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So and this a note on Project 25. They said, we want you, the 2025 presidential transition project is a conservative movement, unifying effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 o'clock noon on January 2025, y'all. They say on 12 o'clock noon, they are
12
ready.
noon.
Yes. Soon as he get put in, I heard the guy speak. What his name? I forget what his name is because I don't be caring. But he said, if it was up to him, soon as he take office, right? Soon as they swear him in, that he would swoop him directly to the White House and they would get started. But he said Trump got another idea. See, this is the thing. This is the thing of the only thing that might save us if he get elected in is the fact that Trump is a trigger, right? He don't care what other people want him to do. He want to do what he want to do. Now that's the problem. That's the problem. But it also could be the one thing that could be a saving grace if he get elected too, right? You never know which route he's gonna go. And so somebody smart, like if I had to go and meet Trump, right? If I had to go to meet Trump, I think I would be able to get some things that I want if I'm able to get there and have a conversation with him. Because I would stroke his ego. You see? Stroke his ego and tell him, I guess I would pump his head up and tell him how good of a president he is and how great it will be to work for him and, you know, how I'll have it back and all that good of shit. But I would take a job. But the truth is, I would be taking the job so I can help the American people. Like some of the people did last time. Some of the people had them jobs, and if it wasn't for some of them, we wouldn't know what he was doing. But remember, he had people in the office who was ratting. Remember, he was trying to look for the person who was leaking information. I'm not sure if y'all remember that. Shit was getting leaked out of that White House left and right. That's how we knew.
So yeah, that's how we knew what was going on. Let's
Yeah,
look at the Project 2025 Advisory Board. It's above. You got to go
it's
back.
above. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all, I'm gonna be quiet, and she got the reins. I think here we go right here. Oh no, that's authors.
No,
Is it
you ain't
above
got to
that?
be quiet. I like that. Yeah, it's above the authors. I like the interaction. I like the input because you putting us on to some stuff I ain't know nothing about. Okay, that's that list right there. You see that?
Oh,
This is the
okay.
advisory board.
Oh yeah, I was reading through that while you was going through the
Mm-hmm.
chapters.
Now I don't know
Oh,
nothing about none of these niggas here.
neither me. That's why I
But
was
I
looking at.
did see he was at Liberty University, and I
Oh, what's
think
his name?
they're on here. Liberty University. Didn't he just speak there?
Oh, I don't even know.
And he said Liberty College. That's when he made the reference. It's a Christian kind of school. He made a Bible reference, and it was the wrong one because the reference he made was about the devil, child. And they was like, "Isn't that what this is?" He thought it was about freedom. He's like, "That's what this is about, right? Is this the one you like? Is this the one?" And the crazy thing is, he self admits I'm not a Christian. He'll say that, but it's like it glosses over their heads,
I thought I
you
heard him
know.
say I'm not a Christian, but then it sounded
I
like he said I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. So he switches it up.
He does
Oh,
switch it up, but I heard him
yeah.
say I'm not a Christian, but the way he kind of said it, so it blended together. You can't really tell,
Hmm.
but it sound more like I'm not a Christian than I'm a Christian.
Yeah, that's what it
But yeah,
sounded to me. It sounded like
he
he said
was
I'm not a Christian, but the next time I heard,
mm,
I was like, sound like he said I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
right.
But yeah,
But the reference he made was about about the devil. He was trying to. So let's look at some of these. Alabama Policy Institute Alliance Defending Freedom.
Mhm,
I want to know who these were. So look, we doing this in tandem with Chat GBT's ass, okay?
mhm,
Okay. We
mhm.
doing this in tandem with Chat GBT. I copied and pasted this shit in there. I said, tell us about these people here. Tell us, Chat. So let me get to it. Let me get to it. Because I want to see, like, what is this? Hold on. I had to copy it over there trying to get you to pay for it. They're trying to get you to pay for ChatGPT now. Well,
Oh
they've
yeah.
been trying to get you to pay, but you can't have certain levels of conversation with them now without paying. Now they're saying you got to pay. I was like, wait, what? All right,
Mm.
so let me go back to it over here. Here we go. So, okay, my power just came back on. Oh, it went back out. It's gonna go in and out. It's trying to come on. All right. So if I go out, I'll come back when I can.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, girl.
I'm gonna limit it up.
So it's
Hold on.
bad like that. I hope it goes across the river. I hope it just goes moving
I
all the
know,
way to
right?
church instead of
Yeah,
coming
it's
up.
going in and out. Lights went back out and then come in. Okay, so I'm getting to the top of this. It's a long list here. Okay, so the Alabama Policy Institute is it's a school. API has advocated, oh, it's not a school. Okay, so API has advocated for school choice in Alabama, promoting policies that support charter schools and educational savings accounts. The local impact is that influence state legislation to expand school choice options, impacting school funding and education quality. So this is what they've already been able to do. The
Mm.
ADF, Alliance Defending Freedom. So
Mhm.
what they've advocated for. So ADF has been involved in legal battles defending religious freedom, such as the Masterpiece Cake Shop case. What is that?
Is that
Okay.
when? Is that? I
Is
think
that
that
that?
when the gay people wanted a cake made, and it.
Oh, it is.
Mm,
Okay. Okay. So Dr. Ritchie had a segment on that when he was going back and forth with the Chinese girl who said okay, that's another conversation, but this is interesting because that was brought up. Okay, so the federal impact is influences Supreme Court decisions shaping national policies on religious freedom and LGBTQ rights, Q plus rights. So, wow, okay, Alliance Defending Freedom. But who else do they represent? So, religious freedoms. That's who that organization is. American Compass advocates for rethinking economic policies to better support American workers and families, such as promoting family-friendly labor laws. The national impact is it influences federal economic policy debates, shifting focus towards more populist and worker-centered approaches. Have you heard of some of these places? Some
um,
of these organizations?
mm, not really. Not to where I, will pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
There gonna be a lot of organizations that gonna support, because remember they support both. When they're not political, they support both, right?
Right,
So
right,
they just want you gotta support. You gotta support because you still gonna go ask these people for some things, for some things.
right,
So
right. So I'm just pointing them out because they're on the advisory board, which means they're also funding the project, which means they're going to be pushing policies toward their end, right? So, like
right.
American Center for Law and Justice, the ACLJ, defends pro-life policies and religious liberty. So there's this theme with religion and
Mm.
and pro-life and I guess in anti-abortion laws. So they defend pro-life policies and religious liberties, such as challenging the Affordable Care Act contraception mandate. So it shapes national policies on religious freedom and reproductive rights through litigation and advocacy. American Cornerstone. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but if people want this, I can share it just so that I think we need to get familiar with some of these names, like the Heritage Foundation, who you just called. So let me go to them, right? Wish we knew
Mhm.
more because I think there's been a name change to them, but they old school. Like some of the people involved in that are well known and old school. So the Heritage Foundation develops comprehensive policy proposals such as Heritage Foundation's blueprint for conservative governance. So it shapes federal policies across a wide range of issues, including healthcare, education, and national security. Independent Women's Forum. Well, what's the Honest Elections Project? Advocates for stricter voter ID laws and opposes expansive voting right measures. Influences federal and state election laws and regulation promoting policies that they argue ensure election integrity. Okay. Oh, wait. So the Independent Women's Forum is an advocate against Affordable Care Act's contraceptive mandate, promoting individual choice in healthcare. So that's interesting. So they're on the opposite end. So
Mhm.
they shape national debates on women's health policies, advocating for free market solutions. So they're on the opposite end of that, but they're a
Right.
part, but they're on this advisory board.
But that's what I explained to you already. Everybody gonna be on here. They're gonna
You
be
said
on
that.
here because they want to advise. They want to be able. So that's how politics work. All these they're gonna be on um Harris side also. And so how do you get on there? You give a donation of a certain size, and I guess they consider you on the board. And on Harris side, they're gonna do the same thing. The ones who were, especially the ones who, where they know that the Democrats will probably support, but they might be able to talk to Republicans and support them too. So that's how government work. You support both. They go up the battle, and the American people, where they vote for the winner, and then these same people still gonna go to the winner and say, hey, I want legislation in this, and so every time they want to get a bill, they're gonna try to get a bill passed.
Right. So Foundation for Government Accountability promotes welfare reform policies such as work requirements for Medicaid and food assistance, influences state welfare policies promoting conservative approaches to social safety nets. Hey, it's going to be a lot of them white folks and them Jews that's going to be impacted by this. I'm surprised we're not hearing their voices around this, because there's more of them on government assistance than us. Let's see.
I do see people against this. I see white people and all kinds of people.
I mean, well, you know what? And let me not say, because I don't know I don't know if they're Jewish or not, but I wanted to go back to one of the first ones I read, which talked about the charter schools, which is the conversation you were having with Blue, with me and Blue, but more so with Blue, about zoning, right? That was part of that conversation. Mm-hmm. That was the Alabama Policy Institute. The API has advocated for school choice, because you said choice programs, right?
Yeah, that's what
Didn't you say choice? That's what they're called. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they're already, so some of this we're up in arms about, but they've been doing this stuff already.
Right. Choice.
So I just kind of want to go, I just wanted to do a little bit of that piece, looking at what they're saying there. Okay. All right. Let me see. Do we need to? So I'm at the note. You were there earlier. Okay. Presidential Transition Project. We want you. That's that Uncle Sam. We want you. Mm-hmm. Uncle Sam wants you. It's that finger, right? Mm. Remember that?
Yep.
So the 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's unified effort, like you said, to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. I'm surprised they don't got the seconds on that bitch. Mm-hmm. Is this Eastern Standard? Of course. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these pages will be those of the 47th President of the United States, and we hope every other reader will join in making the incoming administration a success. First of all, they claiming it. Mm-hmm. They're claiming the presidency. It's like, this is the man, this is what's happening, and this is it, and that's all. There's no if. Right? Mm-hmm. It's as if it's happening. It's happened. So history teaches that a president's power to implement an agenda is at its apex during the administration's opening days. To execute requires a well-conceived, coordinated, unified plan and a trained and committed cadre of personnel to implement it. In recent election cycles, presidential candidates normally began transition planning in the late spring of election year or even after the party's nomination was secured. That is too late. The federal government's complexity and growth advance at a seemingly logarithmic rate every 4 years. For conservatives to have a fighting chance to take an administrative state and reform our federal government, the work must start now. The entirety of this effort is to support the next conservative president, whoever he or she may be. In the winter of 1980, the fledgling Heritage Foundation handed to President-elect Ronald Reagan the inaugural mandate for leadership. This collective work by conservative thought leaders in former government hands, most of whom were not part of Heritage, set up policies, prescriptions, agency by agency for the incoming president. The book literally put the conservative movement and Reagan on the same page, and the revolution that followed might never have been, save for this band of committed and volunteer activists. With this volume, we have gone back to the future and then some. So since 1980. You know Miss Tanya?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing? Oh, that's Mr. Oh, hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I am so glad y'all are talking about this, because this has been a really hot button topic for those who follow politics closely on what this conservative plan is.
Yes. Have you read it, Miss Tanya?
I haven't read it all in entirety, but I caught a few key points that was concerning.
Yeah. How did Mr. doing?
Oh, he's at work.
Oh, okay.
I know your voice. I've never seen your name. So I'm happy to be up here with you. I enjoy when you come up with your husband and y'all be on the panel.
I'm glad to be here.
I'm gonna mute myself because they laugh in my family, y'all.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so we just decided to take it on and read it just for ourselves because there's so much conversation about it. Been listening to, because I remember Big J talking about it for months now. He's been talking about this for a minute.
Yeah. And I've already been clued on what the Heritage Foundation is about, and I already know that nothing that comes from them bodes well for anybody else that's free thinking.
Right. So you see, they've been back at this since the winter of 1980.
Yep.
Since Reagan. Listen. So some of this stuff we've been behind. We decades behind. Did you recognize any of the names on the advisory board?
I didn't get to, maybe a few. It's like they just put together a mashup of evangelical Christians, hard far-right conservatives, all for business, small government types.
Mm-hmm.
And oh boy, it's a, like somebody from Louisiana would say, that's a big pile of gumbo there. That's a big bowl of gumbo.
It's a big bowl of gumbo, right? It is. It is. So we're just reading a note. We ain't even got far. We just reading a note. Do you have any inputs? This last little paragraph had me like, wait a second. They've been dealing with this since Reagan.
Oh, now this is the meat part of it right here. Other than the stuff that they wanted to do, which is basically a lot of stuff they want to cut to state regulations, state constitution, the Constitution itself. They're practically talking about having a school of raising up future leaders to take future positions in the future government with these ideas that they're pushing. They are literally grooming these people on these policies.
Yeah, they are.
Even I was a kid in the 80s when Reagan was president. I remember trickle-down economics and government was the problem. And then and as a kid at that time, I'm thinking to myself, well, Mr. Reagan, if government is a problem, why are you running for president in a problematic organization? You know, I was thinking way too far my age back then, and I see now that I was right.
Right. So back then, I remember the war on drugs. I remember Nancy Reagan, just say no. Um, like that. So, and then I guess was Biden in the Senate back then talking about super predators, or did he come during the Bush administration?
I
No,
want to say
he came with the Clintons.
Yeah, the
Biden
Clinton
was
did the
Biden was a senator back in that time. So yeah,
right, but he didn't do the super predator as Hillary.
that was Hillary. But he was on that part for the crime bill.
Yes, and everybody, and there was Republicans and Senate, Democrats on that crime bill, because that's how they make bills. Bills are passed by Congress. Congress, both sides get together and make the bills. And so
Yeah.
there wasn't just no Democrats who got that. That was equally just whatever number of Republicans and Democrats was on writing that bill.
And don't forget the people that the lobbies and all that's, particular groups lobbying for this stuff. They got big money backing all of this.
Right. And the crime bill was needed. I don't know why people uh, they keep saying, "Oh, you were part of the crime bill." Yes, the crime bill was needed. We had crack cocaine in neighborhoods, and mainly black neighborhoods where they infested that shit at.
Exactly.
So yeah, that was needed.
I always took it as you mad your uncle's brother's cousin's sister's husband's nephew got caught up in some stuff he shouldn't have been doing, and he got affected by that bill because he actually did what he did.
Are you watching TV?
Right.
Are you watching TV?
Because crack cocaine was a big deal. Big
Yes,
deal.
it
So
was.
however they handled it, we could look back at now and say, well, maybe they should have did it differently. But you can't quarterback after it, Hubbard. So, but black people was behind that crime bill. In fact, they was begging. They would, because the crime bill was, it was mostly affecting our neighborhood. So black people was like, they don't care about black people, and they was like, come on in. The churches and everything was like, you gotta help us with this.
Yeah,
Our
that's
children
true,
are dying.
what you saying on that part.
Yeah,
But it didn't really start to kick off until it affects their neighborhood.
exactly.
I mean, let's just be honest. They really wasn't giving two snaps in a circle on what goes on in the hood. When it started passing over into their little boxes made out of ticky-tacky neighborhood that they was still at that time redlining us out of, that's when they decided to do something.
Well, they did something with the crime bill even
Yeah.
before it reached their neighborhood, but and the crime bill didn't affect them, right? Because they can have laws where you can have a small amount of crack, but if you have a large amount of cocaine, you get separate, different um punishments. So yeah,
Yeah, Billy Bob could have a bump and nothing happens to him, but Jamal has a bump and he's getting the top of line of the verdict to go to jail.
right. That's because they left the crime bill was written a certain way, where states was putting their own spin on it. You good, babe? You want to say something? You about to do what? Oh, okay. You coming on here? Okay, cool. Hubby gonna come up here, y'all. Once he go, you want to do it up here? Cause I gotta go down there. Okay. 'Cause I took them ribs out. You saw? I'm gonna cook them ribs. But look, I hear the thunderstorm now. Is that what that is?
It's coming your way. Okay, cool. Oh yay, Mr. Bomb coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr.
Mr.
Bob.
Music dropped a link in the chat he wanted us to check out.
Oh, he does.
He said
okay.
it's about to explain everything that we're gonna
Oh, okay.
read, I guess.
We're gonna let you read it first, and then we'll go. Cause I don't want to. It's up to you. What you want me to do?
Yeah, let's read it and then go over the video. I'm cool.
Yeah.
I do want to read this though. I want to read it because I think we should. I think we should be. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. No, I
versus
agree.
everybody telling us what it is. Let's like try and parse it out for ourselves too.
Yeah.
So we already know it's gonna be a long process, right? Like we clear.
I got part 2. I said part 1 on this, so we know we're
okay, so it's gonna be in parts, right? And we don't have to do it back to back to back to back. We can take a break and get back to it, but still,
right.
okay.
When you're available, you know. And anybody with I put open panel.
Anybody, yeah, we can tag team. It don't gotta be just me, but I'm happy to do it.
No. I was saying anybody welcome to come up. That's what I'm saying. This
Okay,
your project.
cool. All right.
This your
This is
project.
mine.
Yeah,
All on
this
me.
is.
All on me. Okay. I know it might be boring too, Miss Tanya, because I do want to read, like, and I don't think we read the foreword, right? We didn't read the foreword.
No.
Hey, I'm a
Not
book
yet.
nerd, so read away. It doesn't bother me none.
Okay. Okay, cool.
She might take over some of the reading too. If y'all want to share
Yeah,
and go, that's all
we
good.
can
But
do
that's
that.
how y'all want to do it.
I have it up on my I'm reading from my computer, so
Okay.
because that's too small. I'm on my phone with you, but I got it up on my
Okay.
computer. Okay. So let's see here. They got pillars. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and get into this. All right. So with this volume, we have gone back to the future and then some. It's not 1980. It's 2023. The game has changed. The long march of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. The federal government is a behemoth weaponized against the American citizens and conservative values, with freedom and liberty under siege as never before.
Yeah, excuse that noise in the background, y'all. They out there cutting.
No, I don't hear anything.
No, I don't hear nothing.
I hear it, and it's annoying. But this is good stuff.
Yeah, okay. So it's like we under siege, y'all, as never before. Okay. The task at hand to reserve this tide and restore our republic to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the collective action of our movement. With the quickening approach of January 2025, we have 2 years and one chance to get it right. Excuse me, hold on. Okay, so they started a year ago with this current policy, right? On this current agenda.
I would say no, but they just putting a date on it.
Yeah, no, because again, they've handed a mandate to Reagan, but I'm guessing it shifts every time they have a new conservative president, because that's what they were saying earlier, right? Not they weren't saying it shifts. They're saying with each conservative president, we give this mandate. So I'm guessing there's been some changes, right, for this go round.
Yeah, because if these people are doing this now, they wouldn't consider Reagan pinnacle for these ideals now if they was trying to do it back then. Because you also got to think back then, even though they were a small minority, just a little small minority, right, barking at the door.
Right. It was a fledgling. They called it. So in the winter of 1980, the fledgling Heritage Foundation handed to President-elect Ronald Reagan the inaugural mandate for leadership. That's this, right?
Pretty much.
They're calling this mandate for leadership the conservative promise. Yep, that's what Project 2025 is titled, right?
Pretty much. And the fact that
we shorten it as Project 2025, but the title of this PDF, Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. So yeah, so they're saying they handed a version of this to Reagan on that day, on the day he was on the day of his inauguration. All right, so let me go. We missed the authors. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 authors. And Dr. Benjamin Carson is one of them. So wait. Oh, wait, no, it's more than 13. Oh, it's more than 13, y'all. Okay, I stopped counting. They got over 20 here. Okay? They got over 20 authors. It's 20 plus. How did I get past this? Hold on.
Ben
I
Carson.
missed my space. You see him, right?
Ben Carson, huh?
Ben Carson.
Yeah, so this is not abnormal. This is what they do, right? Not just this is going to be handed to the president. You're going to have other organizations that are going to hand him things that they hope that he listen to and follow. So
Right.
yeah. Now do he have to follow? He don't. He may overlook it, throw it in the corner somewhere, but some people gonna give Harris, I was about to say Biden, but Harris a book as well. Maybe even the same people. Like I said,
Okay.
they may
They
give
might.
right. So in hopes that she will give them what it is that they want. Because
I don't know. She's vehemently against Project 25.
we're not
She
talking
even
about
made that part
Project
of her.
25. We're not
She
talking
say
about
something, a similar kind of mandate for her
yes,
side.
the Republicans and the Democrats, the people gonna hand them things that they want. That's why they're giving donations, right? They're giving donations so they could be able to have something and hand it off to the president. And to that, so the reason these people writing different things, sectors like Ben Carson, he wants the job again. He want a job. These different people want jobs. So they're trying to get these jobs in these different areas in which they may be writing about. So Ben Carson is, I hope he's not trying to get HUD again.
Actually, I found that rather stupid that they gave him HUD in the first place, and he's a top surgeon. They should at least made him Surgeon General or something.
Right, but because he's black, he gave him HUD. He figured he grew up in the niggerhood, and so he gave him HUD, so he could deal with Section 8 and projects. The racist that this man is, because you're right, he should have had a. This man is a surgeon, top. Well,
it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but he's on here. He's listed, right? Remember we saw that earlier.
No, he's listed.
He wrote for he wrote for HUD.
Yeah, because that's the job. He probably figured that's all he'll get again.
He got a whole new area of expertise, isn't that something?
that is something. So
So it says Project 2025 is more than. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. You there?
One moment.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so Project. I'm sorry. My daughter was doing something. I was trying to wait for her to do it, but she's taking a minute. No, but go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. It wasn't important. I was just talking, filling an empty space while till you came back.
I can read on to it till she get back.
Okay.
All right. Since I got it on a big TV, I can see. It says here, Project 25 is more than 50 and growing of the nation's leading conservative organizations joining forces to prepare and seize the day. The axiom goes, personnel is policy, and we need a new generation of Americans to answer the call to come and serve. This book is functionally an invitation for you, the reader, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, and Miss Smith, to come to Washington or support those who can. Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, trained, and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one to deconstruct the administrative state. Deconstruct.
Okay.
And that's pretty much what we were saying. Pillar number one. Right. These are built on 4 pillars. Pillar number 1. This volume puts in one place a consensus view of how majority federal agents must be governed And where disagreement exists, brackets out these differences for the next president to choose a path. Pillar number 2 is a personnel database that allows candidates to build their own professional profiles and our coalition members to review and voice their recommendations. These recommendations will then be consolidated and shared with the president-elect's team, greatly streamlining the appointment process. This is the one that gets me. This pillar number 3 is what gets me. Pillar number 3 is the Presidential Administration Academy, an online education system taught by experts from our coalition. For the newcomer, this would explain how the government functions and how to function in the government. For the experienced, we will co-host in-person seminars with advanced training and set the bar for what is expected of senior leadership.
They're going to teach them.
And then to top it off with that piece that I was talking about early, in pillar number 4, the playbook. We are forming agency teams and drafting transitional plans to move out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." There's your evangelical Christian part of this.
So some of this, okay, I don't want to be an alarmist, right? And given the insurrection of January 6th, some of the wording in this is a little bit like, okay, so how literal is this, right? Like, I know
it's
put
literal.
Air quotes around it. It is literal. So they're developing an army. The goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, trained, and prepared conservatives to go to work. And at the utterance of "So help me God," like that's the signal. They're going to dismantle the administration. Like, what's really going on here?
You know what?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I don't want to be an alarmist, but I'm taking it there.
You're not. My spidey senses is up. Up. The hair on my little arms is up. Basically, they're drafting out a plan to make The Handmaid's Tale, if anyone has seen the show or even read the books. They're taking this and trying to make this a real thing in policy.
Right. And I haven't listened. I'm behind on The Handmaid's Tale. I think I've seen like the first. What season are they on?
I haven't seen the show much, but I actually read the book. I have the book. See, like I said, book nerd.
I've seen like a couple. No, actually, no.
I messed turn America into Gilead, folks. They want a head of people with a theological government. I mean, like you said, some of the stuff that they did with this Project 25, they started it. You know, like taking certain things out of our books so people wouldn't learn it, deeming certain things appropriate for people to read. And if you don't like what your government is spoon feeding you through the schooling, which our taxes, some places don't cover enough to even get the books we need anyway, you can take them out and put them in a school that'll teach you these values. Basically, undoing everything in history or disavowing it altogether. This is what this is saying to me.
Yeah. And they've got it streamlined, right? They've got it streamlined. They have a personnel database that allows candidates to build their own profile. And then their members review it and say, we want them. And then they said, for the appointment process, that's for when they start appointing this, like how Ben Carson was appointed over HUD. That's what they're talking about.
Right, but so his cabinet, like Ben Carson was, but when they want to go farther, they want these top jobs in these certain industries, you know, in the government, like let's say VA. If you work at the VA hospital and you are head of nursing and different things like that, those people are employees, right? You apply for the job, but they want to put their cabinet people, they want to make those people where they have to answer only to the president. They don't want you to be able to make no decision on your own. They want the people in these certain positions to be a part of his cabinet, where means they get the job because of him, whatever he says, they have to do what he said, and that's what he wants. But if you a regular worker and you got the job, you've been working the job for a while, you work that job no matter who the president is, right? Because you don't owe them anything. You just work your job. They want to change that.
Basically, if you don't believe in their policy, they can
They can
to
get
work
rid of
you.
you. Yeah.
They basically like they have in Texas, it's a right to work state. They can get rid of you. And you have no recourse for it. Look at what they're doing with the Supreme Court. They already started there stacking them.
Mm-hmm.
Why you think a lot of these laws are getting reversed, overturned, and some
right,
of the
repealed. So it's we are forming agency teams and drafting transition plans to move out. These are military little sayings here in this little agenda. This 900 some odd page agenda. Upon the president's utterance of "So help me God," they are
Gilead.
not playing.
Gilead.
Yeah, you have to explain that more to me because all I hear is the spiritual.
You hear,
Okay,
Bay?
like we.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
Bay.
part.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mom.
You hear, Bay? Let me see.
That's Mr. Baum.
Yeah, but he didn't connect yet. Okay, go ahead, y'all. Wait for him to connect.
So basically speaking, they're taking, like I said, that book, The Handmaid's Tale, which is run by tyrannical theological government, because they overthrew the government, let's say, we have now. Take what you're reading and then take that book. It seemed like it's a play-by-play book on overthrowing what we now know as America and putting this in place. And think about it. They wanted to limit what you learn. Therefore, they was talking about eliminating the Department of Education.
Right.
They want one religious rule in Christianity. So the preface of everybody coming to America when it was founded, like when they first came here, it was mostly Protestants in certain places or Lutheran in certain places. And these people wanted to follow their own religions, which is why a lot of the Catholics left. A lot of those left and they came here so they wouldn't be persecuted. So now, if you're going to go on the Christianity route, what type of Christianity are we talking about here? Like, you might be Catholic. I'm Baptist. So if I'm Baptist, I got to conform to that, or that's it? There's nothing?
Right. And then there's also, we're no longer separating church and state as well. Like we went back to the that no longer being a separate.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going back to being one, right? It's not separated anymore.
Exactly. And just think on it. It's just crazy. Where does that leave those who don't believe? Which under the Constitution, you have a right to not believe it. You just dump that right on out of there. They're talking about, matter of fact, I think I heard something that somebody in Oklahoma, all places, or was it Mississippi? One of the two. They're talking about tailoring the schooling's class assignments strictly to the Bible. And I don't know why, but as a kid, there were certain parts of the Bible that scared the heck out of me. I had nightmares about Revelations.
They have, and I think it's in Louisiana. They passed a law where the 10 Commandments is on every school wall in the school, in every classroom, and every wall. And that is illegal, right? But if it goes to the Supreme Court, then the Supreme Court, if it's stacked, they're gonna keep it and say it's legal to do that. But it actually is illegal based on our Constitution. Hey, babe, that's you. Hello. Hello.
Hey, Mr. Baum, you there?
Something going on with him. Because we hear the background, don't we? We hear something in his background.
Yeah.
But we can't hear him. Now I hear my grandson. Okay, I'm gonna mute him until he get whatever he's doing.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bond.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So since y'all talking about Project 2025 and all the headaches associated with it, let me throw another one in there that nobody has mentioned yet.
Wait a minute. Is Leak down there with you?
No, that's the TV. And
Oh yeah, can you mute it?
as soon as I find the remote, that's what I was looking for. He might have it with him.
Oh, I'll look. But okay, I'm coming.
Oh, I got it. But how many vets are on here, or even in the chat?
Well, I'm not a vet, but my dad was, and I'm glad he's not here to see this.
But if you didn't know,
Yeah, my father was. I'm not one.
If you didn't
My
know,
partner is.
they are suing Michigan to keep vets from voting.
What?
Yeah. And the reason they're doing it is because part of Project 2025 is to make voter registration harder so that fewer people will vote. So their problem is that VA is willing to register veterans so that they can vote.
Wow.
And they don't want any parts of it.
Those who shed blood for your country to take away their right to assemble to get others to vote.
Wow.
So that's
And
the
I know there's a
latest
piece
one.
in here about them, right? There's a section in here. It's under, because I saw something about the vets. Dang. Yeah, it's under the general welfare, Department of Veteran Affairs, page 641 is where it starts.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, read that. I hope you're sitting down when you're reading it too.
I'm gonna have to get this downloaded
Yeah.
for myself and read this.
Yeah, you can type in Project 2025 PDF and it'll pop right up in Google. So do we want to do this in order? Do we want to hop around? I'm open. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? If people have certain sections they want to focus on, we can
I
do
don't
that.
know. I say
I'm
follow as
flexible.
we're reading it.
Right. So maybe that's
yeah.
one of the ones we'll jump to. So it says, as Americans living at the approach of our nation's 250th birthday, we have been given much. As conservatives, we are as much required to steward this precious heritage for the next generation. On behalf of our coalition partners, we thank you and invite you to come join with us at project2025.org. Paul Dans, Director, Project 2025. And then I guess it gives you a bit about each of the authors and their background.
Oh boy. In my opinion, they wrote I don't even know what you want to call this. Well, in their mind, it's a plan, an initiative. Everything that we was taught that America was supposed to be. In just those few particular sentences, is saying that it will no longer exist.
It will no longer exist, right? Right.
Now, I mean, and if I was correct in thinking, one of those people that was part of that Project 25, they had a committee meeting in the House, and I saw part of it on C-SPAN. I didn't get to see it all, but it was eye-opener, and I just don't know what to say. Basically, for when the Constitution was started, when they started drafting it out, only the rich landowners could make policies and vote. So you're telling me you're going to be in a way reducing it back to that? And what's that word they use? when you trying to when somebody is so deep into something, I can't think of it off the top of my head. Radicalize the rest. Yes, radicalize.
Okay, y'all give me a second. I'm getting a call I gotta take.
Heritage Foundation. Hawk Tui on them.
So yeah, I was driving when I heard her saying like part of it was like once he takes office kind of thing. And what's even worse than the project itself is how many people have gotten in line to certify votes in different states that if it doesn't go his way, they're not going to certify the vote.
That's just crazy. But then again, it's something he himself mentioned on live TV that people didn't catch. He needed them to vote for him one last time, and I promise you'll never have to vote again.
Oh yeah. That part, and you see who he said it to, right? The Christian Alliance, and told him that he's not a Christian, but just told him to get out and vote one more time, and we'll have it fixed so well you won't have to vote again. Which he's openly telling you that they're looking to take away people's right to vote.
Wow. In my mind, some parts of that in Revelations are starting to clash. Were they talking about raising up this one person?
Mm-hmm. Or how Revelations has like the monster will rise from the sea. So in some parts of the world, politics is the sea.
And considering where Washington is located, they could just kind of evangelize the Potomac as that sea.
So yes, like to say that everybody needs to vote is an understatement.
Yeah, and for some of our community, if they honestly thinking that they're going to be a part of this, they sadly mistaken.
Those that think they're going to be a part of this, think they're going to be like, house people.
They don't understand. If they're following the handmaiden's tale, and if they're going by the book and not the TV show, our people wasn't even a part of no Gilead. They put us in the nuclear waste part of the country to clean it up.
They are definitely talking about
yeah, they did.
Redacting the Constitution, just like there's a section saying like to use the military as law enforcement, which is constitutionally illegal.
Yep. But not just that. They're talking about taking away birthright citizenship for others that come here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the right of autonomy for women. They started that with Roe versus Wade. And considering what happens in that book, The Handmaid's Tale, because of the war and all this stuff, their women was having trouble having children. So they basically had the handmaidens to have the children form, and using the Bible as a tool for their rhetoric for these women. That's basically, I don't even want to go there. It's just that all this stuff, you could close your eyes and you could see what they're saying if you have an open mind to follow its logical conclusion of what this is going to be. And it's scary. And you also got to think about our standing in the world. What would this make us look like? Everything that we say that we are, and then you're taking it all away. And what does that make us on a global scale look like?
Kind of like they openly say, which is what they want, a banana republic. Yeah, that's what they want. Because if you ask them, and when I say them, I mean like Trump supporters, MAGA heads, them ask them, well, when did America stop being great? And then when you do say great, depending on who's saying that it was great.
What era was it great? That was the answer. That was the question I asked. In what particular era was it great?
Well, to me, it's like what part of the population was it great for? Yeah, was it great for us in the 17 and 1800s under slavery? No.
Jim Crow,
right? No.
Which that fool thought that it was the best thing that could have happened to us.
Oh yeah,
because
Byron Donald.
Only then we had our own businesses, and we had those things because of necessities, because they wouldn't allow us to co-op with them. Fool, what do you mean it was the best?
Right. Families stayed together because you could only live in that town, right? So we'll just
They
use
stayed together
like the
because they
famous
wasn't
ones.
allowed to divorce.
Right. Even if you did, you're staying right where you are, right? You know, if you were like in the south side of Chicago, you're not moving the north side of Chicago where white people are back then, because they openly had like redlining. Yeah, if you did move there, they'd make sure you wouldn't like it there and you'd move out. So you weren't going anywhere. You'd wind up right back where you came from.
Not only that, while we was all together, you also had to make sure you didn't outshine them on the other side of the railroad tracks. Tulsa,
Exactly.
Oklahoma.
Rosewood.
Rosewood. What's that other one? Oh, Keezy. I think that was in Florida too.
Ocala.
Okay. Yeah. Well, not only that, when they're on the part of where families were together, well, guess what was going on back then too? Sure, our families was together, but we still was going around catting around, as they would say, with other people. You didn't think they had broken homes back then, neither? During this Jim Crow era? I mean, come on. Papa was a Rolling Stone, a man was a Two-Face. Them songs actually was telling the truth about some stuff, don't you think? Oh, I went way back.
Like I said, you can't, when you ask them, when did it stop being great? Yeah, they can't get, and when they do, it's like, okay, so you're basically saying that once civil rights or equal rights were signed, it was beginning and the end of the country.
Exactly. So basically, you're saying, because according to me, I was the first to be born with full rights. My grandsons and granddaughters should not be the last to have those rights. This is only roughly 50 or 60 years?
Yep, 60 years.
Us having our rights didn't have nothing to do with the economy being the way that it is. You gerrymandered a lot of the things that we could advance ourselves. Y'all running the show on that, and if it's crap to pot, that's on y'all. It ain't got nothing to do with us getting some simple rights to be treated like human beings. But this right here, they're not negating who's going to be, those who's trying to support it don't realize that they're going to get hurt by it too.
Yep, I was going to say they're going to be impacted as well. But see, and it's funny because if you point out to those same supporters, well, let's see, 7, 8 years ago, y'all were all for getting rid of Obamacare, right? Because that was the name of it, the nickname. They were all for it. Yeah, get rid of it. Once they found that Obamacare was better known as the Affordable Health Care Act and it was their insurance, oh, they lost their minds. It was, oh, hold on, I need that. It was, no, too late. You already voted for him. And he said he was going to fix it. And then when he found out that, it was two things were the same thing, all of a sudden he backed off. But his boy Rand Paul didn't. Rand Paul was all for like dissecting, the affordable health care and giving states like grant blocks, which was funny because if it would have worked out, we live in Delaware. Everybody in Delaware would have moved to Newcastle County. Because the way it would have worked is the counties with the most people would have gotten the most federal money. The counties with the least people would have got the least money. So everybody in Sussex County would have moved to Newcastle County because they ran out of money down there.
Well, that's the case. I hope they never run out of money where I'm at. I'm not going back to the cliff.
Well, see, the
Because
problem
there's no
now is
money
that there's provisions in there to eliminate Medicaid and Medicare.
And Social Security.
Right. And Social Security.
All that money that I work for, damn it, I should be able to get it.
Well, the other problem with it is that some of them want to privatize it, right? So they want to take your hard-earned money and play the stock market with it, which is fine when you're making money. But what if the stock you decide to back tanks and you lose money? Where are we left as average citizens? What are you going to tell me? Tough break? The stock market, you'll be all right. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Dude, that money was supposed to be there when I.
Yeah,
right.
While you're still in the boots.
You already took my boots, so how am I supposed to pull up myself up by the bootstraps?
I mean, the only thing left, you're going to basically leave me with these concrete busters, which is my feet. And you're trying to take those too. And then regulate where those concrete busters live at, where they work at, what they believe. I mean, all these crazy things. Like I said, I keep thinking about The Handmaid's Tale. I keep thinking about that book, Atlas Shrugs. All these crazy movies that they made, this dystopian, you trying to make this dystopian life in those books happen for real.
And then it's funny because the one that I'll say that you got to watch out for, because it's literally shaping up that way if you listen to them, is The Purge.
Exactly.
If you listen to these characters, because the first thing it says, well, Patriots is okay. So the Patriots y'all are laying claim to were the founding fathers who rebelled against England and their oppression. So now what country are we rebelling against now in their oppression? Conservatives' problem is that they don't like liberal policies, which I would dare any veteran to tell me, when did you get to pick whose rights you get to defend? When you swore an oath to the Constitution, you defend everybody's rights. Everybody. So even though I may not, and I really don't, I don't philosophically agree with the Klan, guess what? I defended their rights to be stupid. I didn't get to pick and choose and say, oh, no, not them. Yeah, it was everybody. So now these cats want to take away, and marginalize who can and can't be American.
And in efforts, take away American citizenship for those who are already here.
Right, because they want to do away with birthright citizenship.
And then they don't say how far they go back. Right.
So there is a section in there on immigration as well.
Mm-hmm. But see, the problem is that for you to pull off most, if not all, the crap they want to do, you have to redact the Constitution. So that, like the what are they, DACA or birthright immigrants, they're protected under the 14th Amendment. So now you have to go and redact that amendment, which means that once you start redacting that, we as people, Black people, come into play also, because it was meant for us to protect children of slaves. So now how far down how far up the tree are you going to say, oh, except for, when you start redacting this? We're going to say, oh, your citizenship ends at like 4th generation.
Mm-hmm. They didn't ever say who was going to be grandfather in that when they was talking about getting rid of it.
No, the 14th Amendment just said that all children of all slaves that are born here are U.S. citizens.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you're saying that that's specifically as it relates to us.
Us, yes.
So not even, so the immigrants after us. Oh, shit.
Yeah, so like those, like, let's just say, because I'm usually over on like Fox live streams arguing with these characters any given day. So it's to say, where are you gonna cut them off? since you're all for deporting all of them. What? Yeah. So the kid can stay, but the parents can't. Is that what you're saying? I mean, like I've had all these arguments with them, and then
Yeah,
it's
in
to
our
say
case, where are we to go?
exactly.
We don't know where to go.
And that's why I said, where are you cutting this off? Oh, only anybody like you, your parents, your grandparents, and your great grandparents. Anybody beyond that, is not a citizen anymore.
I want to watch that.
Is that what you're looking at?
Oh,
So,
this
so
is
they're going to
crazy.
tell you. So are they going to tell you that your kids or your grandkids aren't citizens anymore because they're 6, 7 generations down? See, but none of these cats. And then it's to say, hey, look, if you're coming after us, a fistful of y'all going to. Because just because you weren't slaves, your descendants came here, and I am pretty sure that immigration was not an issue in like the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
So your great grandparents could have came here as illegal aliens too. So now we can send your ass right back to the old country too.
Considering the one that's currently running for their conservative values, he'd be on the first thing smoking too.
Yes. See, he's a prime example because he's what, 77? So his parents were what? Like born in the 20s. So his grandparents were probably in the late 1800s. Yeah, they were illegal.
Yeah.
And you know how you can tell they were illegal? Because they changed their last name to Americanize themselves.
Well.
But when you start throwing logic at them, they don't know how to deal with it.
If that's the case, if you're going to dismantle all this, then the few Indians that's left, they got all of it.
Yep.
But
that's who it will revert to.
Yeah, that's what it will revert to unless the $5 thing comes into play. How are you going to know? How are you going to know who's what and who's what? You're going to mandatorily DNA test everybody in this country? Because best believe if they had passed the thing to give us reparations, how many $5 N-words you think gonna pop out of the box?
Well, I'll take that one step farther. How many white bread cats you think gonna get in that line to claim they were black too?
That's exactly what I said. I just kind of abbreviated for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I said the same thing, that if you even start talking about reparations seriously, the first thing you have to do is get rid of the one drop law.
What percentage is the cutoff?
Yep. That's the first thing you had to do. You had to, because if you don't, here they come. Oh, my great grandfather raped someone. So where are you cutting this off? Same thing. Just like, you want to start deporting people. What's the cutoff?
They won't be able to give an answer. And if they have to do a monetary value of that, that'll be almost equal the national debt. Or more.
Papa, why you keep turning that on?
Because I'm on here.
I'm trying to hear this.
I got an
iPad for you. Come on.
He's too cute.
But no,
so did y'all read anymore? I'm sorry, I'm dealing with power outage here.
Oh no.
We got a power outage. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Well, I have a battery pack. But certain other things aren't on.
Oh wow. I'm sorry to hear that. I wouldn't want no rolling blackout to happen in this.
Yeah.
We're in the
it's
90s.
Okay.
And
yeah, it's not that warm here.
Yeah, but all these policies that they got, they can't quantify the cutoff on any of this.
They can't.
They don't.
And then that's why, like I said, as soon as you start explaining to them how this can affect them, all of a sudden they want to back off. But 20 minutes ago you were all for this, or you're all for this thing, but not that
right.
thing. And it's as long as it doesn't affect them, they're fine with it. Yeah, and when I say they, I mean MAGA people, right? And because they come in all shapes and colors. But it's to really call out, like, the obvious ones out in public, like Byron Donald, and I forgot the other cat's name from Texas. But yeah, to ask them, hold on. So where do you fit in this grand scheme? Because just like you were talking about Ben Carson, see, to me, Ben Carson and Trump's administration, and you see all the rest of them trying to get in line too, in case he wins, that they want some position. For Ben Carson, who is a freaking neurosurgeon, to be the Secretary of HUD. Why? Because he's black? Yeah.
Well, someone figured his mugshot would get an in with the black folks.
Mm-hmm. But it was
the
like,
fact that he's been a felon, which I figure if you let that particular person in office, you need to let all the rest of these felons get jobs that they were qualified to do too.
Exactly. But
like
even then, it's to say, see, like for Byron Donald, for example, or any of these other cats, even some of these YouTube cats that'll get on board like they're for Trump, right? Is to say, do you see how stupid you are in real life? That all this dude had to do was say, oh, I got arrested just like you blackies. So all 40, 50 million black people in the country have been arrested before. Yeah, is that what you're trying to tell me? That's how you identify us as black people? Once you get arrested, you're really black. Or this latest one, he got shot at. So the black community, should be, why? Because we get shot at every day? Yeah, sometimes we do. But guess what? It's by the same cat that took a shot at you, white guys. It's not always quote unquote gangbangers shooting at brothers and sisters. You got white people shooting at us. Yeah, let's go check up in Buffalo. Wasn't that a white dude that shot a bunch of black people? Is that what you want to identify as? Because you don't, because they got killed. Where I still think yours was fake. So what population are you identifying with that these people that are dumb enough to think you identify with them really believe you?
And the funny part is some of those that's speaking at Red Long Line didn't have none of those things happen to them either.
Neither.
Nothing.
Yeah. Or like in the case of Byron Donald, you live in a gated community. Dude, you're not living in like some ward well, he's in Florida. And then here's the other one that I really laugh at when they'll say like Democratic ran cities are crime ridden. Yeah. Have you checked to see what Republican ran cities are even more crime ridden? Yeah.
Or
different
rate to crime, What's the difference in that? You're stealing something from someone, stealing is stealing. It shouldn't be classified as white collar crime, blue collar crime. Crime is crime. You got to have all these subsections. So what part of that applies to whom and to what?
And then, let me show you how you can spin this. Like, so now the city, the Republican ran city with hands down the worst crime is Miami. Right? Mm-hmm. But Miami residents figured out who they're going to pick on. They don't pick on each other. They pick on tourists. So if they rob a tourist and the tourist is from Iowa and they rob them and they fly back to Iowa in 2 weeks, what are the odds they're coming back to press charges or to testify? So guess what? The crime goes unpunished.
Or right here in our beloved Texas, where the border is the hottest topic going on. Like everything's coming through this part of the border. Well, what about those come from Canada into the U.S. too?
Yeah.
Or better yet, you're down here in Texas. We're down here in Texas, but you're complaining about the border, say maybe in Montana, which is far away from any border. Not to mention that our governor is facilitating, he's one of the reasons, him and the one in Florida shipping these people up there to, as they say, democratic
sanctuary cities. And even then, see, I can tell you why they feel like they can get away with that. Because to me, it should be illegal. You're using public money to send some people somewhere else. Right? That should be illegal. But they'll make claim that, well, guess what? New Orleans used public money when they bust people, American citizens, to other cities because of Katrina.
So human trafficking is okay as long as it's federalized. Is that what they're trying to say?
Pretty much.
Can we read a little bit more? into
Yes,
this?
please,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, because I want to try to understand some of this too. Like maybe we could talk about what was going on in the background here. So I'm up to the notes part, the foreword. A Promise to America by Kevin D. Roberts, PhD. He's a doctorate. Of what? Philosophy? What kind of doctorate he got here? All right. So 44 years ago, the United States and the conservative movement were in dire straits. Both had been betrayed by the Washington establishment and were uncertain whom to trust. Both were internally splintered and strategically adrift. Worse still, at the moment of acute vulnerability and division, we found ourselves besieged by existential adversaries, foreign and domestic. The late 1970s were, by any measure, a historic low point for America and the political coalition dedicated to preserving its unique legacy of human flourishing and freedom. What was happening in the 70s that this is considered a low point for conservatives?
A lot
So
of
we
black
had the
folks were
immigration.
taking a lot of
No.
black
Go
folks
ahead.
were taking those offices and jobs, and that they're actually being qualified, and they couldn't be discriminated against.
Civil
You
Rights
know,
Act. Okay, so Civil Rights Act of 65, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And 10
And
years
the
later,
Immigration Act of 64. We had civil rights first, then the immigration. So Civil Rights Act, was it 64 or 65? One of the two, and then
yeah, I think it
immigration
was
followed.
65. And then the Voters' Right Act,
Okay. What year was that?
68, I believe.
Okay. Okay. So today, America and the conservative movement are enduring an era of division and danger akin to the late 1970s. Now, as then, our political class has been discredited by wholesale dishonesty and corruption. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets, drug overdose. Okay. Drug overdose deaths continues to escalate. Excuse me. And children suffer the toxic. Hold on.
they really ramping this up, ain't they?
I know.
Basically, you gave rights to some of us. Those people are outbreeding you, and it's more of them than it is of you. And oh my God, you're scared.
Well, what's even more frightening is that some of their brethren are open-minded enough to accept those other people.
Listen to this. Here we go. And children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism, with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries. What? Well, I know they had the drag queens going to the schools and reading books to the kids.
One.
It was just one.
One person. That's it.
They own that.
See,
Please.
when they go on these tirades, right? It's not like there's millions of transvestites or transgender or whatever going to schools and doing this. It was one that started out the year, if I remember correctly, as a male, and at the end of the year, he was transitioning to a woman. So he had been reading books the whole time. All of a sudden, when he started his transition, is when they lost their minds. But it's like I said, see, the problem is that they do not like they're conservatives. So, to say that if you're not a white dude, you're the opposite. You can't accept anything else. Anything. Straight white man is that or nothing.
Meanwhile, they over there power surging and grind the apps and causing outages. Okay.
Oh, please. It was a rumor that their person for their tops, he's a 3, J. Edgar Hoover liked it to cross dress.
Yes.
Oh, I heard that.
And he was gay.
I forgot about that.
And then they
How
want to talk
about that?
about real ones. Think about the AIDS epidemic. Before it even came to mind, nobody knew that Rock Hudson was of the other
So,
persuasion until he got it.
so who? Okay,
Mhm.
so who's really behind this then? Who's really, really behind this? Is it because that they have Jesus? I forgot my train of thought, y'all. In real time, it came and went.
Yeah, but see, like, look at it this way: they hate who they really are.
And they have those type of people they
Right.
hate against in their families.
Well, and it's them. You
But it's
see, so
them.
now check this out. Let me say why I said they hate who they really are. You do know that during the Republican convention in Milwaukee, that I forgot the name of the gay app, the gay dating app,
Right, and that's what I was just
skyrocketed the whole time that the convention.
Yes, and that's what I had shared that earlier with Bomb. I'm gonna put it right here. They had outages. They were
Grindr.
experiencing outages. They had so much traffic
Yep.
at the RNC.
And think about it, a lot of those people have money. They're tied to old money. So how do you not think that the Equal Marriage Act came about? That
But
wasn't
just like when just like the women inherited the slaves, white women, and they that book, they were her property. Same thing going on here. So I'm trying to figure who is really pushing this agenda forward. White men or white women?
White men.
It's really men. Because think about it, when their wives inherited the slaves, their property got turned over to their husband as their dowry. So it was like their inheritance.
They
just
did,
got
but
taken
they
up by
talked
a
about
man.
how she was worse than the white men because she hated black women because white men were raping black women and they thought it was romantic. And so they were having all these kids and they hated black women, but they were her property. So they treated them worse than white men would.
But that's why. Because
So I'm just wondering, like, who's the real
and
driving force behind this? Like, who's in? So I mean, they're really just trying to tie these women down and make them baby making.
pretty much, but it's
Factories.
by white guys. I mean, look at everything they're against, right? How many white women have you heard say anything about transgender people?
They don't. I ain't never
Right.
seen one on camera.
Right. Yeah. How many of them? Because like race or here's the other one. How about immigration? Right. Outside of the vocal few, like Trainwreck Green, Bovert, and even then it's to call them out. Like, okay, well, what jobs are these cats taking that American people are doing? Since y'all
More
want to say
important,
that,
what the people that's crafting this bull crap is doing. Because I don't see any of them out there picking anything from hand to foot.
and that's exactly where I was going. That you don't see if you go to California, and I'm probably exaggerating, but millions of acres of cabbage, right? Probably a couple thousand Mexican cats out there, maybe 2 white people, maybe, because Americans as a group aren't doing that kind of work. That shit is beneath us. Yeah, even people that have farms don't even pick the shit themselves. They have machines, or they bring people in to pick it for them. They're not doing it. So what jobs are they taking? Or when's the last time you walked in a Chinese restaurant and there were actually Chinese people in there? It's a bunch of Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
Or like if Tom didn't tell you the story, like the neighborhood we used to live in was loaded with Mexicans, right? And then for all their illegal immigration, because I'll call them out on to say, look, these cats that you want to claim are illegal aliens are not illegal aliens. Yeah, they started out as legal, and then guess what? When their visas ran out, they were still here. They want to go home. You don't think so? The story, like when we were in our old neighborhood, and it's to say that there might have been literally 1,000 Mexicans in that neighborhood, right? They were up at the park every Sunday playing soccer. Yeah, so many of them there that they had different teams, they seemed like they had an organized league, the whole nine. Every Sunday, everybody else knew to stay away from the park because the Mexicans were out there. When ICE came and started grabbing them dudes out the park, the ones that they didn't grab ran off, went to the houses that they were staying at to tell the rest of the dudes they lived with, they're deporting us. Come on. And these dudes were running up to the park, like literally putting their hands out, like, yeah, take me. So,
or what's going on in Texas here. Think about it. Some of these Hispanics and stuff were here before Texas became a state. And they have generations of their people who own the land that they got on. Now they're hassling them about immigration status.
That's crazy. This like, nah, this is Mexico. Okay, this is my country. So we got to the transgender queen, drag queens in the libraries. Overseas, a totalitarian communist dictatorship in Beijing is engaged in a strategic, cultural, and economic Cold War against America's interests, values, and people, all while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to the growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government dependence. Contemporary elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of the 1970s radical chic to build the totalitarian cult known today as the Great Awakening. And now, as then, the Republican Party seems to have little understanding about what to do. Most alarming of all, the very moral foundation of our society are in peril. So what's the Great Awakening? Anybody? Okay,
the Great
so
Awakening from their point of view or ours?
Yeah, because they're saying what is it? I don't know what it is.
Well, it's back to that same era that here we are fresh off of getting some rights, and here we are expanding our territory. You know, all of a sudden you're getting you have black people getting better paying jobs, moving to better neighborhoods, going to better schools, all kinds of stuff that they weren't able to do in the 50s and or 60s.
Basically, so living the dream that you sold everybody.
Yes, except us. So we were the Great Awakening. Like, wait a minute, you mean I have rights?
Yeah. Remember,
God forbid,
they kept us in the dreamland for so long, and then you wake up from that dream to realize your dream. Now it's a problem.
Yeah, it's just like all of a sudden the most toxic word in the Republican community is woke. Why?
Okay, and you know what? I read that wrong. It's the Great Awakening. So now I get it.
But it's why is that
word? Calling it a cult. The worst ingredients of even repurposed the worst ingredients of 1970s radical chic.
Huh?
Most alarming.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, she's here.
Radical chic.
Okay. 70s. Radical chic from the 70s. Now, what was the radical chic about?
Us getting our rights.
Black Panther.
That's what was so radical.
Actually taking care of their neighborhoods and things of that nature. All these political action committees for these others, as they like to say, was rising up, and they was making sure that they get their piece of the American pie too. Maybe that's it.
That's what it was, like the Great Awakening.
We
woke up like 40 years ago.
No, can you tell me when I'm eating?
You eat mozzarella sticks.
We went from being those poor people of Israel to Wakanda forever, and that's a problem.
Okay, so yet the students of history will note that notwithstanding all of those challenges, the late 1970s proved to be the moment when the political right unified itself and the country and led the United States to a historic political, economic, and global victories. The Heritage Foundation is proud to have played a small but pivotal role in the story. It was in early 1979 amid stagflation, gasoline, and the Red Army's invasion of Afghanistan, the nadir of Jimmy Carter's days of malaise. The Heritage launched the Mandate for Leadership Project. We brought together hundreds of conservative scholars and academics across the conservative movement. Together, this team created a 20-volume, 3,000-page governing handbook containing more than 2,000 conservative policies to reform the federal government and rescue the American people from Washington dysfunction. It was a promise for the conservative movement to the country, confident, specific, and clear. Mandate for Leadership was published in January 1981, the same month Ronald Reagan was sworn into his presidency. By the end of that year, more than 60% of its recommendations had become policy. Told y'all, we've been behind decades. And Reagan was on his way to ending stagflation, reviving the American confidence, prosperity, and winning the Cold War. The bad news today is that our political establishment and cultural elite have once again driven America towards decline. The good news is that we know the way out even though challenges today are not what they were in the 70s. Conservatives should be confident that we can rescue our kids, reclaim our culture, revive our economy, and defeat the anti-American left at home and abroad. We did it before, we can do it again. As Ronald Reagan put it, freedom is a fragile thing that's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation. This is the duty of history to put before us and the standard by which our generation of conservatives will be judged. And we should not want it any other way. The legacy of Mandate for Leadership, and indeed of the entire Reagan revolution, is that if conservatives want to save the country, we need a bold and courageous plan. This book is the first step in that plan.
And what a bubble they live in. What a bubble they live in indeed.
Right. The Conservative Promise, this volume, The Conservative Promise, is the opening salvo of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, launched by the Heritage Foundation and our many partners in April 2022. Its 30 chapters lay out hundreds of clear and concrete policy recommendations for White House offices, cabinet departments, Congress, and agencies, commissions, and boards. This is crazy. So first of all, they've been doing this since 79.
Ooh.
They've been doing this since 79.
No, it was it again. Hold on. Right there.
Am I still in the forward? I lost my place. I'm sorry. Okay. No. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Are we all here? Okay, it's just me. I'm gonna keep reading. Okay, just as important as the scope of the conservative promises recommendations, it is the breadth of authorship. This book is the product of more than 400 scholars and policy experts from across the conservative movement, and around the country. Contributors include former elected officials, world-renowned economists, and veterans from 4 presidential administrations. This is an agenda prepared by and for conservatives who will be ready on day one of the next administration to save our country from the brink of disaster. The Heritage Foundation is once again facilitating this work. Yeah. They've been doing this since 79, y'all. Ooh, okay, 2 years before Reagan took office. Jesus. Okay, but as our the Heritage Foundation is once again facilitating this work, but as our dozens of partners and hundreds of authors will attest, this book is the work of the entire conservative movement. As such, the authors express consensus recommendations already forged, especially along 4 broad fronts that will decide America's future. So these are the pillars again, right? Oh, maybe not. 1, to restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2, dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. 3, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. 4, secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. What makes these 4 pieces of the conservative promise so valuable is the next president is that they cut through the superficial distractions and focus on moral and foundational challenges America faces in this moment of history. This was one of the secrets of the conservative success in the Reagan era. One of our generation should emulate. Ooh, y'all. Oh, they talking about going back to the Reagan era, y'all. They talking about going back to Reagan. Some of you Negroes is finna get arrested and put in jail for real.
Pretty much.
Some of you Negroes out here voting for Trump, advocating for the ushering of this, because listen, I understand it's a mandate and they don't have to implement, but they've been implementing policies from this mandate since Reagan was in office. So with each conservative president, they've given them a mandate. They've admitted here that they've already been implementing policies. And when I asked ChatGPT to analyze the groups involved in this, they gave me examples of the policies they've already been able to implement. This is not new. It's new to us. But this isn't new. They've been doing this shit for a minute. We are behind. Jesus. All right, so they're going back to the Reagan era. One they think that should be emulated.
Actually, going back to the Nixon era. Nixon locked up more brothers than Reagan. Reagan just declared war on us than war on drugs.
Well, I guess, with the so there's going to be more policing in low income neighborhoods for real, more than what's happening now.
Pretty much.
There's going to be more racial profiling. You start getting outside. Listen, it's going to be more black nigga wake up calls. Henry Louis Gates got his, right? Who was in office when Gates got his? Obama or Clinton? One of the two. He couldn't get in his house. Remember? He couldn't get in his house, and the neighbors called the cops on him.
You talking about Henry Gates Jr.?
Yeah. He couldn't get in his house. Somebody called the cops on him, and he got his BN wake up call. His BNWUC.
And now he's doing the shows on finding your ancestry.
And he is.
The mess, girl, the mess.
Oh, it's a mess. But are y'all listening? Do you see a lot of these black men out here talking about Trump? I got a friend that every other minute I want to block his ass. He talking to me about some Trump. I mean, they're gonna do away with the transgender stuff, sir. You suck on tranny thing. What is on?
See, and even then, it's to tell them like you need to defend them. You need to,
right? Because they finna get the next lynching.
Right, because once they get rid of all of them, who's next?
Who's next?
So if you don't defend them, who's going to be here to defend you? So you're all for getting rid of transgender people. Look, if and I have one as a regular, as a patient, right? Mm-hmm. This dude is 6'4", like 250 pounds, has a full beard, and dresses as a woman. Dude, if that's what you want to do, be you.
Got a little
You're not affecting me.
Mm-hmm.
You're not affecting me. So do you. Or for these same cats, like this. Oh, I don't want gays in the military. Okay, well, if you don't want them in there, then your ass better get up on the line. Because if a gay cat is willing,
men in jail, if you don't want that.
But if a gay cat is willing to go defend this country while your punk ass sits somewhere, then what's wrong with this picture?
Oh, the picture is very, very messed up.
It is. But like you said, like these cats are all for all this Trump stuff. And then it's to point out to them that you do know Trump has never, it's been overt, but he's never said anything good about black people.
Never. Oh, he did say one thing. He pointed out to one saying, look at my African American over there.
Yep, yeah. And even then, look what he said. He's over there well behaved, which means that the rest of us are savages then, huh?
Oh, we got him. We're gutter.
Yeah, but everything, we've already established that, he's black because he got arrested. So we just walk around getting arrested all the time, which sadly is true for the most part. Depending on where you live, cops will arrest you or harass you for no reason.
I couldn't even keep my job working in finance. So how the heck he gets to be president?
Look, that's another one to ask them, like, well, what were his qualifications in 2015 to be president? Because if you're hung up on Kamala not being qualified, what were his qualifications? He wasn't even head dog catcher or anything. He just woke up one day and discovered that he couldn't run as president as a Democrat and decided to be a Republican.
He wore whatever tie that fit to get what he want, basically.
Well, he literally entertained being a presidential candidate in the 90s. But look who he was going to face. Clinton, no hope. Yeah, Gore, who was next, no shot. So 4 years in, all of a sudden he started rumbling Republican shit, which he had been saying the whole time anyway. Just that he was more of a Dixiecrat than a Republican. And then all of a sudden, and then once it was cemented that he couldn't win, he spent 8 years harassing Obama over his birth certificate.
And can't even spell the words birth certificate. That's funny. But at the same time,
was funny.
You see the play of generational wealth, though. Generational wealth don't mean you have to be smart. Nope. You have to have others that's smart around you to keep it.
And even then, he's not doing that good a job of keeping it. I mean, the cat's filed for bankruptcy, like 6 times?
Yep.
Had how many businesses go out of, go bankrupt or whatever? Had a debt going scandalous university. And then, of all people, how is it you have a casino and you lose money?
And it's closed down.
Right. And this was during the peak, not when casinos started popping up everywhere else. If you wanted to go to a casino, it was one or two places, Atlantic City or Vegas. So you had one in Atlantic City. And how do you manage to lose money? You had this casino in the 80s and 90s when you had, a monopoly on casinos. So cats came to Atlantic City and decided to go to any other casino except yours. Well, let's see why. You took out a full page ad in the late 80s, early 90s to have 5 black kids, executed because somebody claimed they raped them. That
And
they
DNA evidence exonerate them.
And you still didn't back down. You hadn't said anything, an apology or anything, right? Then on your show, you had not one but 2 black men win, and one of them resigned after he made you make a decision against him versus a white dude. So what happened in the 24 hours after you declared him as the winner that he resigned?
And let's not talk about Omarosa.
Oh, well, we already know her. I mean, she was, just sucking up to the power. Yeah, she had already been on there twice. And then you see what happened with her when he made her vice president in charge of straightening out bent coat hangers. She turned on it because she didn't get a real position. So just to call her out too, like where was all this hate when you were sucking up to him for power or a position? As soon as you didn't get what you wanted, all of a sudden he's this, and this. Well,
hey,
it's the worst kept secret.
What about the ones that went to bat for him, like Rudy
Giuliani?
Yeah, you heard what happened to him. He tried to declare bankruptcy for not paying out for his part of those election workers.
Mm-hmm.
And they reversed it and said, nope, you're not gonna do that. Pay them their money. Revoked his bankruptcy. I don't see him sticking his neck out for him.
Oh, no. He treats you like government mules. Once he's done riding you, he's going to shoot you. And he's off to the next mule. You're done. But yeah, I mean, look, here's the other irony. Like, and it's funny because, like I said, his followers, or we'll just call them cult members, because whenever I call them cult members and they get mad, we go down the checklist and we're 5 or 6 in it. You're perfect score. So when do you want to stop with the cult checklist? But he can sit around. He's the only president that has had literally everybody that was in his administration go to jail.
Yep. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Exactly.
How many people? And then he has such a high turnover rate, right? I don't think Obama had the same number of people in his administration turnover, and he was there for twice as long.
And
Bush was twice as long.
With him, those that was working with him was secretly undermining him just to keep America afloat.
Oh yeah, the no people, yeah, or the 10th man. But even then, go back and look at the other part of that. The people that he appointed to cabinets were there for their own agendas. And I forgot the dude's name, but I'll give you a prime example. He was in charge of the interior. So up until 2016, national parks did not sell sodas and waters and stuff, right? But the dude owns, I think it's Pepsi. But overnight, state parks started selling bottled water. He saw his chance.
And they couldn't drill oil on that too. Remember, the president of ExxonMobil was one of his people too.
Right. And then now, like this whole inflation is, dude, look, I've been in an argument with a dude for 3 years now because he blames Biden for gas prices going up. And it was to ask him, so what is Biden supposed to do for gas prices? Because he's the president. These are private companies. So what is he supposed to do? Right? Because if he made a legislation telling them they can't charge anymore, you would lose your mind and say that, he's telling a private business what they can and can't do. But meanwhile,
I don't see them up there. You're absolutely right. I don't see them protesting OPEC. I don't see them doing a January 6th on OPEC.
And then here's the other kicker with this. When I asked him where he lives in Florida, as I tell you what, you tell me this: the next time a hurricane comes barreling in Florida, do gas prices go up or down? Yeah. You know what? They're going to go up. You know why? Because they know you need it to get out of there. So they're gouging it. But you're okay with that. But you want the president to take time out of his busy day to go tell Exxon they can't charge more than $3 a gallon or whatever.
They did a lot of that in Texas in 2021 with that big freeze, and they price gouged everything
because they knew you needed it. And even then, it's to say that the whole Texas power grid is an individual thing. And it's been said repeatedly that it's outdated, that it can't handle the strain. And here's the irony. Trump was the first one to rip the green, like the windmills and stuff like that. Saying, oh, they weren't getting enough power. Well, guess what? The windmills and stuff were fine. The old power grid is what failed.
Well, I'll just give you a little backstory. This will give you a clue of whom I work for, because I worked in that energy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that stuff froze. A lot of those lines wasn't replaced. And I'll leave it at that. Mm-mm.
Okay, I'll keep reading.
Yeah.
Okay, so I might have to read this over. Okay. As in the late 1970s, Americans experienced the failures, excuse me, of political and cultural elites in countless ways, in the job market and in the grocery store checkout lines, on the streets and in our schools, and the media and within our institutions. But in truth, these daily dysfunctions are not innumerable problems, but innumerable manifestations of a few core crises. In 79, the threats we faced were the Soviet Union, the socialism of the 1970s liberals, and the predatory deviancy of cultural elites. Reagan defeated these beasts by ignoring their tentacles and striking instead at their hearts. His approach to the Cold War, we win and they lose. His economic agenda, the human dignity of work and its many rewards. His platform in the culture wars, the community of values embodied in these words: family, work, neighborhood, freedom. This book and Project 2025 as a whole will arm the next conservative president with the same kind of strategic charity, but for a new age. Okay. Can you give me, let me see. Give me a minute.
Strategic charity. Boy, all of this stuff seemed to be simplifying itself in a few key points. And none of those points haven't worked then, and they're not going to work now.
Yeah, that's crazy. But you see how, they're saying that all this, and maybe that's when America stopped being great in the mid to late 70s.
When others start making the dream a reality for them.
Yep. Maybe that's when it was. Yeah. Just like they said with Reagan. Reagan, unlike Nixon, who just said lock them all up, Reagan said, "Oh, we're just going to declare war on drugs."
But at the same time, the Iran-Contra affair came into play, and they was importing those same drugs with the permission of them having an army over there to fight, and Ollie North taking the rap for that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. I was a kid. I remember that.
And if you remember that, what drug proliferated during that era?
It was the crack cocaine.
Exactly. And we already know where it was being sold at. And they were taking that money and buying weapons for people like, matter of fact, one of them, ironically, was Bin Laden.
Mm-hmm. But hey, maybe that's some of the stuff in these educational books they might wanted to take out because too many of us saw it on the news, read about it, discussed about it, one of those blights that need to be forgotten.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, maybe that's when it is. Remember back then we could flood the streets with drugs and buy weapons and fight Russia through Bin Laden in Afghanistan. Those were the days. But then all of a sudden it just got out those neighborhoods and we had to declare war.
Of course. Just like the provisos, a certain set of group was having more deletions of their children than anyone else when they purposely placed those things in those neighborhoods to control our population. And every now and then you'll see those well-meaning family-oriented people coming over there with their scarves and glasses on, getting those same services. More than the people that they put in the neighborhood for that could even afford them. So basically, they want the right to just discriminate against people, put them in places that they think they deserve to live, put them in jobs they think they deserve to have, and all the while play target practice with them simply because they're going to fight a war that if it really came down to it, they tuck and run anyways.
Yeah, you must have, well, I've had that argument in those live streams too, like with the Michigan militia that said that if the police can't fix Detroit, we can fix it. Dude, y'all get more than y'all's feelings hurt if y'all think y'all just gonna march into Detroit and take on some gangbangers. To let them know those cats have been shooting at each other and shooting back while y'all shooting at paper and trees.
The funny part is, with all that talk and all that artillery, they never did it.
They still haven't, because they probably realize that part of that problem is that these dudes are battle hardened. Run around these same streets, you think you're gonna clean up, shooting at each other. What you think, that these two rival gang members gonna let a bunch of fat white dudes come in here and do something? Good luck.
But that's
Sit
a
around and
wonderful
snipe them
idea,
and
there. Yeah. They ain't got to do that. They could just use the environment around them to take them out.
right, and
While they
then
trying to
just
get out
have
the car.
their shiny new guns.
Yeah, they come in there and roll up over there in Detroit in their car, getting ready to get their little part of democracy out of their car. Next thing you know, them things will be on some cylinder blocks. And they done already picked the lock of your stash in the back of your trunk while you reaching in there trying to get your whatever out of the glove compartment and use it on you.
Get your trucker hat.
But hey, that's their lovely dream. I just hope that none of this come to pass.
Think so.
And you know what? And even if it doesn't, it isn't just the presidency they're talking about. They're talking about, or cabinet members. They're talking about people in Congress as a whole, people who's on the judiciary as a whole, things of that nature. They want to implant those people in those positions, run candidates that have that ideology in states that was nominally liberal.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that administrative school is for, that they put in that plan.
Yeah, to just get rid of government workers that don't agree with their philosophy.
Or just common people going into a store that's supposed to provide goods. What you gonna do? Check their conservative card before they even enter? And say, no, you can't buy a loaf of bread here because you're not conservative and you don't believe in what I believe? I mean, all this stuff they talk about, socialism, Marxism, and all that stuff, authoritarian, whatever, that you're supposed to fight these countries overseas for having, when we really know it's nothing more than a snatch and grab on resources. But you're saying that you're going to be willing to fight countries that think like these things you say that you think is going on now, but practice those policies here under the guise of democracy. Man, that's some scrambled eggs there.
Yeah, make it make sense. They want to take away people's rights, yeah, at the expense of their rights.
I mean, yeah, do all that, and then what you left? Because in a situation like that, it's going to always be too many chiefs and not enough Indians. When they do all that, then they're going to eat their own up. And then turn around and ask the people who you vilified, stripped away everything from, to fight for you to still be the a-hole that you are in charge. Magnificent. So glad my parents ain't here to see any of this. Where did Miss Baum go? She's still there?
Yeah, she's still cooking.
Oh. But I just think that this is this type of policy. But you know what? And who's to say that even if he doesn't win the election, that they'll find some hook and crook way to sneak a few of those initiatives in? Because if they can't get it by the federal, they're already doing certain things in certain states according to that mandate that they put out. And then once you take that over, all you need is 3/5 to ratify or exclude any constitutional amendment. If they ever made it to the Senate and the House, something like that. But meanwhile, our own people are too fascinated over things that's not even important. But they're going to blindly vote for someone who's going to take away everything that they trying to gain, that they say they're being denied. That's the biggest joke of them all.
And even if they are being denied, who's denying? Yeah, because it's like I said, I can't remember who it was that said, like, well, I'm going to vote for Trump because Democrats haven't done anything for me. Is to say, well, are you sure? Because Democrats have fought for what little you have now for you to keep it. Yeah. Republicans are all for, like, either locking your ass up or deporting you. One way or the other.
My biggest thing
They
is
don't
I
want you to
ask
be
if they're
equal
not
to them.
doing anything. If they're not doing anything for you, who did you talk to that's not getting the job done? And they could name not one politician, not one lobbying firm, not even one town crier to speak that was speaking on their behalf. They can't name not one, but complain about. I said, so let me get this straight. Basically, you just want someone to do the hard work for you so you can claim victory over things that you really ain't participating in.
Or I'll tell you one they'll name in a heartbeat. Obama. Right? They'll name Obama in a heartbeat. And it's, well, he didn't do anything for us. It was, well, hold on. This dude inherited a country that was like messed up beyond repair. So he had to fix that. And you wanted him to do what for you personally that he didn't do for everybody as a whole?
Hey, can we get into this next piece, y'all? Miss Tanya, can you read the promise number 1? This is interesting. Talking about.
Okay, well, I can't see it on the screen.
Oh, it's gone. Okay, all right. If I put it back here, can you see? Can you pull it up? Your end?
Yes, Apple, I'm ready.
Let's see. Okay, that's not the one. Okay, no. Let me get out of that. No, I can't see it on my end.
Okay, I didn't put it. Let me see. I didn't put it here. Let me see if I can grab it. If I put it in back chat, can you pick it up on your end?
Let's see. Okay. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Let's see. Okay, I think the last thing I see was the one that you talked about, the grinder thing. Uh-oh. Come on back here. Nope, I can't still see it.
No, I just put it back there.
Okay, let me see. Get out of this. Go to, let's see, apps, more, meeting settings, notes, close. I'm still trying to work this out. This is just a new phone and I can't stand it. Well, I'm gonna have to bag out of the chat for a little bit. I gotta charge my phone up, but I'll be listening because my phone is acting goofy. Come on in.
Okay.
Alrighty.
No problem. Let me see. Okay, y'all, I'm kind of back and forth because we are dealing with a power outage, but I'll read. So, promise number 1, restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. The next conservative president must get to work pursuing the true priority of politics, the well-being of the American family. In many ways, the entire point of centralizing political power is to subvert the okay, so we should have power by 8. Okay, it's to subvert the family. Its purpose is to replace people's natural loves and loyalties with unnatural ones. Oh, goodness. You see this in the popular left wing aphorism government is simply the name we give to the things we choose to do together. But in real life, most of the things people do together have nothing to do with government. These are the mediating institutions that serve as the building blocks of any healthy society: marriage, family, work, church, school, volunteering. The name real people give to the things we do together is community, not government. Our lives are full of interwoven, overlapping communities, and our individual and collective happiness depends upon them. The most important community in each of our lives and the life of the nation is family. Today, get ready, some of us. Get ready for this, y'all. Hold on just a second. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of Black children. Okay? They just gonna stop there. There is no government program that can replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father. Fatherlessness is one of the principal sources of American poverty, crime, mental illness, teen suicide, substance abuse, rejection of the church, and high school dropouts. So many, so many of the problems government, so many of the problems government programs are designed to solve but can't are ultimately problems created by the crisis of marriage and family. You see how they solely pinning this on Black people? Huh?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, so now you took the time and effort to go count how many people were born, single moms,
Right.
or are you
Right.
just parroting some stuff that we've heard other places over the years?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And because there's so many fatherless homes, that's leading to an increase in poverty, crime, mental illness, teen suicide, substance abuse, rejection of the church, and high school dropouts. Like that's all. That's all on Black folks.
Yeah, you blaming us for all that, but
This is insane.
I'd call BS on it.
Yeah. So okay, but are ultimately problems created by the crisis of marriage and the family. The world has never been a thriving, healthy, free, and prosperous society where most children grew up without their married parents. If current trends continue, we're heading towards social implosion. Furthermore, the next conservative president must understand that using government for alone to respond to the symptoms of family crisis is a dead end. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. That right, and you can't see it on your end, right, Mr. Baum?
I think so. What are you on
I
a
put the
page?
Yeah, I am on I guess this is the fourth page in the foreword. It's
In the forward?
interesting. Yeah, in the foreword, I'm under promise number 1, restore the family as a centerpiece of American life and protect our children.
I clicked on that link. So number 4 is. So maybe if I keep going, because I see like table of contents, acknowledgments.
Yeah, it doesn't it doesn't start naming the pages until you get to the foreword. So, foreword is page number 1, a promise to America. And then you go down to page 4, promise number sign number 1. This is crazy. This and they're gonna get into. So while you're doing that, I just need you to kind of, because my child is in and out of the space because the power's not on.
So you said, okay, hold on. I see where it was.
You see it? I was on the second paragraph. What's on the third, really, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
ended
you're
it.
on.
We're headed towards social implosion.
So you said page 4. Some are obvious long-standing goals like eliminating marriage penalties and federal welfare programs and tax code, installing work requirements for food stamps, but we must go
Right. Start
further.
above that. I'm sorry. Start at furthermore. The next.
Furthermore, okay, the
Yeah.
next
Okay.
conservative president must understand that using government alone to respond to symptoms of the family crisis is a dead end. Federal power must instead be wielded to reverse the crisis and rescue America's kids from familial breakdown. The conservative promise includes dozens of specific policies to accomplish this existential task. Some are obvious, long-standing goals like eliminating marriage penalties in federal welfare programs and the tax code, and installing work requirements for food stamps. But we must go farther. It's time for policymakers to elevate family authority, formation, and cohesion as their top priority, and even use government power, including through the tax code, to restore the American family. Today, the left is threatening the tax-exempt status of churches and charities that reject woke progressivism. They will soon turn to Christian schools and clubs with the same totalitarian intent. The next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equality, and inclusion. Gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and other terms used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights. Out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes. So,
isn't that crazy? So really, we're being attacked, and the transgender community and the LGBTQ plus community, really the transgender community is being attacked, right? And the people that don't identify, that don't have that are non-binary, all of them.
Yeah, because all that would be part of the quote unquote woke culture that they're waging war on. Which is funny because, like, to go back up here, where was it? Work requirements for food stamps. Have you heard that before? Does that sound familiar?
Yes, I have heard that. They've been trying to do that for a minute. So part of the thing, in order to even get benefits, is you have to, they want you looking for a job part-time. So they're saying work requirements, but they're already at a place where they will cut off your benefits if you're not looking for a job.
But you know what's funny?
Mm-hmm.
The reason I actually had you heard this before was because it did exist before.
It did?
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like
under Clinton. Under Clinton kicked a lot of people off of welfare, right? And then the ones that were on had to find a job within a certain amount of time. So all that is quote unquote the whole thing that they're against, left policies. That's a left policy. Because when Bush took office, Bush made it even easier to qualify for welfare. So under Clinton, there were people that were on welfare. They had to sell their cars if they wanted to keep getting welfare. They had to get jobs if they wanted to keep getting food stamps, the whole nine. Bush came along and said, hey, look, keep all that. You can even buy a house and still get welfare, get food stamps, the whole nine. And now all of a sudden they want to reinstitute a leftist policy.
This is okay. So some of this is confusing, right? Like we got this rant going on about Black single mothers. That's why Black men, they probably only read the first 2 pages and was like, get their asses. Not
Pretty
realizing
much.
we talked about too is the absent father, because like you can't.
Well, the problem is like in the 80s, which to say like quick history lesson, Nixon was the one that broke up black families. And then in the 80s, single black moms became the poster because Reagan used the term welfare queens, which everybody at the time knew that meant black women, even though there were literally 3 times as many white people on welfare as there are black people.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I was just pulling up something to look at, what the percentages are of Jewish people and other whites getting SNAP benefits and EBT. Their numbers are larger than black folks.
Yes.
But for the conservatives, this is their way of being able to take a jab at us. Not even take a jab, to try and they're trying to get back to slavery. They're trying to control us. Like how do you bring up government social programs implemented by the government and only mention one marginalized group?
Right.
Jews are, I mean, like where how come they're not mentioned? How come white women aren't mentioned? How come white women aren't mentioned? There's a lot of single white women out here too.
Well,
Like single
that's
mother
because
white women.
that whole thing is geared towards people of color, right? Just all people of color. Like I see cats from like India, Pakistan, in the Middle East on welfare, right? But you wouldn't know it because that's the other beauty.
Their fathers are still in that household, though.
Oh yeah, they
I'm
are
talking about people of color. Here is talking about black people.
Yeah, because they were the poster people in the 80s. Yeah, they were the face of this in the 80s. But same thing. You go look at how many single white moms.
And a handful of people from the Caribbean.
Yep. But I can tell you, like right after when the pandemic lifted, I was doing paternity testing for extra money. And if I did 10 fraternities, it was 8 white dudes that were fighting because they weren't paying for child support or anything.
Mm.
And that's just here, right? That's just the tip of the spear. There are white dudes out there that, but black guys are the poster boy for everything bad.
For everything bad, right? But it's. I got I need to. I'll be right back.
Let's see. So now we'll go with pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children. For instance, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and is psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be in prison. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders, and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. It's more raging hypocrisy. Especially the part where was it? Educators and public librarians. So because a book has a library has a book that you deem pornographic, the librarians, or if a kid comes up to it and they go, oh, you can't have that. That's what you want them to say, but it's a First Amendment right. you're gonna stick with that one, then yeah, it's fine to be in the book. So yeah, I'm lost on that part. In our schools, the question of parental authority over the children's education is a simple one. Schools serve parents, not the other way around. That is, of course, the base argument for universal school choice, a goal all conservatives and a conservative president must pursue. But even before we achieve that long-term goal, parents' rights as their children's primary educators should be non-negotiable. In American schools, states, cities, and counties, school boards, union bosses, principals, and teachers who disagree should immediately be cut off from federal funds. The noxious tenets of critical race theory and gender ideology should be excised from curricula in every public school in the country. These theories poison our children who are being taught, on the one hand, to affirm that the color of their skin fundamentally determines their identity and even more, and even their moral status, while on the other, they are taught to deny the very creatureliness that inheres in being a human, and consists of accepting the givenness of our nature as men and women. Allowing parents or physicians to reassign the sex of a minor is child abuse and must end. For educational institutions to use taxpayer dollars to declare the superiority or inferiority of certain races, sexes, and religions is a violation of the Constitution and civil rights law, and cannot be tolerated by any government anywhere in the country. Yeah, that's more hypocrisy right there. But the pro-family promises expressed in this book and central to the next conservative president's agenda must go much farther than the traditional narrow definition of family issues. Every threat to family stability must be confronted. This resolve should color each of our policies, consider our approach to big tech. The worst of these companies prey on children like drug dealers and get them addicted to mobile apps. Many Silicon Valley executives famously don't let their own kids have smartphones. They nevertheless make billions of dollars addicting other people's children to theirs. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms are specifically designed to create the digital dependency and fuel the mental illness and anxiety to fray children's bonds with their parents and siblings. Federal policy cannot allow this industrial scale child abuse to continue.
Sound like they want government to be more involved in that.
Yes.
That's crazy. They said they want the government involved. That's government that they want more of.
Okay,
Which
hello?
part is, yeah.
I'm sorry. What part are you on?
Let me go back to it here.
What page?
Where is it? Oh, is this it?
Let me see.
So I'm on page 5. I just finished the first part of that paragraph right there, and starting with finally, conservatives should gratefully celebrate the greatest pro-family win in a generation, overturning Roe v. Wade. A decision that for 5 decades made in mockery of the Constitution and facilitated deaths of tens of millions of unborn children. But the Dobbs decision is just the beginning. Conservatives in states and in Washington, including the next conservative administration, should push hard as possible to protect the unborn in every jurisdiction in America. In particular, the next conservative president should work with Congress to enact more robust protections for the unborn. Oh, what happened here? Am I refreshing?
Okay, for the unborn, that Congress will support while deploying existing federal powers to protect innocent life and vigorously complying with statutory bans on federal funding of abortion. Okay, I got questions. I wonder like what the numbers in terms of funding are about, because they are spending a lot of time here. So conservatives should ardently pursue these pro-life and pro-family policies while recognizing that many women who find themselves in immensely difficult and often tragic situations and heroism of every choice to become a mother. Alternative options to abortion, especially adoption, should receive federal and state support. Have the baby, but adopt the baby. And that's what. Wow. In summary, the next president has a moral responsibility to lead the nation in a culture of life in America. Again, this is crazy. So women who are sexually assaulted are expected to keep the child.
Oh yeah, that's JD Vance's stance. And
it is. Yeah, it is.
The incest, the whole nine. Hey, keep it. Right? No exceptions.
Children ages 9 and 10 who are assaulted should go forth and wasn't there like a 9-year-old that was gonna die?
But see, I don't know if you heard me saying how much hypocrisy is in this thing.
There's a lot of hypocrisy. I didn't because I had another call to take. There's a lot of hypocrisy in this.
But now where I want to call them out on is like the whole overturning Roe v. Wade and how, making a mockery of the Constitution. Well, here's my theory. If somebody really had the time and money to go back and challenge the Supreme Court on this decision, it would be based on the First Amendment, right? And here's why. All 3 judges that Trump appointed all openly admitted that they were devout Catholics, which means they are against abortion, contraception, the whole nine. That's your religion. That's not mine. So now you're restricting my religion because of your religion.
Right.
Because, let's just say we were using contraception because we didn't want to have a kid, and then it didn't work, and now we have a baby. That, for argument's sake, I'm not saying we don't want it, period, but it may not be a good time to have a baby. But now, while you're forcing me to have this baby, 2 paragraphs up, you're making me go to work to feed this baby.
Right. But you're complaining that that the whole can't be mended, right? Can't be mended. It's too great of a task for the government to take on. Well, if the government isn't going to take on, and you're saying that states should be able to decide what happens here, the state's going to take it on. Or maybe that's the point. Maybe that's why they want states' rights, so they could say, we're not doing this. But I wonder where they're trying to funnel this extra money to, right? Like once they get rid of the social programs intended to help marginalized communities, where is that money going to be funneled to?
Or just like, I forgot who was that dude I was arguing with one night. Woke progressive. And I told him,
don't mention that demon over here. Don't
oh yeah, he. But I had told him, you know what Democrats do? Breed more Democrats. So if you want to, ban an abortion, then don't be shocked if like 15 or 18 years from now, when them quote unquote unwanted kids are of voting age and want to do away with the shit that you wanted, don't be mad. That's why I said like some of these like Georgia, for example, they swore Georgia would never go blue. Well, it's purple right now, and it just shaded blue in the last election. So now, with you abandoning abortion, how blue do you think it's going to be this time around? Or the same thing with Texas. Yeah, that's purple as we speak. How many of them middle of nowhere counties are you going to think you're going to carry that's going to outweigh Houston?
Right.
Or Dallas? Or San Antonio? Yeah. How many of them counties before Texas is blue? And then we're not even see, like, some of their energy is misdirected. Just like with Trump, he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm all for the coal miners," because Obama got rid of their jobs. No, Obama didn't get rid of their jobs. The coal companies got rid of their jobs.
Yes, they did.
So to explain that to him, to say, look, 100 years ago, there were probably, 500 dudes in that coal mine with lanterns and pickaxes. And over the years, between automation and them dying off, all of a sudden 500 guys is 50. And they're all running drills remote. Because the drill salesman came along and gave them a list of pros for this. Like, the drill won't call out sick. The drill doesn't need to leave early to go see his kid in a play at school. And best of all, this drill won't sue you 50 years from now for black lung. So all of a sudden, the company's making business decisions. They don't care about some dude in the mine. They care about their bottom line. And then what were these cats doing with their kids and grandkids? Instead of telling them, hey, look, don't be like me down this mine, sucking this coal dust and, gasping for air in your,
Right.
Go do something else. Go to school. Learn to do something else. And they kept breeding coal miners. So now when coal's outdated, or no longer needed, why y'all mad at the government? The government didn't get rid of your job. The coal company did. Why aren't you mad at them? Or why aren't we mad at the companies that are sending jobs overseas so that they can have a higher profit margin? Why isn't that in the 2025 project? Since you care so much about people, and I agree with you. Where is all this money you want to cut, funding for? Where is it going? You're not getting it back to the people. Because once you take it, you're not going, oh, you know what, Mr. Jones, we didn't quite need all your tax money. You paid us like $5,000 in tax money. Here's $10,000 because we have so much to give away. That's not happening. So, yeah, there's a lot of questions here. Really? Well, you're not going to need this little bit of this. All right, let's see. I think, who was it? So Lana said they already have a setup in Texas that you have to prove you're looking for a job or have a job to get government assistance. See, there's a start. But it was, like I said, that was in the 90s under Clinton. And that part is BS. They are mixing, trying to get rid of racism and LGBT issues. Those are two separate things.
Okay, you reading the chat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lana Love was saying that they had to, like, to get government assistance in Texas, you had to have a job or prove that you're looking for a job. And then she said, like, they're confusing racism and LGBT issues. They're not really, mixing them. I mean, they are mixing them. They're putting us all in one bag. Like, this,
Right.
just get rid of this whole group.
This whole thing, right? Terminate all these special protections. Make them an unprotected group of people.
And see, even then, we're back to the same argument. You'd have to go back and redact the 14th Amendment. That's the one that, like, when they were, like, picking on gay people for any kind of reason, they were going to court and saying we need to be protected under the 14th Amendment. So yeah, it's to educate some of these characters, because I mean, I love when they'll say, like, go woke, go broke. And then lose their minds, like the whole Bud Light thing. Man, I had so much fun with that. Y'all mad because Bud Light sent a 6-pack to some trans woman, and y'all losing your minds.
I missed it. What happened?
So
they sent a 6-pack to Caitlyn Jenner. What happened?
No, it wasn't Caitlyn Jenner. It was another one, but it was Dylan something. Is it Dylan Mulvaney? But they sent the 6-pack of Bud Light with his face on the cans, celebrating his 1 year as a trans woman.
Oh, wow.
And they lost their minds, right? And then it was to make fun of them. Like, because what they were doing, they were literally running out and buying Bud Light to pour it down the drain, run over with their cars. Some liquor store lined up all their Bud Light and then had a steamroller roll over it. And it was to tell them, you do know you already paid for that shit, right? So Anheuser-Busch doesn't care what you do with it after you bought it.
Right.
And then their Lord and Savior, Kid Rock, had a video where he just had a bunch of Bud Light on the table and he shot it, right, with his rifles. So I told him, okay, there's two problems with this. Number one is Kid Rock is sponsored by Coors Light. So he's got to go answer to them. Why is he buying Bud Light? And number two, he's a bad shot that he managed to miss 2 cases at Bud Light, which means he's going to drink that shit later on.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were, no, he's not. He's protesting this dude. Here we are 4 months later, and what does Kid Rock have selling in his bar? Bud Light.
And listen, look, and for number 4, he probably been balls deep in the Trinity. Listen, these people gonna stop playing with us, okay? Y'all gonna stop playing. We know what it is. You've been either he was balls deep in you or you was balls deep in it. Either way, they doing too much to go out of their way to show that they hate all it. Y'all are doing too much.
Yeah, it's funny because it's back to the same, like, you see all the, who's barking the loud side of this is white guys, right? For this whole thing, like, I'm against transgender. Yeah, why? Because you got burned by one?
Listen, and I didn't know Elon's child is transgender. Elon Musk got a TS child, boy to girl.
And as far as I'm concerned,
have you seen the little interview with him about that?
No. I'm gonna have to find it though, because that'd be another one.
I'm gonna put it in. I'll put it in the back. I'll find it. I'll put it right back there for everybody. I should drop it. I'll drop it in the chat. Even better, in case somebody else wants to see it.
So, yeah, it's like, what is going on here? Did you go to a bar and pick one up and found out that It wasn't what you thought it was when you unwrapped it at the hotel?
They say anything they want, they knew. You knew. And you prefer it.
Yep. Look, and we're not even going to pretend like you were probably at like some quote unquote gay bar or some bar that was, woke and progressive that let everybody in. You weren't at some, traditional sports bar where everybody's there for sports and it's like a bunch of testosterone riddled men. You probably knew where you were to start with.
Exactly. You knew exactly where you were. Mm-hmm. You were not lost, sir. You weren't lost. Come on.
Yeah, call them out on it. Let's see.
Okay, where did you leave off?
I was trying to find it again. Oh, it's in a separate tab.
Did you start on Promise 2? Dismantle the administrative state?
Yeah, because the only thing we didn't do was in summary, the next president.
Yeah. Okay, finish that and then.
Yeah, in summary, the next president has a moral responsibility to lead the nation in restoring a culture of life in America again.
Okay. Promise number 2, dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. So, this is where they want to get rid of the feds.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Conservatives desire smaller government. Let's see. Promise number 2, dismantle and the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. Of course, the surest way to put the federal government back to work for the American people is to reduce its size and scope back to something resembling the original constitutional intent. Conservatives desire.
What was the original constitutional intent? To reduce its size and scope?
No, but see, here's where they're lost. So from what I remember in the original constitutional intent, every state had 2 senators, right? Which we still have. Yeah, there were 13 states, so there were 26 senators. Now there's 50 states, there's 100 senators. Now I can't remember the exact ratio on Congress, but let's just say that it's roughly, 0.1%. Yeah, is representing the other 99.9. So, because we have like 400 and something representatives in Congress. So let's just say that back in 1700s, there were maybe 40 of them.
Okay.
So it's still the same ratio, just the population has grown.
Right. Okay. So yeah, they're trying to say, well, we can't. I mean, the population has grown. What do you mean scale it back? So I'll put, okay. So conservatives desire a smaller government, not for its own sake, but for the sake of human flourishing. They keep saying this human flourishing piece, but the Washington establishment, and that means something. The Washington establishment doesn't want a constitutionally limited government because it means they lose power and are held more accountable by the people who put them in power. Okay. I have questions. Okay, but I'll keep reading. Like restoring popular sovereignty, the task of reattaching the federal government's constitutional and democratic tethers calls to the mind Ronald Reagan's observation that there are no easy answers, but there are simple answers. In the case of making the federal government smaller, more effective, and accountable, the simple answer is the Constitution itself. The surest proof of this is how strenuously and creatively Generations of progressives and many Republican insiders have worked to cut themselves free from the strictures of the 1789 Constitution and subsequent amendments. Consider the federal budget. Under current law, Congress is required to pass a budget, and 12 issue specific spending bills comporting with it every single year. The last time Congress did so was in 1996. Congress no longer meaningfully budgets, authorizes, or categorizes spending. Instead, party leaders negotiate one multi-trillion-dollar spending bill, several thousand pages long, then vote on it before anyone literally has a chance to read it. Debate time is restricted, amendments are prohibited, and all of this is backed up against a midnight deadline where the previous omnibus spending bill will run out and the federal government shuts down. This process is not designed to empower 330 million American citizens and their elected representatives, but rather to empower the party elites secretly negotiating without any public scrutiny or oversight. In the end, congressional leaders' behaviors and incentives here are no different from those of global elites insinuating policy decisions over the climate, trade, public health, you name it, from the sovereignty of national electorates. Public scrutiny and democratic accountability will make life harder for policymakers so that they skirt it. It's not dysfunction, it's corruption. Is this what really happens?
Huh?
Is this really how it happens?
Yeah, pretty close. But they have, so I don't know when the next bill runs out, but they can put this to a vote like for the next 2 or 3 years. And then so the part that's right is that it is like a multi-trillion-dollar spending bill, and it's broken down. So it'll be like, say, $3 billion for the military, $2 billion for Medicaid, $1 billion for Medicare, right? Mm-hmm. So it's all in there. And then, so they can do it for as long as they want to. Right? But nobody, as a group, nobody wants to do it for 4 or 5 years so that it's a done deal. They want to keep using it as so just like under under Trump, I think there were 3 shutdowns. Right? And it was because when the Republicans want to cut stuff like Medicaid, Democrats are against it. So now they have to spend 3 or 4 months negotiating on that part of the bill. And it's, look, why? If it was this much last year, why do you want to cut it in half this year? So it's always issues like that. But the irony is that if the Republicans, which, like I'll openly say, I'm an independent. So you have to win my vote. And I know when I was in the military that Republicans voted for the biggest budget increases. So we would get our biggest pay increases under a Republican president. So I was in during Reagan and Bush, and then Clinton, right? So I got huge raises under Reagan and Bush, and then I got a smaller raise under Clinton. Didn't mean I was going to just vote, Republican because Clinton gave us a smaller. You took some of that money that the military budget and did other things with it. Okay, fine. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. So that was just me. But when you start with this and now you have them, they will say like, well, how much for Medicaid? And it's like 10 billion. And then all of a sudden the Republicans, no, like 2. And they spend months arguing over this. And then sometimes you'll even have, representatives tell you to, hey, go call or contact such and such or sign this bill to make them give these people more money.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so, and despite its gaudy price tag, the federal budget is not even close to the worst example of this corruption. That distinction belongs to the administrative state, the dismantling of which must a top priority, must be a top priority for the next conservative president.
Term administrative state refers to the policymaking work done by the bureaucracies of all federal governments, departments, agencies, and millions of employees under Article 1 of the Constitution. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. That is federal law enacted only by elected legislators in both houses of Congress. See, so you back to the same thing. I mean, we already know there's 100 senators because every state gets 2 senators. And then the number of congressmen has grown over the years. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to grow sooner or later because every time they take a census, the population grows. Now, of course, the Republicans will say, oh, well, that's counting illegal aliens. If that were the case, and you're going to say, like Trump just said, like last week or the week before, there's like 18 million, illegal aliens in the country. Well, then shouldn't that be at least 5 or 6 seats in Congress? If you're going by that theory.
If you go right, let's see, that is federal laws. So they want to dismantle the administrative state to put it back. What is it? Okay, okay, no, they're just explaining what Article 1 is. Okay. This exclusive authority was part of the framers' doctrine of separated powers. They not only split the federal government's legislative, executive, and judicial powers into different branches, they also gave each branch checks over the other. Under our Constitution, the legislative way is far and away the most powerful and correspondingly the most accountable to the people. In recent decades, members of the House and Senate discovered that if they give away that power to the Article 2 branch of government,
See, what's accountable to the people? In recent, wait a minute, is that where you are? So powers, so each branch checks and balances. In recent decades, members of the House and Senate discovered that if they gave away their power to the Article 2 branch of government, they can also deny responsibility for its actions. So today, in Washington, most policy is no longer set by Congress at all, but by the administrative state. Given the choice between being powerful but vulnerable or irrelevant but famous, most members of Congress have chosen the latter. Exactly. But the irony is that would be somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert or Matt Gaetz. These are all cats that will defer to vote on something and then turn around and take credit for the decision. That's funny that you're calling out your own people, but they're not going to change because unless it, yeah, like prime example was that Marjorie Taylor Greene was dead set against the infrastructure bill. Flat out, no, hell no.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. So was
Wow.
Boebert. Boebert claimed that she didn't get the vote, right? But it was because she ran late so that she didn't get to vote. She said they wouldn't let her vote, right?
Right,
But
but
she was
she
running late.
quickly running late.
They showed the video of her running up the stairs and they said they've already passed, they've already voted. And then she turned around and took credit too. Right? They were like, yeah, see what I did for y'all? Yeah. But they didn't vote.
They didn't vote.
Okay. Or you said no, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she's a devout MAGA. So their only agenda is to say no to anything the other side of the aisle proposes. So she's been against everything. You know, the Infrastructure Act, the Stamp Act, the PACT Act, yeah, all of them. She was dead set against. But when people in her state were benefiting from it, you see what I did for y'all? Yeah.
Okay, since Congress passes intentionally vague laws that delegate decision making over a given issue to a federal agency, the agency's bureaucrats, not just unelected but seemingly unfireable, then leap at the chance to fill the vacuum created by Congress, preening cowardice. The federal government is growing larger and less constitutionally accountable, even to the president, every year. A combination of elected and unelected bureaucrats as the Environmental Protection Agency quietly strangles domestic energy production through difficult to understand rulemaking processes. Hold on.
Bureaucrats and the bureaucrats at the Department of Homeland Security, following the lead of a feckless administration, order border and immigration enforcement agencies to help migrants criminally enter our country with impunity. Democrats at the Department of Education inject racist, anti-American, ahistorical propaganda into American classrooms. Bureaucrats at the Department of Justice force school districts to undermine girls' sports and parents' rights to satisfy transgender extremists.
This is an attack on Black folks and the gay community. Why are these primary, like in all of these pages, like we're the ones that come up the most?
Yeah, like you said, like the whole, like, where was it? Inject racist, anti-American,
And ahistorical
and
propaganda.
propaganda.
You're talking about CCR.
So, well, but see, here's the
CRT.
problem. But where is CRT taught at?
At collegiate levels, even
Exactly.
but even then, like you have to elect to take that kind of class.
Right. They're not. It's not required learning,
Hey,
it's not in.
listen,
Yeah.
I have to teach my child additional history when she come home. You know, I have to teach what they're not teaching. I have to give her a different kind of understanding than what they're teaching her in the classroom. They're not teaching anything about I guess slavery. They're glossing over it.
Well, I think that's the whole, like, see, like, I mean, the pick at the inject racist. Okay, let's look at that for a second. So in the Constitution, which they are clutching, to the, they're holding to that. There's a paragraph in the Constitution that says all men are created equal except slaves. So is that racist?
Mm.
It is to me. but you're gonna inject that racist bit into the school.
Right.
Or what anti-American part propaganda are like one day we freed the slaves, we probably never should have. Stupid America. Yeah, is that what you're saying? That's the propaganda? Or the other one, like, yeah, you guys should be glad you were slaves. You learned trades. Yeah. So where's that propaganda? Because that seems to be part of the racist bit. Or because the next one's funny too, that the Department of Justice, undermined girls' sports. So it was okay when a girl wanted to play high school football. But now that some boy that sucks at high school football, and I'm just making fun of this part, that some boy that decides now he's a girl, wants to go compete with them. Or the transgender extremities. So how many 13-year-old transgenders are there? Millions? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I mean, right. Well, I don't know. I think they're talking about them being able to take hormone pills and and them trying to have them surgeries early. But like
that's why I say that's just making fun of that part. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, or the next one. That is so funny. Woke bureaucrats at the Pentagon force troops to attend training seminars about white privilege. And so you left that part blank. Right.
I think the next part is supposed to be connected to it. And bureaucrats at the State Department use U.S. foreign aid programs with woke extremism about intersectionality and abortion.
So I guess those are just regular bureaucrats because the woke ones are over at the Pentagon. But even then, see, to me, the and was, so you're not going to mention that they teach like equal opportunity, sexual harassment, right? You're not, all those are okay. So,
right.
You can go sexually harass a woman in the military and it's okay, but God forbid we mention white privilege, which literally does exist. Like to ask somebody, do you think that my black ass can just walk into a general store in the middle of nowhere, Montana, and not fear for my life?
Come on.
Or because that is white privilege. A white dude, a white guy can walk anywhere.
Could you run for presidency with the charges Trump got? Like, tell me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, hold on. Let's not even go with the charges. What if Barack Obama was a 3-time divorce? Baby moms everywhere. And all this.
Yeah, ain't no way he couldn't even stand up to it.
Right, he wouldn't have finished the primaries. They'd have voted his black ass out of existence in Iowa at the Iowa caucus. Like, hell no. No. So yeah, he'd have never gotten the primary. But when it's him,
What'd she say?
I think it's upstairs.
Oh. Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, unaccountable federal spending is the secret lifeblood of the Great Awakening. Nearly every power held by the left is funded or supported one way or another through the bureaucracy by Congress. Colleges and school districts are funded by tax dollars. The administrative state holds 100% of its power at the sufferance of Congress, and its insulation from presidential discipline is an unconstitutional fairy tale spun by the Washington establishment. Why do they keep calling it the Washington establishment? Who are they talking about? Who are they talking? Democrats?
Yeah.
Who are they talking about? Okay. So, is this fairy tale spun by the Washington establishment to protect its turf? Members of Congress shield themselves from constitutional accountability often when White House allows them to get away with it. Cultural institutions like public libraries and public health agencies are only as independent from public accountability as elected officials and voters permit. This is crazy. They are stuck on that one trans person being in the libraries, ain't they? Okay, let's be clear. The most egregious regulations promulgated by the current administration come from one place, the Oval Office. The president cannot hide behind the agencies, as if many executive orders make clear. His is the responsibility for the regulations that threaten American communities, schools, and families. A conservative president. We're gonna hear leaky, okay? What are you talking about? We gonna hear leaky. Like, listen, they want to hear me right now. They don't want to hear about this. Hey, leaky leak.
Yeah, he's my sidekick right now.
Yeah. So let me see. Where was I?
The president must move swiftly to do away with these vast abuses of presidential power and remove the career and political bureaucrats who fuel it.
Okay.
But it's back to the same thing. How dare he sign off on some woke policies? How dare him? But even then, it's to say, well, hold on. There was a bipartisan, border policy, that was, both sides were in on it. And then Trump called them and said, vote no on it, so that he would have immigration as an issue to run on. So Biden decided to use an act to restrict the flow of immigrants, because it's been, even under Trump, it never got fixed.
I mean, all he did was that he added height to the walls, but there are gaps in the wall. They said it's laughable.
And even then, so you had to call them out to explain to them. He didn't add any wall. All he did was rebuild sections that were already in place.
Right. He just added to sections that were already there in height. But
or upgraded sections. Or here's another one. If you ever saw it, they added a section, I think, on the California border, right? That goes out into the ocean, right? So it goes out like, say, 400 yards. But the problem is that it was built at low tide, right? So if you wait long enough, the water will rise and a quarter of the wall is all that's left. So if you really wanted to swim out and swim back in, just wait for the tide to come in, and then it's a shorter swim.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so here we go. Elon Musk, my son is dead because woke virus for transgender daughter.
You put it in the chat.
Go get it.
Okay.
He's upstairs.
Oh yeah, I heard that he has a transgender daughter. Did y'all know that? Elon Musk?
No, that's what she was just telling me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got.
I didn't know before I saw this this interview. I didn't know it before I saw this. I just saw saw this like last week.
Yeah. He got his son is a transgender, and he said that, and he said that his son was dead to him. So he was telling people that his son was dead. Like, so people really thought he had a child that died, but no, the son died, turned into a.
I want to watch mine.
Right. That's
I
what
thought you were upstairs watching videos. Hold on.
he said. I put it in the chat and I put it back here. He said they call it something. They call it that's when it's like a death. They have to act like their child is dead or something or that, to make room for the new iteration of the child, right? So that's what he was saying in that video. Yeah, Miss Tanya? Yeah. That whole thing is crazy. Y'all check that out. We can. Let's see. Let's be clear. I'm trying to remember where he left off. Okay. Okay, we'll feel. Okay. Properly considered, restoring fiscal limits and constitutional accountability to the federal government is a continuation of restoring national sovereignty to the people in foreign affairs, global strategy, federal budgeting, and policymaking. The same pattern emerges again and again. Ruling elites slash and tear at restrictions and accountability placed on them. Decentralized power up and away from the people, from the American people, to the supranational treaties and organizations, to the left wing experts, to the sight unseen, all or nothing legislating, to the unelected career bureaucrats of the administrative state. As monolithic as the left's institutional power, it originates with appropriation from completely is complete by for the administrative state is not going anywhere. Congress acts to retrieve its own power from bureaucrats and the White House. But there are many executive tools a courageous conservative president can use to handcuff the bureaucracy, push Congress to return to its constitutional responsibility, restore power over Washington to the American people, bring the administrative state to heel, and in the process, defang and defund the woke culture warriors who have infiltrated every last institution in America. Wait, so what are the tools? What are you all proposing? Huh? What are the many executive tools a courageous consecutive president can use to handcuff bureaucracy? How are you going to bring Congress to heel? Interesting. The conservative promise lays out.
Casey's, can we go up and see Scary
They're not
Movie?
bringing it to heel.
Because this guy's playing Scary Movie and I look like a monkey while
But
I'm playing.
they're saying they can though. They're saying
Yep.
that there are
Look,
tools
Yep.
to do so.
It's the story they're sticking with, but
Match will come up to look at it on my TV, my home. You gotta take a shower anyway. You want to get a shower?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at me.
they're not.
I don't
They don't want to. I mean, look at all the we'll just call it left or woke, stuff that they had as their agenda. That we need to smash this, demolish, and all of a sudden you're telling me you want to bring what together?
Mm-hmm.
What are you bringing together? You're already sitting here talking about woke culture and warriors and how they had to be defanged and defunded.
Yeah, well, what are the tools? What can he do? Because he's saying you got to wrangle them in and bring Congress to heel. I'm curious. What are they proposing?
So yeah, this is some more like dude, I'm talking over here.
Did you die?
Hey, yeah, I'm talking over here.
Did you die? Oh,
You're killing me.
I'm going to kill you guys. I'm going to kill you guys.
All right. So
You died. Did you die?
Yeah,
Did you die? What? Oh my god.
We're
Oh my
barely
god.
into this thing. I mean, this is a lot of head scratching here,
Right, we're just at the
especially
forward.
this part.
To it. We didn't even get to it. We're just at the forward, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We're reading somebody's opinion right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the conservative promise lays out how to use many of these tools, including how to fire supposedly unfireable federal bureaucrats. We're talking about Supreme Court judges. How to shutter wasteful and corrupt bureaus and offices. How to muzzle woke propaganda at every level, muzzle even, okay, of government. How to restore the American people's constitutional authority over the administrative state, and how to save untold taxpayer dollars in the process. Finally, the president can restore public confidence and accountability to our most important government function of all, national defense. The American people desire a military full of highly skilled servicemen and women who can protect the homeland and our interests overseas. The next conservative president must end the left's social experimentation with the military, restore war fighting as its sole mission, and set defeating the threat of the Chinese Communist Party as its highest priority. The next conservative president must possess the courage to relentlessly put the interests of everyday American over the desires of the ruling elite. Their outrage cannot be prevented. It must simply be ignored. And it can be. Damn. 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 Oh, okay. Damn. Okay. The left derives its power from the institutions they control, but those institutions are only powerful to the extent that constitutional officers surrender their own legitimate authority to them. A president who refuses to do so and uses his or her office to reimpose the constitutional authority over federal policymaking can begin to correct decades of corruption and remove thousands of bureaucrats from the positions of public trust they have so long abused. So we got two more to get through. Number 3, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. The U.S. belongs to we the people. All government authority derives from the consent of the people, and our nation's success derives from the character of its people. The American people's right to rule ourselves is the obverse of our duty. We cannot outsource to others our obligation to ensure the conditions that allow our families, local communities, and churches and synagogues and neighborhoods to thrive. The buck stops with us, so each of us must have the freedom to pursue the good for ourselves and those entrusted to our care. To most Americans, this is common sense, but in Washington, D.C., and other centers of the leftist power like media and the academy, this statement of basic civics is branded hate speech. Progressive elites speak in lofty terms of openness, progress, expertise, cooperation and globalism. But too often these terms are just rhetorical, Trojan horses, concealing their true intention, stripping we the people of our constitutional authority over our country's future. America's corporate and political elites do not believe in the ideals to which our nation is dedicated: self-governance, the rule of law, and ordered liberty. They certainly do not trust American people, and they disdain the Constitution's restrictions on their ambition. Like, blah, blah, blah. They're complaining. This is a lot of complaints, right? Complaining about our God-given individual right to enjoy the blessing of liberty.
So when were you robbed of your blessing of liberty?
Right. Since when? When have you been deprived?
Unless you're in jail.
Right. I mean, because Trump ain't facing no jail time, is he?
No. See, that's another one of these
That's
hypocrisies. Like, for him to say there's a two-tier justice system, he's right. Yeah, because if he were just the average Joe, 34 felonies, he wouldn't have seen the light of day.
Oh my God. Yeah.
They'd have cuffed and stuffed him and said, "You're gonna sit right here till we get around to sentencing you." But he's allowed to run freely, and it's funny because I like how some of the Democrats will point out stuff that he can't do as a felon, and he's clearly been convicted. So, yeah, for them to make fun of it, and then it's like, okay, yeah, but the minute somebody tries to crack down on him, the first thing he does is say it's a witch hunt, blah blah blah. Yeah, and it's the reason, it's the number one reason he wants to be president again. Yeah, so that he can go ahead and do away with some of these impending punishments. But there's stuff that no other president has
pardoning himself,
lied about having top secret documents or whatever. Yeah, and then when his supporters, well, Biden and Pence, but here's the difference: both of them gave the stuff back. Like said, hey, look, go through here. If I shouldn't have it, keep it. He said no, and you got stuff sitting around, and then they're like, well, Biden had it in his garage. Well, I'm pretty sure if Biden would have known, and I'm just playing here again, that he had the launch codes for some nuclear bombs in his garage, that he would have locked them up. Or if Pence had like the brevity codes to speak to a U.S. nuclear submarine off the Pacific coast, it would have been somewhere more secure than in his garage or wherever. Trump had this crap sitting around. God knows what it was, but he's sitting here telling some Soviet dignitary of submarines capabilities. So the only thing you didn't tell him was where it is. But you're telling how it can dive to like 1,800 feet and stay down there for a month, and it's hanging out over, it patrols it, and dude, this is none of his business.
Right.
Or like this other thing they were claiming with the military. Yeah, like I know who it was. I was gonna say, who was the last president that actually served in the military? And it was Bush.
W or father?
W. So technically both of them, but W was the last president that served in the military. Yeah, because I'm gonna give Obama a free pass because at least he didn't have some story like Trump with bone spurs. Right? Bone spurs.
Not bone spurs.
Yes, the dreaded bone spurs that kept him from putting on military boots. Yeah. Because if you throw enough money around, you could have had some cush assignment in the military. So I'm pretty sure that Fred could have handled that if you wanted it, but you stuck with this. You threw the money at a doctor to say you have bone spurs and you can't serve. But you seem to be walking okay, 60 years later.
Yeah, right.
Them bone spurs magically healed, huh?
You standing up at these conventions, ain't you?
Or their whole because to me that was an insult. The whole part where they were talking about the well trained and all this. Yeah, I know when I was in, and I'm pretty sure it's still the same. Our military is the best trained and best equipped military force on the planet. We're the only military that's built to travel somewhere and be in your backyard in 3 days and whoop your ass. The only one. There's only 3 blue navies or blue water navies on the planet, and we're one of them. So we decide we want to show up off of your shores and start launching missiles or artillery. It's us, Russia, or China. That's it. The rest of these countries are built to design or designed to defend their borders. That's it. So for you to say we, and then it's to say it's the same thing, like they did in Vietnam, win the hearts and minds. You can't just blow up a city and say we're here, we're America, and we're dominant. Once you blow it up, you have to tell them, hey, we had to do this because, and here's some candy. Off you go. Something like that. So, and then it's to say that now, after Desert Storm, the whole world watched us light up Iran like nobody's business. And then the second time we went, it should have been the same way. But when it's with Junior or W, it was to say, look, there's no money in winning this war. There's money in fighting this war. So now you're looking for Obama or Bin Laden. So you mean to tell me that between satellites and local talent, y'all can't find them? You didn't want to find them.
Right.
Because there was no money in finding them. What good was that? Or the same thing with Hussein. And then it was funny because that was the same thing. When Bush said, well, we claimed victory in Iraq, right? Well, why are we still there?
Right.
Because there's money in being occupying there. And launching and fighting, a hidden, we were looking for weapons of mass destruction. All of them were destroyed the first go round. You couldn't even find, an aluminum baseball bat. There wasn't anything left, but we were searching high and low for weapons of mass destruction. So,
right.
And like we said, we're only 3 promises in. And the funny thing is, I hope, since this has gone public, that I'm looking forward and I'm being optimistic that I hope Kamala wins. Are they going to present this to her?
She's already seen it. You don't think she's
No,
seen it?
I'm saying, I'm saying this was your secret plan. And since it is public, are y'all going to give her this book? Say, here you go. Yeah.
You're right. Well, is she considered a conservative president?
Nah, I'm being facetious on that part.
I know.
It's to say that if she wins, because you already said the next president, should do this. So she's the next president. Are you going to give her this book and say, here you go, run with this?
So I'm curious to know why.
They didn't say the next president. It said the next conservative president.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I was selective reading.
Well, that's why I was asking if she's conservative. But I'm curious to know what their counter is, if they have a counter to this.
Well, I am pretty sure that if or when Trump loses, that the 2025 project will be the 2029 project.
Okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they've been doing this since 79. They're just moving forward. They're just moving forward, you know. They're probably gonna observe what happens over these next 4 years and re-strategize and probably change a couple things, right? And put it out again. But they've been doing this, you know, every 4 to 8 years since 79. So yeah, the mandate is still the mandate.
Mhm.
I just know what it's looked like in previous years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And who did anybody else act on? Since you've been rolling this out every time there's a
Well,
conservative president, has anybody acted on any of this?
maybe they've only mentioned Reagan, but
Well, he was the
we
first one.
see the repeal of Roe v. Wade. He was the first one, right? So I mean, yeah, they've been able to. Okay, hold on, because I did ask. So let's see. So they've had legislative success with some tax reform, tax cuts, and Jobs Act of 2017 was a major legislative success for Republicans. It lowered corporate tax rates, reduced individual tax rates, and aimed to stimulate economic growth. And the impact was reform to lead a decrease in corporate tax rates from 35 to 21%, which Republicans argued boosts business investment and economic growth. Did they do that? Now it doesn't say under which. I should have asked under whose presidency, right? Like the specific years in which they've had these wins. So the Trump administration rolled back numerous environmental regulations, including the Clean Power Plan, and various Obama era regulations on water and air quality. These rollbacks were aimed at reducing regulatory burdens on business and energy producers, which Republicans argued would spur economic growth and energy independence, which we still don't have.
Because they don't want it.
Right. In healthcare, we see the efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act had limited success, but Republicans did manage to eliminate the ACA's individual mandate penalties through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. Removing the mandate was a significant victory for Republicans who opposed the Affordable Care Act and aimed to reduce federal involvement in health. We also see what their judicial appointments, what's been happening, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't even go down that path. I mean, Mitch McConnell.
Yeah. Yeah. They
See, it's
said
funny that
the three
yeah.
appointments of Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett or federal judges, and numerous federal judges to the lower courts under Trump's administration. So they have three. The appointments have shifted the ideological balance of the federal judiciary towards a more conservative orientation, influencing numerous legal rulings on issues such as abortion, religious freedom, and regulatory authority, all of which they need to, you know, to implement Project 2025.
Mm-hmm. To say that it's constitutional.
Yeah. These are the abortion, religious freedom, and regulatory. These are three of the pillars. Organizations like the Federalist Society played a crucial role in shaping judicial appointments by providing a network of conservative legal scholars and judges. Their influence has been instrumental in securing a more conservative judiciary. Are they on? Okay, the Federalist Society. Are they on the board? Let's look and see.
I don't know.
I'm gonna we're gonna look and see. We were on page 14.
Uh,
I'm just trying to remember where we were.
top of page 9.
9. Hopeful. Hopeful. I think I kind of want to cut out some of this and skip. Okay, hold on. Federalists. No, they're not. The Federalists. What? The Federalist Society. No. They're not on the board of advisories for this. Oh, is this even in order?
We on 14?
No, I went back up to
Oh, I know where you went. Where the list of contributors.
the advisory board. I was page 12. Roman numeral 12. But yeah, no, they're not listed. Okay, I just want to know. Just want to know. Can we hop around now, or have you seen something that we need to read more about?
Well, let's see. Where I'm on 12 here. So page 12 goes to this whole tirade against big tech and China.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a preview of that earlier where they were saying like, our kids are all dependent on apps.
Oh yeah. So they
yes.
mentioned something about comparing what's happening now to the Cold War. And who is it? Who might that be? And so, but that was earlier. I want to see. So, are we gonna be? Is China next? Hasn't China pulled up to our shores? Have you heard that?
I don't know if they have, but I know Russia is flirting around in the Caribbean, or maybe that was China.
They said China and Russia.
But I know one of them was like off the coast, so I'm pretty sure it was Russia, like docking in Cuba again.
We got anything out that way?
I mean, us as far as defensive?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. On both Florida coasts, yeah, Jacksonville, South Carolina, which one is it? Orlando. So yeah, there's we have defensive capabilities through there if it got to that. But see, this is where these characters, because Joe Biden, yeah, I'm gonna use him, yeah, because I know they're going to go in on Kamala, but just because Joe Biden didn't start launching missiles at a Russian, ship that went to Cuba, he soft on Russia doing something. So that's the story they'll stick with. But what did you see Trump stop Putin from doing?
Nothing.
Right.
Not a thing.
Putin did exactly what he felt like doing. And behind closed doors, he had, as a matter of fact, publicly, he told Putin to do whatever the hell he wanted to. So what you want Biden to do? Because you tied his hands when you negotiated an exit deal with Afghanistan, so he got left with the blame instead of you. You know, Putin, decided, you know what? I'm just going to invade the Ukraine, and the Ukraine asked for help, and Trump didn't say anything, didn't lift a finger. So then Biden decided to help because if he's going to invade the Ukraine, where is he going to stop? And then since we as a country can't actually weigh in on this quote unquote squabble, we're doing the next best thing. We're funding the country that is fighting. And then explain to some characters that the money that y'all claim that there's being sent to Ukraine is not money. It's the price tag on equipment that's being sent there. So if we send them 100 tanks that cost $5 billion, that's what they got.
And then they're going to be indebted to us, right? When they rebuild. That's what that is.
That too, yeah. So that's what it is. But it is to say, hey, look, you had to stop him here. What if we decided to invade, I don't know, Turkey? Or even better, when we were in Afghanistan, because we invaded Afghanistan because bin Laden fled there, right? So even though he had been fighting for us for like 10 or 15 years in the 80s and 90s, once that war died and we cut off his paycheck, he was mad. He was grinding an axe. So he took 2 shots at the World Trade Center, and second time was a win. Then he goes into hiding, and he's in the country that he was already a hero. When you were fighting Russia in Afghanistan, you were a local hero. None of those cats were going to turn him in. He just spent 10 years fighting, Russia. Now, all of a sudden, the U.S., who, Russia fell to, now you want to come in here and you want to take over? Hey, look, different country, same headache. Afghanistan won. So now what you want? You want us to, or God forbid, that somebody probably had to talk Trump out of nuking Afghanistan. It's why are we just fighting this regular war? 1 or 2 nukes. Because we're the only country that's used one. That will put him in a real exclusive club, which would stroke his ego. So what was Biden supposed to do? Then, like I said, with the Ukraine, it was, hey, look, if we don't stop him here, where are we going to stop him? And he only invaded the Ukraine because Ukraine wanted to join NATO, which would provide protection from Russia.
Okay. So how much more of this we got? Let's see. We were on 12. We were talking about, okay, so and God-given individual right to enjoy the blessings of liberty. When the founders spoke of the pursuit of happiness, what they meant might be understood today as, in essence, the pursuit of blessedness. Why? Why are we playing with words here? Why? That is, an individual must be free to live as his creator ordained to flourish. Our Constitution grants us each the liberty to do what we want, but what we ought. Not what we want, but what we ought. Okay. The pursuit of the good life is found primarily in family, marriage, children, Thanksgiving dinners, and the like. Yeah, but not everybody even celebrates Thanksgiving. Like, what is happening? Religious devotion and spirituality are the greatest sources of happiness around the world. Still, others find themselves happiest in their local voluntary communities of friends and their neighbors and their civic and charitable work. Who's telling you that? Where?
Crazy.
They're bringing up 1776. I'm just skimming through this. It's like it's a lot of complaining.
Mm-hmm. What page are you on?
14.
14? Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's where the whole tech in China thing started.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that was 12.
Oh, and then they have endnote. They have the
Secure
nerve.
our God-given individual right to enjoy the blessings of living. Good for
They have endnotes here. Footnotes.
Wow. Why does everyone's blessing gotta come at someone else's suffering?
Right. So
That's the same thing I said.
that was section 1. But that was a forward?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still
That
a
was just
forward.
a forward. It's still how many sections to the forward?
I think that was the last one, page 15.
No. Okay, hold on. Let me go up here. I should if I lose y'all, I'm gonna have to go to my car for juice because our power's out. Let me see. Section 1. Okay. The most common defense is section 2. No, we're not even out of the woods. The forward goes from okay, so section 1 starts on page 19. Taking the reins of government.
Yeah, I'm on, well, it's page 49 in the grand scheme, but it's 15 in the forward.
In the forward. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
yeah.
now they're railing on Nancy Pelosi and Gavin Newsom being out in public, despite there being a lockdown, which, oh my God, common sense isn't that common.
Right.
It isn't. Because she went to a hair salon. So during the lockdown, Walmart was open, but they're not mentioning that part, right? Or liquor stores were open. There were a lot of things that were open. It was just, hey, we're trying to reduce, what do you want to call it? Contamination.
Oh, right. Miss Tanya, did you hear when we got to the part where they were blaming? No, you left. They were blaming single mothers about everything.
In that page?
Yeah, what was it, like the section 1 of the forward?
Yeah.
You don't say.
Yeah. Yeah, 70% of the single parents are born to the Black community.
Yep. I'll read it again. Today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of Black children. So of the 40%, 70% of that is comprised of Black children. There is no government program that can replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father. Fatherlessness is one of the principal sources of American poverty, crime, mental illness, teen suicide, substance abuse, rejection of the church, and high school dropouts. Do you see how they did that there? And then they go on later to say, the next conservative president must take the institutions of America's civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting terms like sexual orientation and gender identity, SOGI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, gender equality, equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment right out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. What is the point in all of this?
So you're saying they took some bits out of the Monahan report. They took some of the red pill content complaining about these men shucking their duties that's supposed to be good fathers, but yet they're not in the home. But it's because the woman don't want them, but still they want the right to say all of this nonsense and, you know, be blessed and be multiplied.
And
Even if
right.
the vessel is not the one that you're supposed to be bound to by marriage.
Listen. Who wrote this? Okay. Who wrote this shit here? Because what is it? It's a straight attack on Black women. Because if you're taking the time to highlight 70% being Black children, and that the children are coming from fatherless homes, you're attacking Black women. You're attacking Black women, and then you're attacking the trans and gay communities of color.
Actually,
And
it's a two-front on that one. I believe
say
they
it again.
also, there's a 2-point attack on that. It ain't just the Black women. They also want to punish you men that's leaving these women single mothers as well.
Oh yeah, that's what I said earlier. If you're going to talk about Black women having all these children, and the fathers are not in the home, and the reasons that because the fathers are not in the home, absentee fathers is the reason why we're having all this crime. They're not just talking about Black women; they are also talking about Black men. Because where you at?
I mean, this is crazy. But the crime that they speak of is only situated in pocket areas where Black people live. What about the ones going out there doing these mass pursuings? What are their lives like? So basically you're trying to say having 2 physical parents, they're supposed to solve all the problems. What if the parents are just as ignorant as this stuff we're listening to right now? I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, you want to lay the blame on someone, but at the same time, your policies are keeping them in the situation that they are. But that piece about the single mother thing, as if they don't have single mothers in their own communities. It makes no sense.
And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any. There are a lot of single mothers out here, and white women at that.
And by population, they use most of the resources that they claim we overuse.
Again, that's what I was saying. So when you look at, you're talking about the government can't fill this hole, and the social programs that the government have to create because of all of this poverty and whatnot. Your white folks is using up more of those resources than Black folks are. So what's really going on here?
And not only that, haven't they heard of something called the working poor? Some of these people have to get some of those services because the jobs that they're working on don't pay them enough to support it.
Yep. 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 True.
It wouldn't be a need for people to be on welfare if they had jobs that pay them. And the thing about whether you can raise your kid on your own or not, it wouldn't be an issue if people stop dipping their well where they should.
Right.
That's just like them talking about, well, y'all having all these children. Okay, a woman can only get pregnant once a year. Right.
Right.
So please tell me, Monday she gonna be pregnant, by Tuesday she had a baby, Wednesday she's pregnant again, by Thursday she has the baby. That's not how that works.
It's not.
But a man going, I can hit this girl Monday and get her window, and it just so happens to be there and she's pregnant. Tuesday I go, and then 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
They better stop acting like that ain't happening, because it surely is. It surely is.
Yeah, Mr. I mean, bringing that eggplant wholesale like it's the milk being dropped off at your door. But yet you want to blame these women for this.
Right. All right. I fear that if we don't read the full thing in its entirety, We will miss context. Oh,
For
okay.
real.
I'm just tired of reading this right now. We just got to get to page 15. No, 19. We got to get to page 19. We can come back. It's just a lot of complaining. I want to get to, like, what do some of the good stuff. What's some of the good stuff? So, it's saying here, taking the reins of government. Yeah, this is section 1. Okay, so America's bicentennial, which culminated on July 4th, 1976, was a spirited and unifying celebration of our country, its founding, and its ideals. As we approach our nation's 250th anniversary, which will take place during the next presidency, America is now divided between two opposing forces: woke revolutionaries and those who believe in the ideals of American Revolution. This is insane. The former believe that America is and always has been systematically racist, and that is not worth celebrating and must be fundamentally transformed largely through a centralized administrative state. The latter believe in America's histories and heroes, its principles and promise, and in everyday Americans and the American way of life. They believe in the Constitution and the Republican government. Conservatives, the Americanists in this battle, must fight for the soul of America, which is very much at stake. You see what they're doing? Like, this is very much a war against, whites and blacks, but they're adding woke and everyone who identifies with that ideology, right? So then it puts in a lot of other marginalized groups, right? Or people wanting to be considered marginalized. Crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And to go back to
leaving out.
1776, though.
Yeah, 1776. Yep.
You stole this land and called it your own.
You stole it and called it your own.
And you fighting so you know that old saying they say when you steal something, you got to fight hard to keep it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is their answer to trying to keep it. And for the record, they're so proud of the country, but yet and still they will never sing that second and third voice to the United States anthem.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they are, why? Is it because they're they claim, everybody's too woke? Well, if you're not so woke, then sing the whole doggone anthem in its entirety. Prove it to me.
They won't do that.
Then call them woke because they won't sing it.
Mm-hmm.
See how they like it.
So just 2 years after the death of the last surviving Constitutional Convention delegate, James Madison, Abraham Lincoln warned that the greatest threat to America would come from without but within. This is evident, whether it be masked by vaccine mandates, school and business closures, efforts to keep Americans from driving gas cars and using gas stoves, efforts to defund the police, indoctrinate school children, alter beloved books, abridge free speech, undermine the colorblind ideal, or deny the biological reality that there are only two sexes. The left's steady stream of insanity appears to be never ending. One moment, y'all.
What page was she on?
Was it 15?
15.
Or did she go back to that piece where she was reading for
Oh,
where
20.
they blame
I'm
black
reading. I was on 20 now.
20?
20.
Oh, okay.
Mhm. That's not true. I'm sorry. I'm on 19.
And they definitely want to go back to like 1776. I mean, but even then, see, that's another one to call them out on. Since you want to harken back to the 1700s, how many of them are riding around in horse and buggies?
Right, Mr. Bond. How much gas mileage does that 4-horse pulley get?
Well, the Amish is still doing it. The Amish and the Mennonites.
Mm-hmm. Well, some of the Mennonites, but I just think it's funny. Like they're saying like this whole like driving gas cars, gas stoves. Yeah, I got news for them. Yeah, like one of y'all's in Texas, right?
I am.
Yeah. So when the power went out, did you? Well, first, do you have a gas stove?
No.
No.
Well,
Okay.
my aunt does, but it didn't bother too much. I guess it was sporadic depending on where you were. And she has a gas heater.
So did she lose like the stove went out too, or
Well, for her, no.
right?
And the power kept going off and on. I have electric everything.
Okay.
Luckily, during that time, I didn't lose any power or anything. But I think by the time, well, actually, I don't even think she was. Matter of fact, she was in Georgia when all this was going on in Texas. So we would have never known. But others that I had family, they lost power. Some of them lost power to gas. Some of them couldn't even go and get gas for their cars because of the outage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that one.
So yeah.
But we lost power a couple of weeks ago, but the stove still worked. So it would have been like, say, if this was winter, worst case is we could have just heated part of the house with the stove.
Yeah. In my situation, I have a fireplace. We would have been burning some wood.
Yeah, well,
But
actually, we have a pellet stove. I'm just too lazy to go get pellets.
I don't know why they want to go back to a time where it was Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett and all that. The people that want those simpler times like that probably wouldn't even know how to chop down a tree.
Yeah, that part is true. Let
Oh,
alone how to light the fireplace.
yeah. But
They burn the house down.
well, here's a little nice little fantasy that they can have while in that era. You want to roll things back to that far, then make it the gold standard again on the money.
Yeah, I would say good luck with that one for them. But
Well, if they're gonna go
I
retro,
know.
go all the way, right?
Yeah, go all the way. Yeah, I'm with you.
But we know doggone well it's gonna be some stuff that they not gonna let go of. How Christian of them though.
Hmm. Or how forward or how backward thinking of them, because like there was a part where they were talking about energy independence, and that would mean getting rid of oil, which we import by the ton. So I guess that's where that horse and buggy would come in.
Well, not just that, they want to drill in national parks. I mean, if we could have energy dependence, well, they would have been drilling in that stuff to this day. But hey, if that a lot of our wars was fought over oil, so I don't even know
Hmm.
what they're talking about.
You would think that they'd be on board with that one. Like, they had a whole section where they were talking about the military needs to be better trained and meaner and all this. So yeah, should have put in there to go get us some more oil.
Hmm. Yeah, and to do away with the electric cars. and all this other stuff. Yeah, do away with one something that's going to make another conglomerate that got money that's trying to back you angry. So I don't see how. I mean, yeah,
Hey,
do away with electric cars. You're going to make the people who have, who have electric companies upset. Do away with oil. You're going to make the automotive people and all people left. Decide to go vegan. You're going to piss off all these people that love beef. What's the point of all this, though? It just seemed like this is nothing more than a 900-page rant.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. And it's like you said, you want to get rid of one thing at the expense of pissing off somebody else, or trample these people's rights so that you can have more rights. So it's a 900-page rant, and it's all hypocrisy. Let alone when you start calling them out on it. Like we said earlier, like the schools teaching racist stuff. What racist stuff are they teaching?
Yeah.
And who's it racist to? Because if you're talking about slavery, it is a part of the American history, isn't it? So now we're just supposed to pretend that never happened. So we as a people, the victims of slavery, or the descendants of those same slaves, are supposed to pretend that it never happened.
Oh no, that was benevolent servitude, according to them. That's what they wanted to make a change in the Durham test book up here in Texas about that.
Yeah, and draw pictures of us holding hands and singing songs of joy while we were doing all this.
And all the while getting whipped.
Or punished any kind of way. Oh yeah, if you ran off, yeah, they didn't do anything. They one less dinner plate. And they'd say how they missed you. No. They find you and beat the daylights out of you and maybe chop a foot off or anything to slow you down the next time you try and run off. And then God forbid we mention something like the Nat Turner incident.
Nope.
But all that's racist. But we'll move past slavery and we'll jump right into, with both feet, the Jim Crow era and the rise of the Klan, and how we had the right to vote but couldn't vote because Klan members were staying outside waiting to shoot you. And if they didn't shoot you, they wanted you to prove that you could read, which they didn't want you to be able to do as a slave anyway.
Right. But according to their revisionist history, it'll be like, oh, the Klan was just there to make sure that everybody got to the fold on time and they were honest and they were from the right thing. We didn't want other people coming from other places that ain't lived there long enough, and yada 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 yada, kumbaya. Yeah, right.
Hold hands and sing kumbaya.
Mm-hmm. And play the banjo, which came from Africa, by the way.
So yeah, all that's the racism part. And then we won't mention like how, in the 40s, how Japanese people were, in internment camps because of Pearl Harbor.
But they got reparations.
Or the Indians with Trail of Tears, among many other, undescribable incidents.
But they got rights, and certain rights that you couldn't even practice in there because of their reservation laws and things like that. Even though they sequestered them, and the Trail of Tears was only because they were sad they had to leave an area that was flooded, according to them. So, yeah.
That, and they just walked cross country because they wanted a pack of cigarettes. But it's all.
That's an excuse for the single mother epidemic in the Black communities, because a lot of people went out for a smoke and never came back. I could do this all day long.
they heard that they could get cigarettes at the reservation, so most of those fathers ran off to get them.
Well, better yet, them cigarettes is in Vegas. We got to get there.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. But we won't tell you the true stuff, like Nixon was locking fathers up left and right, especially Black ones, or that Reagan declared war on drugs and they had laws skewed towards punishing Black people versus white people.
And that those jails are a fine place to put those homeless.
Yeah, they're already homeless, and most state prisons can have a Motel 6 out in front to say we'll leave the light on for you. Come on in.
Oh, and of course, well, we got lots of recreation for you right here in this penitentiary. We got gardening, we got wood shop, we have
Metal
mechanic,
shop.
and don't forget, we also have hospitality. You know, we can cook and clean and all that good stuff, and all of the general watchful eye of our supervisors, prison guards, supervisors, prison guards,
Yep.
supervisors.
And then those of y'all looking for more strenuous activity, we have where you can break rocks, turn big rocks into little rocks, and then glue them back together and start over tomorrow.
Oh, and by the way, if you want to channel some of that patriotic aggression, those who want to do us wrong, we got this Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and all these other little things, and
Yeah,
we
these
can
5
send y'all
branches.
on over there, and you'll be doing something glorious for us. Are they really kidding me right now? They would revise it that much to where the Simple Simons would actually think that that's a good idea.
That
We
was the
don't
part
need
of it.
those rights, no way. I didn't mean to take this bushel of corn, sir. I'm going to just walk myself right into that prison and get onto that program so I can do some hospitality.
Hey, babe, go take the food out the oven. I smell it.
All right.
Miss Mom, we having too much fun with this, ain't we?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, no, I guess. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, my power's out, so my computer died.
Oh, so you had to sit in the car and charge up.
Charge my phone. My phone about to die.
Oh, well, you missed all the fun parts of all this revisionist history that they're trying to put in those pages and tell us that didn't happen.
Oh, right. Right. I'm clear.
That was hilarious, though.
Yeah.
I mean, all of this, and like you said, since Reagan, I'm trying to think who was president before Gerald Ford? No, yeah, no, Ford. Let's see, Nixon, then Ford, then, then Carter, then Reagan, something like that.
Oh, right. Nixon. Right. Well, he mentioned Nixon earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He did. He mentioned Nixon earlier. Okay. So, I need to
Who was
change
later
this.
pardoned by Gerald Ford.
Uh-huh.
But hey, he wasn't trying to go in there and get the plans for what the Democrats was going to do in that hotel. He just went to get him a fruit basket. Yeah, revisualize history.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's up there with what you call it from that doggone movie. The water boy said it's because my mama say they ornery, and not the medulla oblongata, whatever it was for the brain of that alligator. I mean, I could see why some of these presidents passed on this. But it doesn't mean that they didn't take some of this plan and initiate it in the small local governments. Why in the world they was fighting so hard for states' rights? Because in order to get some propaganda to work, you need a test dummy. You started in the smallest places to where you have actual control of the politics there to roll it out. And you don't do it big and bold. You roll it out under the guise of something else.
Yeah, right. And that's what I'm saying. When I looked at, so I asked ChatGPT to explore how these policies have been rolled out already. And to give examples, and I was reading through that earlier. So we see it with the judges, with the appointment of Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Coney Barrett, and who's the other one? Is Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Barrett, and then there was another one. It was 3 Supreme Court judges. And
Gorsuch.
So that's what we see. Gorsuch, right? Neil Gorsuch. And so we see with the repeal of Roe v. Wade, right? It's like, so some of these things have already been underway, and they've done these through
down
other.
certain parts of the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah. There's been some tax reforms too. So they've done this under Trump's presidency. Trump, Reagan, you know, and then who was before it? Bush? The Bushes?
Yeah.
So yeah.
And then for the little citizens that's up here capping hard for Trump, they still can't explain what did they gain from it.
Right. The most they could talk about is whatever business, you know, whatever. Okay, I need to change this because this ain't working. I need to change this to this. Sorry, hold on.
Okay.
Whatever he I'm trying to get all my charging ports together. I got stuff to charge.
They can't
Whatever
say anything.
business benefits they were getting from that.
Well, it didn't get most of them out of their mama's houses.
You said they say what?
It didn't get most of them out of their mama's houses.
It didn't.
They still got to pay child support.
You still gotta.
And they still got to get that money. So they say, I don't want to work for the white man, but yet still you're begging for people's cash apps that they got from the white man to support you.
It's a con on a con on a con. Them figures was doing that since before Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
They still begging, even the sovereign people, the incense and oils, you know.
Yeah, peace and love, Queen. Peace and love.
They trying to sell you something in exchange for your hard-earned working dollars. They are trying to sell you something in exchange for that. Ain't gonna look down on you for working, but need your money still. Need your Cash App still. Your Venmos, your PayPals, whatever it is, they still need it.
Yeah, they sound ridiculous. I'm not working for the white man. But by the way, let me hold 20 for a bit.
Oh, okay. Did you see that guy on TikTok? The homeless man they living in.
Yes, that was ridiculous.
Isn't it?
That was ridiculous.
It told me I don't need to get a job. Why should I get a job?
Talking
He
about
got
y'all just
kicked out the
mad.
storage unit.
Had the woman living in a storage unit. Then they had a tent that even most people who occasionally go out and camp couldn't really get. And a charging thing.
And a
generator.
And a power bank. And a power bank. Yeah.
A power bank. Okay. Had room for the Xbox, her computer, their phones.
Damn shame.
But we're jealous of that girl.
And had portable internet. And then he gonna say we jealous of him. Sir, you washing your balls like on live with a rag, like in front of us.
And all the while keeping that haircut fresh. No smudges on them shoes. No dirty patches on the pants.
Right. And you see him out there cooking with all the flies. I'm trying to.
And they wasn't eating no junk food. They was cooking rather good out there in that camp.
Did she go back to him?
She went back to the family. Well, according to him, she chose AC. Air conditioning. She left him for air conditioning, y'all.
Wow.
Listen.
I'll leave your butt for air conditioning too. Actually, I would have left you when you suggested we live in a storage unit. And about all the jobs he had, and 90% of them fired him. I'm like, oh God. My God. That was, homeboy was too, I can't with him. That was too much.
Yeah, way too much.
That's up there with the turtle guy. You're not qualified, dude. You just not qualified. You're just not qualified. And all the while, this is the example of what we Black women need to have as leadership.
Oh, Jesus. They're going to lead us to homelessness. You see it, right? You see,
Like,
you
fool, I
see
ain't finna wade in the water
the
with
poor
you.
young women following Nature Boy's ass into the woods and into life in prison. Oh,
I'm not
man.
fit to wade in the water with you in no jungle.
Ah,
Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Give me. And you think Trump is gonna give you that God-given right for us to live like that, baby? No.
No,
No,
ain't no way.
no, man.
He got mad. She chose the AC. She pregnant, sir. Pregnant. This man was hitting a live button while she was sleeping on the couch in the storage unit.
And the fact that they were staying with her family, but I don't like rules. Nobody can't tell me what to do. I guess not.
Listen,
Sir. I guess not. You
I
you
guess
making
not.
that point
Right.
clear.
Oh well. Mm-hmm.
That whole thing was crazy. But this is what these single women, God bless them, is supposed to be looking to.
Yeah,
Oh, and don't
sadly.
be smarter. Don't be smarter than them either.
Leading the household, talking about voting for Trump. Mm,
Out of a tent.
mm,
Out of a tent.
Even then, to tell him, well, if you vote for Trump, you do know he's probably going to take that tent from you. But don't worry, he's got a nice room for you.
Man, listen. Okay.
I mean, they talk about taxes. Why don't they make a "you wasted my time" tax? Why don't they just just put that out there? I want to legislate. I'm gonna
We
talk
should
to
be
my
able to
local
write
person.
that off.
Wasting my time tax.
We should be able to write that off. It should be a write-off. Uh-huh.
We need a dust detector. We need to be safe out here in these streets. We need a dust detector. Every time you spot what? Busty! Busty!
You ain't right. You ain't right.
But I'm not wrong.
You ain't wrong. Justin. I need to make that a soundbite. The dusty meter going on, child. That shit's all the way over there.
Yeah, make that famous like the Hawk Tour girl from down there in Dallas. You can get me going, Dusty.
Oh my God.
Make the t-shirts, the cups, all of it.
All of it.
But with all the funs and giggles, but this what they putting out here, just think about people who only deals on the literal of things, you know. They take this stuff literal. And just imagine the poor sap coming out there speaking all of this to us common folks that look, we're going to be looking at them like they grown two heads.
Yeah, or ask him, are you serious? What is this nonsense?
What? Oh, yeah. I was like, what?
Oh, and don't say it to us women. You're just a woman. You're not supposed to understand and know how. Why the hell are you telling me this? I'm not supposed to understand it, sir. Clearly, that means you're not speaking for me. What you gonna do? Speak it to the wildebeest and say, well, sir, I do believe your wife is a little bit too educated, too critically thinking, and I don't think she's serving you well by not cooking and cleaning enough for you. My left foot.
God forbid she knows how to read.
Oh, she knows how to spell her own name. But yeah, well.
That's what they teach them at them racist northern schools.
Of course. We're not supposed to be in the schools with you. We're supposed to be in the schools cleaning it up and picking up after you. Mm-hmm. And all with a deaf ear. We're not supposed to learn nothing they talking about. We're not supposed, I mean, just like they're talking about Think about all the stuff they told back in slavery times while these people were serving them. How else were they going to find out anything? And disregarded you as, oh, no, that's Miss Nellie. She's no mind. Don't pay her no mind. You can say what you want her. She don't understand what's going on. They understood more than what you thought.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, we are being punished for that. And the idea to free us didn't even come from us. It came from them just to mess up y'all money supply. We got free. They had to put stuff in later on because the initial thing was Lincoln said if he could keep the Union together without ending slavery, he would. Those are his quotes. They are written down.
Listen, they got a 400-year head start. What are they talking about? We were put out after slavery with nothing. Barefoot. How when it takes money for things to go round? They had a 450-year head start. What are they talking about?
I mean, they freed our ancestors and told them, let go and let God. They did.
And then only to sell it back to us with sharecropping. And then robbed us then. Wouldn't pay us then. Only to say, okay, well, some of y'all can stay. You can stay because we still need workers. And then when they got to weighing the cotton, if it wasn't fair to Midland, they wouldn't accept it.
Not to mention they was running a tab on everything else you needed to do that job.
Everything else you did, I mean, they was deducted from that. So
why you think they made these women
from getting clothes once a year, shoes once a year, shirts only one pair, and a pair of trousers or one dress for 365 days? Every single day?
And you were lucky enough if you could get one of your children to go to basic school before snatching them out to go back.
And the kids ain't that dope. They run around naked. So what are you talking about?
They act like they were running around in
starting from
t-shirts
nothing
and nappies.
With no property.
Basically, you don't need much education to cook, clean, and work and chop around trees, huh?
No.
You're supposed to do these things by voice, by sight.
Yes. Happily, too.
Oh, yeah. They really got it going there.
Yes.
And to think, our punishment is this document because we dared wanted to be treated equally.
We dared to be free, right?
Well, that and then the leftist Democrats that want everybody to be equal. Heaven forbid.
Yes, they do, don't they? They really do. That's why these white folks in the opinion, oh, y'all niggas is running amok.
How we run them up there, boss? You done took the boots that we supposed to pull ourselves up by.
Well, that's because you got these crazy gay white kids running with y'all.
They were Medea before we were Medea.
Did you see that transgender man that attacked that woman? Wow, he verbally attacked this black woman. I guess she brushed into him when they were walking. Was it a brush into? And he snatched his wig off, y'all.
No way.
Yes, he did.
No, ma'am.
Preached in the reaction to it. He snatched his wig off. He surely did. He snatched his wig off on this woman, y'all.
I gotta find that. That's too funny to ignore.
White boy snatched his wig off and was, come on. A black woman's like, I'm your ally. La la la. She said, but okay, you following me? I'm fixing to call the cops. All right, y'all, hold on. I need to
That's insane.
I'm mute for a second.
Okay, that is insane. And speaking of wigs, didn't our founding fathers have those on too? And they had shoes to make them appear a little bit taller, like they wore the original wigs. They wore the original Yaki #5 and Chelsea boots back in those days. What are you having a problem with it now in 2024? In those frilly collars with the lace at the top of the neck and on the sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to now talk about taking the rights away from those people today? Really now?
Well, I mean, we've already established that, you've got a selective history. So,
I mean, and they were wearing all these baubles while denying the rights of others and killing off not killing off, deleting off the ones that were here. And then told them they were indecent. But yet they needed those indecent people to show them how to survive in this wilderness for themselves. And of course, they couldn't make them the workforce because they knew the land. That's why we were here. But never mind that. It ain't like they volunteered to jump over here and to be subjugated to all this. But hey, in a little bubble world, according to that document, that'll right all the wrongs. Question is, who they trying to use as the standard bearer is one that can't be controlled. What happens then? Well, who you use as a useful tool when you take what they're trying to do is take Trump as this useful tool and he turns into Skynet, and then what happens?
Nothing good. Which is another reason he, should be voted out or put down because he's not in. So.
But hey, everything they disqualify us from having decent jobs and things, they're actually running as a candidate for the president of the United States, and that's sad.
Mm-hmm. See, it's funny because I just saw the FBI is announcing new info on the Trump shooting, which is funny because 2 days ago they questioned if he was even hit by a bullet.
But if you notice how they had a House committee hearing on that same incident, how fast that got traction, when it's a lot of other things that's been going on that should have been coming across their committee that's going on right now that don't get mentioned.
Oh yeah, but it's like we already established. I mean, as the Republicans, they want to sit around and well, besides the obvious, they were worshiping him. It was, oh, how dare, and then it was all Democrats' fault. Yeah, that whole hearing, and then I see, like, what was her name, Cheadle? I would not have resigned. I wouldn't have. If anything, I would have called them out to say this isn't. Those aren't Secret Service agents. There's no way. Nobody under my charge is going to let this dude do what he did on that stage. His ass should have been snatched up and thrown in a car and driven off. But y'all let him stick his head up. And then for the cast that want to say it was a CIA conspiracy, the poke holes in that, let me get this straight. The CIA, who probably has hidden funds in other countries, that could have paid somebody to shoot this dude, went cheap and found a 20-year-old dude that conveniently sucked at shooting at his high school rifle team, that he's supposed to take headshots at Trump. And we took the time and effort to get him through 2 perimeters to get up on that roof. And this is what we got for our little bit of money? No. If they wanted to put him down, he'd have been down. If that's the theory you want to run with.
And why do the pansies that they make in this thing, if they was trying to do that, always look, well, anyway.
Yes, stupid, incompetent. That's what I said. Like, they already had the narrative. Like, he wasn't good enough to be on his high school rifle team. Now, how convenient is that? I get it as the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, and a rifle team probably is a real thing there. But he wasn't good enough. But then he was also a Republican.
Or according to them, he wasn't a true one.
Yeah, because he donated like $20 to some Democratic thing. Yeah, Democratic cause or whatever. But dude, I mean, look, outside of the extremes on both ends, you can find an opposing party view in anybody. Yeah, like a Democrat that's for, owning guns, which is clearly a Republican point of view. There's a, they love their guns as if they're the only ones. But here they are, or somebody or a Republican that's okay with abortion. You can find somebody that has opposing views on something. Yeah, it's good. So you can find that. So just because this dude, it wasn't like he had a Bill Clinton poster in his room or something, or Trump with a red slash across his head. This was just some cat that you paint the narrative that he was just an incompetent lone wolf.
They usually are when it comes to those people.
Yep.
And they're so slow at finding out information about it, but let it be someone from the other side. They'll have everything he did since birth and the people around him that they did since birth. And they will fast track that quick to the news faster than you can blink your eye.
Yep. Let alone, trying to remember which one it was. Was it 4chan or 8chan?
My homeboy working here named Hey y'all, I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
But I think it was 8chan that was directly linked to 4 different mass shooters. And these dudes were on there saying stuff like, yeah, I'm going to go shoot up a church. Yeah, because I know the Pittsburgh synagogue dude was one of them. I remember that. The kid that shot up the school in Florida was one. But they were on there like making comments like, I'm going to go shoot up this school. And people were like, yeah, right, go ahead and do it. Instead of reporting them. And then once it came out, and then it, well, I knew he was crazy, but you didn't say anything before this.
Yeah, that's up there with someone putting out a little story about what happened to the First Dallas Baptist Church downtown there in Dallas. I used to work, my building was located not too far from them when it burned down. They were throwing out wild conspiracies about them because the pastor supported Trump. Yeah, because we got a mass thing of these church, and particularly Baptist churches getting burned down. And they're throwing wild, theories on that too. But the one with First Dallas was something else. So you got these folks, these Trump supporters out here thinking that some Democrat did it.
And that's the first thing they'll say.
The church is over 100 and something years old, and it's brought down because of someone's political analog. Really?
That's the first thing they'll say.
I don't know what
and
to say
then
about that.
and then it's, well, make up your mind. First they're do nothing, and now they're doing something. Which story do you want to stick with? But meanwhile, you had Trump supporters, like just with the election. Look how many people, stepped down from their positions because of death threats.
And you would have thought that he would have ran with the vice president he had in the beginning. Even he got threatened.
Yep. But even then, like he got threatened January 6th. Yeah. And the only good thing was he did what was right. He did the right thing. Yeah. It was like this cat had, yeah, right. But he had 2 months running around saying, now he had actually laid the foundation like back in May of that year. The only way I'll lose is if it's rigged. Right. So you already laid that foundation. Then your son is laying bricks on that foundation with his video showing that mail-in ballots were getting burned. But then it was a call to that one is, wait a minute, how are you burning? How are ballots getting burned in July? They're not real. Those are test ballots. So how are you saying it? But they ran with it. Oh, I saw it. And then magically, like thousands of them are popping up in rivers. So y'all had lies on top of lies. And then just like oh man, what's the name of that? Oh, was it 2,000 Mules?
Mm-hmm.
That got exposed for all the lies in it. Yeah, and the camera and the magical editing and all this. And it was to say all this was because, and when I go after them, I call them all tinfoil hatfuls. Yeah. All you cats wearing
Yeah, when
these
they were talking
tinfoil
about the
hats that
ballot
believe
thing.
everything.
Yeah. Yeah. If that's the case, the aluminum foil business was pretty busy along with Kinko copies on that day.
Yep. Well, the aluminum foil business has been booming for like the last 6 or 7 years because these dudes, they have to make their hats bigger and thicker every day.
Well, I don't know why, because they show this cheapening down on the material. I can't even get it to keep food in properly nowadays. So I don't know. Maybe
that's probably why
have
they're
the
making
secret
it bigger and
recipe.
thicker. Like, oh, remember when Reynolds wrap used to be Reynolds wrap? Now I have to get 2 or 3 rolls of this to make a hat for my head. But yeah, they'll believe in when, like I said, I'll go make fun of them and tell them something like, yeah, you're 5 for 5 on the checklist, so you're a cult member.
Mm. Somebody used to say, tell them tinfoil has to go out there with their tinfoil hat in a lightning storm. See if that'll help them smarten up.
But they
I'm like,
just,
but daddy, won't that? Mm-mm. Like he said, if they're going to be Southern Five Fools, tell them go ahead. Yeah.
Or tell them they need to get in line for the Darwin Awards. All of them
But they don't
qualify
believe in
for the
that.
Darwin Awards. Yeah, you're right. They don't.
I doubt that very seriously. They
Evolution
don't
doesn't
believe in
happen
that.
with them.
Now, according to them, they woke up
just
and they were here.
Or just do a couple of things that people that won the Darwin Award, like the dude that pulled the trigger and the gun didn't fire, so he looked down the barrel and pulled the trigger again. Something like that. But they are, and then like I said, you see how they act. Yeah. Now, heaven forbid, you do anything close to what they did, let alone their Lord and Savior. Because I mean, like I said, why is this dude taking headshots when he should have aimed center mass, and them 5 rounds that he sprayed all over the place should have been on that stage.
And one person did end up getting killed.
Sadly, because the dude was a bad shot.
That's sad.
Or like I said, I call it fake anyway.
Yeah, and then you see what those folks was doing after he got shot. Everybody wanted to act like that this guy was Michael Jackson, and they were just bandaging their ears and stuff. Like Michael had his fingers bandaged, and everybody started doing that as a style. But at least Michael gave something back to the world.
It was in support for him, and even then, you notice, like, was it 2 weeks later, and his ear like never happened. Nothing's wrong with his ear, no scar, no nothing. And then he even posted, "Oh, the doctors were amazed at how my ear's growing back, like they've never seen that before." So now you're some kind of superhuman.
Growing back. Oh God, you a black dude growing back?
Growing back.
I mean, if that's the case, then you need to give the secret recipe so I can get some of this fat back off of me to decrease back without surgery. You got that type of CGI. I mean, give it to the people. I don't believe that.
No,
I don't know.
But like Bob said, like he didn't post any pictures. They can't. The doctors couldn't say anything about his ear. It was all secret. The only reason it was secret is because it was fake. Yeah, because I mean, when that happened, I couldn't run.
I just can't. I would never buy that. They let somebody that was Gomer Pyle looking get that far in like that, and you trying to walk by minding your business and couldn't even get far on something like that. I don't understand that one. But like they was trying to say, they're just hoping. I see why some of these presidents didn't touch that before now. And the fact that they're making a big oration about it is more and more people. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with this projection that I heard that they were going to, by 2040, be in a minority because it'll be too many non-whites in the country.
Look, if you really want to scare them, ask them with abortion being illegal, you really think it's going to take that long?
It's not going to get your women to mass produce. But those you deemed irrelevant and the unwashed, that's all they got that's still free, unless you're going to start taxing that. Then you're turning into the thing you say you're fighting against.
That's what I said
before. What you gonna do? Put these people on a timer?
You must get sterilized.
You gonna put a schedule or something? Yeah. Just think about what they did to the women back then.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, to really shake them up, ask them, do you really think it'll take 16 years before you're, the lesser half of the population? And then let's not forget, a handful of y'all's women breeding with brothers too. And if it's not brothers, it's Mexicans. So your women have already embraced acceptance. Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
I don't know why this phone is doing that, but anyway. They're basically turning into the things that they claim that they're fighting for.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I like with this, and like I said, I mean, I hope she wins. I hope she doesn't make the same mistakes that Hillary made. Yeah, don't trust the polls. Keep campaigning, and then even better, since you already had Secret Service, go to places these other people won't go.
Exactly.
Yeah, now I'm not saying go to some Klan rally in the middle of nowhere, Alabama. Just get outside some of these bigger cities in the suburbs and tell them to meet you halfway.
Yeah, take it to the people. Take it to the people whose votes they're trying to actively suppress.
That too. But
explain it to them. I'm just.
Well, it's like she said in the speech. She said, "Oh man, was it Sunday or Monday? That everything she's doing is like forward looking, and everything he's doing is looking back."
That's right. That's what she said. But I just find it amusing. Those who had no back or no forth thinking they're going to benefit. And they keep talking about her record of what she did as DA. And even going as low to say that she got her job by quote unquote sleeping at the top, which is insinuous and just plain nasty at its best.
Yeah, but see, even
and
then,
to hear
for
that out of the mouth of women.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
But it's to say that everything that they claim that she did, Trump did. Yeah, I mean, he didn't sleep his way to the top because, for argument's sake, he already had money, so he was at the top. But yeah, you've been divorced 3 times. Yeah, you have a handful of children by other women. We know the documented cases of you sleeping around while you were married, and it's to say the dude. I mean, this dude wouldn't have even been fit for dog catcher like 50 or 60 years ago. Reagan's the first president that was actually divorced. And that was 40 years ago. Worst kept secret was that, Kennedy for sure, and God knows who else, before him. But since then, Clinton, they all had affairs. So all
It's
of a
just they
sudden now,
choose to only make their opponent, the only ones in public was the Democrats.
right. But it's to say it's back to that same like double standard. Oh, it's okay when it's this guy. Just like they're saying like with Harris. Like, what is her qualifications? Well, what are his? What were his before he became president? And now his qualification is being president. That's what you're gonna. Okay, so let's what were the policies that he put in place as president? What is his signature decision as president? How he fumbled the COVID situation. Because what else are you gonna say? Because for a business dude, he made some of the dumbest business decisions and sold them to the American public. And these people acted like it was the greatest thing since the wheel. I know how to fix the China situation. I'm just going to slap a tariff on everything. And people won't import it. Dude, this is business 101. If my everything I'm doing increases, I'm going to pass my increase to my customers. So what used to be $1 is now going to be $1.25. So now it's
basically
like,
the only thing they did was increase trickle down inflation.
right.
Papa, my mom, it doesn't be on Sunday.
Or the same thing, like I said, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was saying that I got an argument with a dude from Florida blaming Biden for gas prices. And I asked him.
I heard that.
So it was the same thing. See you later, buddy. Good job. Okay. All right.
Love you, Papa.
See you later, buddy. But yeah, I mean, so if Biden would have said, "Hey, look, I'm capping gas prices at this," they'd have lost their minds. But then
Of course they would.
But now, Trump is going to say, "Oh, well, gas prices going lower." So now you want to tell me that you're in bed with the gas companies, knowing that if you do take office, they're going to lower gas prices to make you look better.
The thing is, they didn't lower him even then when he was in office.
Oh no! Look, you know what's funny? When I made the argument when they were like, "Well, gas was like $2 a gallon under Trump," it was, you know when? 2020. When why? Because nobody was driving. If everybody was at home because of lockdown, I remember because I was still working. There were days where I pulled, I'm watching the gas prices dropping, thinking, I'll buy gas tomorrow because it'll probably be cheap. There's me and like 7 other cars on the road any given morning.
Yeah, I had to work during the lockdown too. So yeah.
So unless you're telling me we need to institute some more lockdowns around here for some prices to drop, they're not dropping.
Well, I figured when the government shut down, none of the prices shut down with them either.
Love you. See you later, okay?
And then the funny thing is, the only other time I remember like prices being out of control was under Bush, when OPEC said, "Open, we're going to shut down for oil production until oil hits $100 a barrel on the stock market."
Okay, I'm going upstairs.
And that's exactly what they did. And if I'm correct, all those other lying things that they told us that they went to Afghanistan and Iraq for was basically because of that.
He said, Mama, go upstairs.
Oil.
Because I was in the doorway too.
Yep.
He said, go get on the computer or something.
But yep. And it was funny because they said all that. And then it was funny that when Obama said, I'm going to look into why gas prices are so high, why they're posting record profits. And when I find out the reason, I'm going to kick somebody's ass.
Oh yeah, no, they didn't want that. They didn't want him to do it. They didn't want that preferred.
And then
they didn't want him to do it.
And then magically, gas prices started falling. So was it saying, "Oh, y'all didn't want that part, huh?" But y'all were, yeah. As a people, I mean, look, I mean, I admit we had a truck and a car at the time. I wasn't driving the truck because it cost too much to put gas in it. Gas was like $5 a gallon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I had to take my little smaller car on the lockdown. I was able to fill up that in my big baby, my Expedition, during that time. Because at the time, Beast couldn't work because a lot of his job was going to other places to put in their networks and stuff. So he couldn't work. But unfortunately for me, I had to still go to work, though that job I really didn't consider was a necessary emergency type of thing because all we were doing was handling other people's paperwork and stuff, mind you. But I still had to go to work, mask and all, getting my head scanned for temperature changes and all.
Yep.
All this stuff. Gas was pretty cheap then. The only reason why it was cheap is because they couldn't make no money off of people going.
Yep. And they needed whatever money they could get. And then it's to make the same argument. Well,
were mad about the things they couldn't do it. Yeah. But the MAGA people was acting a big fit during the shutdown.
Oh, yeah.
Because it stopped them from doing what they do.
Yeah, I got in arguments daily. Like, hey, is there a law saying I have to wear a mask? No. So do I have to wear a mask? Yes. But there's no law, right? No. But it's business policy that if you want to be seen, you have to wear a mask. Yeah, most of the time, okay, fair enough. Or to ask them, is there a law saying you can't do 70 in a school zone? So can you? Do you? All right. No law saying you have to wear shoes either, but you do, right? Yeah. Like, man, I mean, why do I have to make this argument every day? Just put the mask on. Better yet, put on a muzzle so you'll be quiet too.
If only that would have worked.
Yeah, if only. And it was usually them. And it was okay. Well, guess what? He's not going to see you unless you're wearing a mask. So that's all I can tell you. Yeah. You want to see him, or if you want to talk to him on the phone, feel free, because you don't have to wear a mask. But I can tell you right now, he's not walking in there if you're not wearing a mask. First thing he's going to ask me. And if he opens the door and you don't have one on, he's going to move
on. That one incident with that handling of epidemic showed these people what it would look like if somebody was telling them to do things daily that they didn't want to do, that they had no control over who's telling them to do what. And yet you want to sit here and write documents and fantasy fiction on taking other people's rights away to put them in that position without a mask.
Or it's or it's all about the mask. Like you said, like, how dare you tell me what I had to do? It's okay. Look, I mean, common sense, there's stuff you can and cannot do.
Didn't they have somebody die? Remember they had something at the Rose Garden at the White House? And all the Republicans were there supporting him without wearing masks, and like 2 people died. But one of them, everybody knew.
The 999 guy did. He died, Vaughn.
Who?
That black guy.
Yeah.
You know the black guy that did the 999 plan?
999.
I can't think of his name.
But I know one of them died. I know it was a black guy. You right. I don't know what he I thought, was he Congress or something? I think so, or something. He was somebody.
No,
People knew.
he was a private business owner. At one point in time, he was running for the Republican Party when they was running all those candidates for president. I forget
Oh,
the 999 guy. I can't
yeah.
think of his name.
Herman Cain.
Herman Cain, yes. And
Oh,
Trump
okay.
didn't even send that bird no flowers.
Remember when them stunk for Trump women, one of them died, and he went to the thing. He went to her
Yeah,
Diamond and
funeral.
Silk.
Yeah,
yeah, yep,
and
yeah. I
spoke
remember that
all
one.
about himself and how the election was stolen and shit.
Wow.
They
Oh,
say he
wow.
got up there. They say he got up there to say a few words, and he never mentioned her. He only talked about himself and the
Hmm.
stolen election for 45 minutes. They said instead of him going up there just to say a few words, he was up there for 45 plus minutes. I think he was up an hour and something, and and all he spoke about was himself.
Which one was the one that passed? The one that spoke the most, or the one that always went, yes, right? Which one was them? Which
Uh,
one was the one that passed? The one that spoke a lot, or the one that co-signed every time that person
Big
spoke?
Diamond is the one. I'm not sure which one died, but they both talked too much, but much. Yeah, that was the one going. I don't know which one of them died though, but because I ain't give a shit about them. They were fools to me. But
Or
I know
still
one
are.
thing. She must. I don't hear from her no more. So maybe the one who really was doing the talking is the one who died.
Oh, she popped up. Well,
Oh,
no,
she
one of them
did.
did. I'm sorry. She was the plant when he went to the where'd he go? The chicken place.
Oh, that was her. No, that
That was
wasn't.
one of them. Yeah.
No, that woman. Oh, that woman who showed up. That was a younger woman. That's not Diamond or Silk. There was some big women, older women. That plant who showed up at the restaurants and shit. That was a younger woman.
Wait a minute. It was a chicken place?
Yeah, like he would show up, and to go get some food or something, and
I,
try to. And
I,
there was a black woman who was hugging on him and shit, talking about she supports Trump so it could look like black people support. And it made it look like it was just a regular person, but she was a plant.
yeah.
She was one of his people, but that's not one of them. No, Silk and Diamond were like in their 40s, if not older.
Black
That,
woman in the chicken restaurant saying she support Trump. Boy, do they don't see the do, did oh my God.
they
Did
were
they
trying.
not just oh boy.
They were trying to trick, black people into thinking. But black people not that political anyway, like that. So, but he showed up, and then everybody was like, "Oh, Trump." Well, anyway, that woman was, and the rest of the people was looking at her and looking, and they caught pictures of it, and they were like, "I support you. I'm a Trump fan," and then they come to find out she had did that several places for him. She was a
Yeah.
plant. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A, and then they did it somewhere in New York too. And then come to find out, yeah, she
She
worked.
was a plant.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm
Look
just
what
stuck
they
on the
did to
fact that
black men in Georgia. That black man is damn near losing his business because nobody black want to go deal with him no more.
Yeah, but see, I'm calling bullshit on him too.
Yeah, I do too. Cause there's no way he cashed that check. I know they gave him that check. He just had no idea, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, he want to act like he didn't know who was coming there. Come on
Right.
now. Come on. Yeah, you knew who was coming. They showed the contract.
They did?
wow.
Yeah, they showed the contract. So instead of saying Donald Trump, it
Mm-hmm.
said DJT 24, right? But
Mm-hmm.
it did say Donald Trump on the contract. Just that was his quote unquote business name or
Mm-hmm.
whatever it was for the contributions and whatnot. But it was Donald J. Trump for 24.
Yeah, because I see they put little signs when he was crying and shit, talking about I didn't know. And then the news media put the sign where they had put around his store
Yeah, they put Trump
saying
signs
blacks for
all
Trump.
over. Yep.
His ass
So
gonna
now
act
you're
like
gonna
he
act like they just put this up before they started the cameras.
ain't know. He was talking about I didn't know, and man, and then he started talking about nobody come to my shop no more. I used to be busy. Yeah, black people not fucking with Trump like
Right.
that. He begging
They
the
don't
black
get enough of
to
that.
support him again.
They gonna get enough of that bojangling.
Mm-hmm. Talking
Just
about
well, I can't remember the other dude's name. It was Jesse something from Texas. But these two claiming to be his vice president. And it was like, the only two people that don't know that he's not going to pick y'all is y'all two.
well, Carson was at that in Georgia in that barbershop too.
Was he?
So, yeah,
I
Carson
know.
was
I'm
sitting
pretty
there.
sure he was there, probably carrying his suitcase for the debate.
He looked like he was uncomfortable, but he was there. I think Trump got something on some people.
All of them.
Yeah. Well, I think
All
some
of
people
them.
he ain't got nothing on them when they first come in, but then he probably make them prove themselves, and then he have something on. But man, Carson looked like he
But
didn't want to be there because when he called in and started talking to the men, and he even mentioned, "Yeah, I'm a criminal like you." He almost kind of said, "Yeah." He mentioned that he indicted. he liked to admit that he indicted when he around the black people, the black men. But when he not around the black people, he don't like to. He was keeping that shit secret. Remember when he was saying that they lied that they dropped the case. Remember the whole case? He kept telling people, yeah, the judge said that the case is dropped, even though every day he had to go to court.
oh yeah, he
Remember, so
said,
he's
the fix is in. Yeah, so it's a sham court case, but I don't have to. Yes, you do.
no. At first, he was
He
saying
only
that
said that to them
it
because
was
they don't
dropped.
watch news.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they only watch their news, so he was telling people that he was just there, but yeah, the case was dropped. The case dropped, and until he was trying to tell his people that yeah, the case dropped. Remember, like they did for his daughter. What the hell? Oh, okay. Ivanka got away with shit, but the rest of them got caught up. Okay. Ivanka was smart enough to know she got family, and she backed away from their ass ASAP, away from the business, part and the line.
And then let alone
Well,
that whole situation. And what's his name? Jared Kushner getting $2 billion.
Yeah, I
But
think they're gonna.
but you
I
want to
think it's
talk
gonna
about
come. That I think they're gonna. All that shit gonna. They're gonna end up bringing it, but they're waiting to see how this election goes. Cause why did they're not supposed to get no money personally like that? So they still got time, especially if they still committing crimes. That's how he ended up getting. He was still lying about some things in New York.
the thing is that he actually thought that he had immunity as a former vice president.
Huh?
It's
He was.
crazy.
He was never a vice president.
nah, she meant president.
As
Oh,
president, yeah.
Yeah.
well, even
And they
if they,
tried to pass that law.
but even if they passed that law, that don't count because he wasn't president when he committed the crime he did in New York. They see that's why he wanted to
Nope.
become president because he knew that shit was catching up with him. So they went to put them charges on him before he became president, but he was running, so they had to put it on hold. And then they said, no, we're gonna get him. She said she was gonna get him before he became president. Because what he did was before he became president. And then he was scared to lose because he knew that they was gonna come after him, like they said they would.
Well, the time for them to do that should have been right after Biden was sworn in. It shouldn't have never gotten to this point.
They did do it after Biden. was sworn in. They did everything but when Biden was sworn in. It takes time for them to get all the evidence. The court don't happen as soon as they get the crimes. And then his lawyers kept pushing and pushing. So they had to go through the legal process the way his lawyer was doing it. But they did go after him as soon as he wasn't president anymore. That was, it's only been 3 years since he wasn't president no more. Whitcomb only been in office going on 4 years. So yeah, he put his lawyers kept stalling and stalling. Just like the Whitcomb case, right? The Georgia case, that's not over. They ain't even begun it. They went after him as soon as he got out of office too.
That's crazy what happened with them people there in Atlanta.
Yeah, you talking about that barbershop dude?
In Atlanta, no, I think she's talking about the
polling women.
Election, yeah. Oh yeah. Whitcomb won them women won that money, but they may never see it. But they just found he was trying to file bankruptcy, and they see how long it take. It take a long time to get him in court, and then even if you get him in court, it take a long time for you to get your money. Trump
talking about with Giuliani.
Trump, yeah, Giuliani.
They ruled against him. They threw his bankruptcy out, so he
Yeah.
gotta find that money to pay them. Yep.
He got the money. He been trying to hide money, so that he got to get, because he was trying to hide that money. He was trying to file bankruptcy, yeah, and they just ruled on it. See, so that's how they keep pushing it back. So then when we forget that that's happened, we thinking that they were just sitting on their hands. No, but that woman, they went after him right away. And
well, you see what happened to Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, they got him good.
But then he was hiding money too, and kept hiding and hiding and hiding. It took years to get him even in a courtroom. They just got him in the courtroom, what, 3 years ago? And that shit happened many years ago. So
yeah, but his problem was that, look, it's one thing that like if I said like, oh, well, if I went public and said, oh, well, the Trump thing was fake, yeah, you keep saying that somebody's coming after you, and that was his problem. But with him saying that it was paid actors and all this other shit, and it was this giant hoax to ban guns, dude, shut up.
Even I've listened to black people say that stupid shit. I'm like, are y'all serious? Like, first of all, that's not even the first mass shooting. That was like the third one that year. But because they was children, he used that one to say, oh, because it tug on people's heartstrings when we find out that they're children.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, but like, remember I was telling you this morning, I think that was this morning, when I was looking at mass shootings in America. These things was happening all the way in the 40s, 50s, 60s. Mass shootings.
Oh yeah, they've been around. Just the problem is now that you have like no less than 20 media outlets, right? And it becomes like leading stories and frontline, first news first and all that, right? And then all you're doing is fanning the flames for the next one because they see all the attention that the last one got. So now they want
but that couple who went to Congress and when it spoke to them, they stopped them from doing that. After that, that's the family where his son got shot at the Batman premiere. His son got killed. So they've been going around and going to Congress asking media to be responsible reporters.
Right. And the problem is they shouldn't have had to do that. Yeah, it's one thing to say like, hey, to use that one. Like 20 people killed at a movie in Aurora, Colorado. And this lone gunman, this piece of shit, just something, because once you start all this, and then when the neighbors come along, well, we knew he was crazy because he'd be out in the backyard with his grandmother's panties on his head. Well, where were you?
And that's in every single one of those, just like what happened up here in Allen, Texas, and as they say, Uvalde, Texas, but to us down here it's Uvalde. You know, because that is a Spanish thing.
Mm-hmm.
What happened with the kids there? Everybody always say after the fact, well, I knew he was crazy. Y'all know crazy, but you still let crazy exist out there in the free world.
Yep.
But you ain't got no choice. There ain't nothing you can do. Because the government doing what these people want to do, they ended those homes and things for people who had issues. They ended those projects a long time ago in the goddamn 2000.
Oh hell no! It was way before then.
In the 2000s, that's when they did you right before that, but in the 2000s, they had some that was still open. They had a major one right here in Philadelphia. I heard about, and they just one day just told everybody, "Come pick up your people."
Yeah, I think they closed the one down that we had in Terrell. Because anybody that say, well, they was that type of crazy, they were gonna send you to Terrell. That's what they sent you to, and I don't think that was in operation anymore either.
Yeah, they shut them all down. Like they're not funded. They
Yeah,
stopped
they
funding
shut all
them.
the state-funded Lulu lands down,
They just did that
and
shit
then
on purpose.
private industry came in.
Yeah, now so when private come in, people can't afford that. Like I be wondering, like when me and hubby get older, because I'm wondering, like I remember my friend when his wife mother got Alzheimer's, like there was no benefit, nothing out there. Like suppose, you know, they needed somebody to be there. Like who's there? If you don't have family to take care of you, how do you pay to be in a home? Them retirement homes, those things are expensive.
And they came with their own host of troubles too.
Hell
Yep.
yeah, because look, when
Especially when
something
they were for
happens,
profit.
yeah, when something happens, people die at them. Look what happened with COVID. So many of them people died.
Mm-hmm.
When the hurricane happened in New Orleans, them people left them old people in there. Lots of people died. They had no.
Didn't y'all have some people that were still in jail that had passed away there too?
Yep, there was people drowned in jail. And then, but you know what the people really complain about? The ones who they let out the jail, got them on buses, and then couldn't keep up with them because I mean it was a disaster. It was hard to keep up with people. People complain about that more than the ones who just died. It's almost like, and in Louisiana, you could end up in jail for anything, jaywalking, and your ass could be in there for a long time. That's how, and especially in New Orleans, that's how corrupt it was. During Katrina, police was out there just killing people indiscriminately.
Yeah.
They just not catching some of the people because they got first of all, police protect each other. Then the news media and all them protect them too because they scared of them because they ain't nothing but a gang.
Mm. Yeah, because I heard when I went to go visit my daughter's people in Baton Rouge, her daddy was pretty much saying, "You just don't be looking at them strange like that." And I found myself at what is it, close to 25, 23, 24, getting the talk, not just from my mama, but from him, especially for that area down there.
Yeah.
Because they were very hard on people that came from out of state.
Yeah, because they figured you don't know the rules. If you don't know how to be, a good nigga, then they gonna teach you. When if they find out you're from out of state, yeah, they want to make sure you know.
I even had to he even had to give me a crash course and talk a little bit Cajun so they leave us alone. That was sad.
Yeah, that's sad. It's still like that, and especially in Baton Rouge and many other, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of scared
Mississippi,
about that.
that's probably
It's
the
right
only
off the
state I'm
river.
really scared of. Me is Mississippi, because I done lived in Missouri and they racist as hell too. Mississippi is a whole nother level. It's almost like Louisiana. They have these back roads and shit. A person could come up missing easily and be
There's
in
certain
some.
parts of Texas I won't drive through.
Yeah.
What's that one, baby? Was it Jarvis? What was it? The one with the Jasper, Texas. If you gotta go a route that has you taken through there, make sure you have all your gas and mind your speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
My husband refused to take a job out there. Tomorrow, we got a job for you out there. Heck, no, pass it on to someone else. Well, I said, no, pass it on to someone else, because someone we know had gotten, well, the L word to them out there. And we won't go near it.
The L word?
Inched with the L.
Oh, lynched. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to say it. Know how they like to monitor stuff. But they let this other stuff that should be on the same guidelines of YouTube be speaked out and not monitored.
Right.
Which I find crazy. But no, Bob, I was listening to some of what she was saying in that Ford, or that little soliloquy about Project 25, and how they had to throw in the single mother rate and Black women into this thing.
Oh yeah.
As if these men wasn't doing this between the end of time, and if they didn't have that going on in their own community, but you want Black women to be the face of it, and then to emphasize the poverty and all the other stuff, when you really think about it, the poverty and all that stuff is in the red line areas that you put them in.
Right. But they know that. They know that the hardships that Black people have is not our fault. That is theirs set up, and they want to do it again. That's what they want to do. They want to redline us again and get us in the area. They already. I'm not sure if y'all got to the part where they want to round people up. They want to round immigrants up, and then there's some Black people saying, "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea." I'm like, but you are immigrant to them. Because I think hubby or somebody said it earlier. If when they get rid of one group of people and get them in order, they coming for the next.
I'm
They
like, to be honest, we're the first. If they're talking
be
about getting away with birth citizenship, and there's no telling how far back they'll go.
that's right. That's what I said. Like old dude who was over there, who I was talking about in the last stream in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
He's his. I think he might be born here, but I think his family from there, or somebody said he's from there and here. Came here when he was a kid, which means his ass is getting they shipping his ass out.
Oh, they
They were,
hated the Dream Act. That was another thing that they passed for the Democrats. They hate the Dream Act.
oh yeah,
They want to, and if you were here under that, that meant you too.
yeah. Obama, you talking about the thing that Obama passed for all the
Mm-hmm.
kids? Yeah, they were proving that they was here since they were young. Yeah,
And they know no other language, know no other country. They
yeah,
pretty much Toby those poor kids, like our ancestors was Toby from being Kuta Kinte, but at least they came here by choice.
yeah.
Mm-mm. Yeah. I just
These
want to
people,
see when they
but
get
they're not even
rid
thinking
of all
about
these
the
people.
economy because they don't understand how these immigrants. First of all, most white people they are the ones. They are the supporters of the migrants. They are the ones who benefit. They'll hire them and everything, knowing that they're not legal, and
Who the
hire
ones
them to be
bringing them
their
in? And
maid.
now you're complaining about their children becoming American citizens.
Yeah, they'll hire them to be their maids and hire them to be their gardeners and everything. Um,
I'm
and
just
then
curious if they ever fall through with any of this. who out amongst their particular community is going to be doing the work that you force these people out of, that you left behind? You get rid of all the
Us.
minority here, and it's just no. I'm talking about, like, if they take away the 13, 14, 15 minutes, get rid of us, get rid of them, and the only thing is left is them. Who's going to be doing all that low paying work?
They're not gonna get rid of us. They're gonna put us in the field. Cause they ain't got nowhere to send us. Where they gonna send us? We was here longer
Only
than them.
place I know is they're going to be bigging up bigger facilities and calling them detention centers when it's regular farmland.
Yeah,
If that's what they're going to do.
They're already doing it. They're already preparing to. I saw in a little bit. Somebody was going over this 2025 plan, whatever. And they mentioned that, yeah, they're ready to round them up, round people up in little camps. And look, we already know they'll do it. They did it when he was president before with kids. Remember, they still got kids lost from that. When they removed them kids from their parents, had them kids like in dog cages and shit with no adults.
Yep, that happened down there in Texas.
Yep, and then they sent them kids to places, and anybody was able to come and claim them, and they got kids lost. That, like, parents don't know where their children are and who got them. Still today. And people not talking about that shit. That's some shit that need to be talked about. If I was the parents, I would be somewhere, everywhere, trying to get somebody to put this shit out for me. That man was a president already. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. He didn't do nothing but cause chaos the whole time. That's what got me looking into politics even more. The shit was funny. In fact, shit started getting boring when he wasn't there anymore. But this man was doing so much. And the media isn't responsible for his existence and shit too. Because
they were getting the ratings off of it.
Yes. And they would announce any and everything he did. And he liked that. Trump used to call in, like if they didn't talk about him that day, he would call in and give them something for them to talk about. He was firing people left and right. The reason COVID is around the world because him, that man is a mass murderer. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the Antichrist, to be honest. If you believe in the Bible like some of y'all say y'all do, then y'all need to start thinking and looking.
Yeah, I said that exact same thing earlier. Like I said, the book of Revelation scares me. And then you think about the stuff that's going on today.
Look what happened with that woman when that woman just said, what did she? It's like that woman knew she was going to die because she was scared. It was almost maybe that she was scared.
Come about rebuking him? Yeah.
Yeah, when she rebuked him and he said, what? And she said it again because, and this fool said, say it again, I'll shoot you in your effing face. Now I don't know because I only seen this in movies, but they say it was said 3 times, a demon pops out if the person got a demon in them. And he made sure she ain't said a third time. He told you, say it again, I'll shoot you in your effing face. And then look like, and she said, sorry, and boom, boom, boom.
And I saw the video.
Nah, it was bad.
I had to turn away.
It was so bad.
Turn off the TV.
Now, she wasn't dead. I don't know if you saw that when I shared it. She was still living, gasping, even when the ambulance came there.
At that point, I turned it off.
She bleeding. They said the shot went under her eye and came out by her ear in the back of her head. I think that's what they said. So when that police was down there holding the blood over her eye, it was gushing out behind her head. So that's when all that blood was right there. And that man said, no need to help her. Remember, he said, I'm going to go get my kid. Nah.
No need to help. She was shot in the head.
Yep. But she was over there breathing. You could hear her gasping. He didn't care. He's like, she done. And then when he said, well, I'll go get the kid, He went out there and walked around. He never came in with a kid. He said, I'm not even going to waste my materials on her. He said that out of his mouth. That's evil. So if you believe in all that, he's exactly that. It was so bad, even to them, they had to hurry up and put him man in jail, charge him. Because then people was gonna march. I know damn well I'm getting ready to march. I'm gonna walk my big ass up and down somebody's highway, street, or whatever. Because this shit is crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. Oh, and another thing they was talking about there on the right to assemble and stuff,
Oh
marching
yeah,
and
they want
things.
that. Yeah, they want that gone. Some of them already changed that. Like in Florida, they after George Floyd, they was trying to change where you can't assemble. But
But it's
when
quite
it
funny
when
they didn't want to change it when January 6th happened.
that's right. Well, when in DC, it's gonna they not passing laws like that. Plus, DC is a whole different big ball of mess because they controlled by Maryland, but they say, man, yeah, that's that. I don't know what's going on. They
Yeah.
was trying. They wanted to be their own state, the 51st state.
Mm-hmm. Because don't they have a representative and a senator that's represent that area, but they don't have any
They
power
don't
or
have,
whatever.
something where they don't have any power and
And I think they said the National Guard that's stationed there in DC is directly under the president, not over the whoever is supposed to be in charge of the city. Which is probably why they were slow acting to getting out there to stop that stuff.
no. The reason they were slow acting is because first of all, it was planned, and then they made sure that they have people there, um, and Trump wouldn't call them in.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump is the president. He the one who calls the National Guard and the military. He the one to do that.
Yeah, and then when after the fact, it's like, what do I do? Like, it's on TV, dude. What do you mean what you do? I didn't do that. I didn't tell him to do that. I didn't say that. I didn't. And the fact that what's so funny, you know how it was planned because some of the people that participated was showing video of them getting on planes, getting on buses.
Oh yeah, everybody knew it was planned because he said it when he told them what you call them boys to stand back and stand down, and then right after that they started talking about planning something.
Mm-hmm.
He
And the
and
fact that that many people mobilized, they came from all over to be there.
yeah, it was planned for months. It was all over the news that they were doing something. So that's what. So he had it. It was a rally.
And the fact
It.
that
Then he
none of
made them
the
walk.
three letters people picked any of that up, but they could pick up some people trying to I guess they could pick up folks trying to organize just for a union at their local grocery store quicker than they could those people. Come on now.
What happened? What you said? What you mean? Pick them up?
In other words, they so into busting people using all those resources to bust up unions for people that are just regular workers real quick, but they couldn't get those people for what happened on January 6th ahead of time.
Oh yeah, they can't get them ahead of time. Can't get them till you commit a crime. So they knew they was coming. They just figured that because Trump planned it. He planned like a rally, like a mini rally in front of like where it was, and then he told them to walk down to where Congress were, and people had guns and everything. They wouldn't let them in there with guns, but them white people had guns and everything. They confiscated many guns,
I
knives.
mean,
They said they found even vehicles in DC area with guns and things.
I'm just trying to figure out who had the time to build a pokey
The
thing
hangman
with the
thing.
new. Yes, who had the time to do that, and how did they get that? How did they move that thing on the grounds of Congress like that?
They pushed it in with all them people. They had to pre-prepare. Just like the day before they see them men, some of them people in Congress need to be in jail. There was like a couple of them walked them people through to show them what to do. Them people was in there taking pictures and everything so they could know where to go.
And then smearing their own on the walls.
They thought they were gonna take over, but when that woman got shot, I thought that's when they backed their ass down a little bit. When that
Hey,
woman,
y'all.
Hello.
when that wasn't she was an Air Force person. And it's something it took for a woman out of all them people, a woman got killed. But she thought she was badass. She figured she was small enough to get to the other side so she could open the door for him. And when she went to go over, they shot her ass.
Makes me wonder if they're gonna try that again if he loses
They
this
said
time.
they are. Yeah, they said they are. In fact, you ain't hear them when they made the threat. They said if he don't win, if we don't, we just need to stay out the way. Like it won't be no bloodshed as long as we give them what they want.
That's didn't he say that? Did you hear him?
That was that guy. What his name? The one from the Heritage place. He said, yeah. He said, stay out of our way. He said, you love stay out the way. And it won't be no bloodshed.
Right. Trump said if I don't win, they're gonna do bad things, real bad things, unimaginable.
Oh yeah, he
things.
said that too. Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Ain't that something? That's the kind of stuff that should have him in jail.
But if the other side did it, oh my God.
Yeah, it would be crazy.
I do feel like
I've been telling y'all to get y'all guns up for like 3 years. I was like, hey, because they was on it soon. If January 6th would have went a little better, this nation would be in trouble. But if Pence is look, I don't even like Pence, but he's the reason why we ain't at war right now.
They didn't go right
because he said he believed in the Constitution. He believed in this nation. And then the old dude wanted to hang him. Oh my God! They were like, they wanted to hang Mike Pence, his own goddamn vice president,
because he had the duty to certify the votes as president of the Senate.
Yeah, he wanted him to do something illegal. Well, Pence would have been going to jail too.
He was like, I ain't going down for you. We lost. Walk away.
Right?
They
I
all
apologize, y'all. My phone died earlier. So I'm in my car trying to charge it. Told you my power went out, Bomb.
Oh yeah. Did it ever come back on?
We still don't got power in now. So I'm sitting in my car, but this is the first time it's been out this long.
Must have been something major happen. How long
it
would
was
you
a
say?
short thunderstorm. Well, now they keep updating the time. Now they're saying it's not coming back on until 11. First it was 6, then it was 8, and now they're saying 11. The truck came out, but I guess they can't fix it. One part of the house on the other side has electricity, but not on my side.
Must have been a major transformer that hit over there.
It must have been.
Or or the hub where they have or the hub where your lines are fed through.
Maybe because me and my neighbor we both sitting in our cars charging stuff. I got devices. I'm trying to
Oh, wow.
and the little I had a little solar power battery pack, and the body of it, I found the panels, but I can't find the body. I moved, so I think that part is in storage. I don't know where it is. So now I'm like, I need to get a generator. Just something small, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, the way we keep getting storms down here, I think I need to invest in one myself. Because the way that the wildebeest got the house hooked up, if we have a power outage, he got these emergency battery packs that could power up certain things, but that's only for like what, 2 hours, Stephen? That's it, 2 hours.
Yeah, I got I do have a a battery pack, a little one. I'm trying to charge that back up because we went through it already. So I'm trying to charge that back. And then I have another wireless phone charger that's charged. Just need to use this as a backup battery for myself. Let my daughter get the battery bank, and my mom, I'm juicing her up now. But I need to get one of those little jackeries.
Mm. Well, I guess without power, that throws a wrench in a lot of it, especially if you got food and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I got food. I do got food, so that stuff's gotta probably
And
go
depending
out.
on where you at, I hope you have a comfortable temperature, because you would not want this to happen when you got what we 99 degrees down here.
Yeah, no, we're just at it's 81 right now, so it's comfortable. It's not too hot in there, and it's gonna drop down to 74.
Oh.
So 72, it'll be 72 by the morning, by 5. So that's not bad.
Yeah, that's not
Shoot,
bad.
I think we'll be down to less than 80 degrees.
We've had some cooler nights than usual, I'll say. Past couple nights, we've been dropping down into the 70s. So it's Tuesday is supposed to drop down to 69, and we get a nice cool breeze off the river. Like that breeze coming off the river is phenomenal.
Hmm.
I
Well, I'm
live real
part ways
close.
between Oklahoma, so we getting whatever.
Yeah, I live close to the river, so
Got to tell hubby to get me some medicine. Uh,
mm.
Hey, baby, if you're listening, call your sons and tell them to bring me a soda.
Yeah, wow.
Could you hear any of what we were all reading?
I only could hear when he was reading, but
Okay.
I couldn't hear what y'all was saying because he had a headset on. But
Oh, okay.
I was down there cooking.
You cook your
And
ribs?
yeah, I baked the ribs in the oven and made some macaroni and cheese.
Oh, you made mac and cheese, girl.
Yeah.
What's the occasion? Jesus. So for some mac and cheese now.
Oh, because I made ribs.
Yeah, I had some last night.
I made some country style ribs, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Put
I
them in the
haven't
oven.
seen any good looking ones over my way. They kind of squirmy.
Mm.
I need to make something. I need to figure out this next meal I'm cooking.
Then I made the pizza dough. Remember, I was trying to make pizza dough early.
Oh yeah.
So you know that my yeast. So it was a type I never used before. Hubby bought it. It was
Mm-hmm.
Red Star, which might be your wine yeast type, right?
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
But anyways, Red Star. And so when I was looking at it today, when he bought two. So when I saw the new one, I was like, I asked him, did he just buy? Because I was telling him not to get that type. And he said, no, he bought two, when he bought the other one. And so I looked at it and I was getting the temperature at 130. But with that Red Star, they don't want it to be at 130. They only wanted to be at 110. So I was killing the yeast. That's why I wasn't blooming. So when I was looking at the jar, I was like, oh, wasn't supposed to get no more than like 110, 115.
Okay.
So I tried it. I put it at 110, and then it bloomed right away.
Okay.
Yeah,
Speaking of, when are we gonna add the sugar back to our wine?
oh, we could do that. Damn, remember I said I was gonna do it tonight. We're gonna do it tomorrow. So did you taste your wine?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. Is it strong?
Did. It is.
Yeah. See, I'm
I definitely. It's look. It's strong. It's strong, Bob.
It is
It's
strong.
real.
And
It's
yours
real
probably
strong.
stronger than mine. But mine, that shit is
It's real
strong.
strong.
Yeah.
It is strong.
So it's dry. Is it dry? Like wait.
I think it when I first tasted it, it was real sweet.
Oh, yours might be sweet then.
But
Your
I
juice.
tasted it again. But I think it's strong. It's a lot of alcohol. So I do want to.
Yeah.
And my cousin, though, I didn't say my cousin had some. I gave her a little sip. She said, "You made this?" I said, "Yes, bitch. It's called lazy bitch wine." She said, "Oh." She
She
said,
liked it.
she loves it. She want to get a couple of bottles. I'm like, well, shit, I got to make some more then.
Girl, I told you it was gonna look. I think I'm gonna get the little kit, or not maybe the kit yet, because I think I'm still stick with the juice for a while. But
No,
I
but
do.
can we please make it from the fruit next? We got to do add
Okay.
the sugar back. Maybe we can do
Yeah.
it on the same day. Add the sugar back and then do it from the fruit. That way we ain't got to keep, we ain't got to wait. Listen, I
Well,
do well with doing shit in groups of people. That's what make me get on that. I'd be like,
okay.
let me do my
Well,
shit.
then we gotta do, because that mean I gotta order. So you got the kit already, right? You got a kit with
Yeah,
the
I got
fruit. You got
everything.
the
I
fruit.
got all the stuff to clean it. I got I got to get more fruit,
Okay. Do
but
do
I
you
got
have
everything.
so you how many cardboards you have? Cardboards. You got one or two?
I got two.
Oh, okay. See, so I'm gonna get a kit.
Actually, I got four.
Oh,
I got
okay.
four. Yeah, I got four. But I
I'm,
got two in the house and two in the car.
oh, okay. See, you could do it the full way, baby. You could do the full way. But yes, they should have gave you like a bag to put the fruit in, right?
I do. I got something to put the fruit in.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
okay. So you basically do the same thing, but I can't walk it through it if I ain't got the same thing. So I guess I'm gonna have to order
Just,
because I do want to make wine, but nobody here want to drink the wine. I found out my oldest son don't even drink wine. I asked him today because I use, what I use some of that wine in. I used it in my
Girl,
barbecue
look,
today.
you ain't got nobody you can sell it to. What's that woman? You know that sister
Oh
that
yeah,
be selling her wines? You know she sell her wines. What's
girl,
her
yeah,
name?
I
Hey,
could
girl, we
sell
might have
it.
to move up there where
You know her
Bomb
number?
is. She got wine. We might have to move from Texas up there to Bombs. She got wine.
Look,
And that's
I showed everybody how to make it. You could just follow along and make yours too.
Foodie Fee. She be selling wine. Bomb, stop it. You could, the
Yeah.
sister Foodie Fee be raffling off her wine. She got a wine she got the carbonation. I know she got, I know she probably got one for the Court of Appeals. She got one for every process of those. She got one. She probably got one for life, feast of life or something. She got the funny names for them. I ain't never tried it, but I know she said her wine. Even though you might want to consider it, people will probably buy
I
some
know people
bombs
will buy it.
wine
Yeah. Oh,
because
locally
it's
people buy
love
it, but
wine.
that I used it in my food today. Remember, cause I'm not sure if you.
Oh yeah, okay.
I put it in my cooking
In
wine
your
bottle.
ribs.
Yeah, and I put it in the ribs, girl. Instead of me putting a
I
little
know that
water at the
she
bottom
good.
pan, I used that at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a good thing that wine cook off because people will be drunk eating my goddamn food, girl.
Yeah, I couldn't. I said this shit too strong. I think for me to get down, I need it to be a little more sweet or something.
Yeah, so we
So
could do that. We're back. So it's called back sweeten, and you can
back
add
sweetness,
back
back
sweeten.
sweetness.
Yeah. So we're gonna
Wine.
add. So we're gonna add some. You can add more flavors to it, but we're gonna add the sugar to it.
Nah, that shit is like the flavor I got is real. It's like it's white grape cherry, so that's good. Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, I wish I had some cherry in my. Remember, so I gotta remind hubby. I'm gonna stick with just the thing, but I'll talk you through
how to do the. Okay, please do, cause
yeah.
I'm like a retard.
So
I
you know
can't.
what fruit? You know what fruit you gonna grab?
Cherry.
Oh, okay.
And
You
I might add some
gotta
peaches. I
pick
might
the
make a
cherries.
cherry peach, child.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm gonna listen, lazy bitch wine. I'm gonna do it frozen. I'm gonna do it frozen.
Oh, I got you.
You see
Oh,
what I'm saying? Get the frozen
yeah.
cherry.
Oh,
Bam,
okay.
bop, bop,
I ain't
bop,
never
bop,
seen no
bop, mama,
frozen
mama,
cherries
bop, bop,
before.
bop, bop, bop. Let me do my stuff.
Y'all speaking to my inner dick right there.
Tanya, all you needed, listen, all you needed was 100% juice and some sugar and a little baker's yeast, and I showed you how to make that wine. I got a
Well,
video.
Bob,
I'm gonna have to
why
find that
I
and
find
call.
my funnels after the fact? Okay,
Huh?
I found my funnel for the sugar. You should have seen me improvising the night. I said, "Where my goddamn funnels are? They was in storage."
Oh, okay. You ain't even need the funnel. You know, if I would have known you were gonna use funnels to put in, you could have just took a piece of
For the
paper and
sugar.
folded it and made it into a funnel. Huh?
I had to improvise. That's what I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all you
I
needed.
had to, yeah. Shit, sugar
Yeah.
everywhere. There's sugar
Yeah.
everywhere.
So yeah, so that mine was baker's yeast. See, so and this shit's strong. I ain't gonna lie. Like I was like, ooh, like I could taste nothing. I can't even
So,
taste the white grape because it's so strong. That's why I'm gonna back sweeten it and and then I'm gonna add some. Remember, I'm not sure if you was there during that live when I shared that I had a strawberry like mix that you use in
oh
alcohol. It's strawberries
no,
that
oh
they
shit.
mush up. Yeah, I'm gonna add that to that wine and make it a strawberry.
Ooh, ooh, that's gonna be good.
Yeah,
That's gonna be good.
that's one of the
So listen,
mixes. You ever seen them? They use them when they make drinks at the like, and it's
nope,
strawberry. Yeah, it's a
nope.
mix. I'm gonna add
Oh,
that.
you get it from the liquor store?
No, I got it from like the restaurant store, but you can't get it from liquor store. It's just but I got it from the because I used it. What did I buy it for? Not ice cream. What did I buy it for? I was making ices, like a snowball or what y'all call. I don't know. I think y'all call them ices. I'm not sure what y'all call
Slush.
them. A
That's what I
slush.
call
Yeah,
it. Slush. Mm-hmm.
that's what I used it. I was making those from.
Oh, like the syrup.
Yes,
Okay, that's yeah. Okay, okay.
and it's fruit that they crushed up and turned it into a syrup, and that's what I'm gonna sweeten that wine
That's
with.
what.
Add that.
Yo. Bomb. Now you're gonna make me wait. Let me go get it. You said tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I'm working. I'm gonna be in the
No, we're gonna
office
do
and
it on.
shit.
Since you want to do the fruit, we could do it on the weekend.
Okay, please. Yep.
That way they give you time to get your food.
Yeah, Saturday is fine. Saturday is fine. All right.
Tanya, you need to come on, girl. You just need 3 ingredients. Just get your bottle of 100. You don't need no equipment. Just a bottle of 100% juice. I had white grape, and you could get apple juice, grape juice. As long as it's 100%, that make it easier so the yeast survives.
Uh-huh.
And some sugar, white granulated sugar, and yeast. And yeast costs like
That's
a
it. That's
dollar.
all. Yeah, the yeast is
Yeah. How long does
inexpensive.
it take it to ferment though?
We're gonna let it
4 weeks.
sit for 4 weeks. It's gonna sit
4 weeks.
for 4 weeks.
Should I put mine in one of them cardboard bottles? It ain't enough though. It's just it is. I feel like I need a smaller bottle. I want to
Yeah.
back sweeten it, and then do we gotta let it sit more when you back
Oh
sweeten it?
no. It's done. It's the alcohol from all we're gonna do is sweeten it. You don't even need me. You could just add sugar to it and whatever else
I
you
should
want.
get some other bottles in and sterilize them and
Yeah,
put it in there.
get your wine
I'm
bottles
using
now.
wine
You don't
bottles.
yeah,
Okay,
don't yeah.
let me get some
Or
wine
mason
bottles.
jar,
I
mason
got
jar.
mason jars too.
Yeah, you could use
Okay.
them.
And you
And
know what? I thought about mason jars, but I think I want to do wine bottles. Just
yeah,
can I, can I be a little bit fancy?
yeah, girl.
Yeah,
If you got the
I'll
money,
go
go
for the
get it, and you
mason
got the
jar.
ability. Yeah, I I may do mine in a mason jar because it's hard for me to buy them find them wine
Mm-hmm.
bottles. Unless I buy them, I guess I could get them on Amazon, but I gotta see how much that
Can we get
costs.
them on the dollar store?
Huh?
Can we use the bottles from the dollar store?
They have some? Oh, they sure
They
do.
do. They
They
be
sure
having the
do.
ones
With the stoppers,
with
right?
the stopper. Yeah.
They
Oh,
sure do.
Let me check Dollar Tree now and see, because you could have it shipped to you too. You
oh,
can
well,
have
hell
Dollar Tree
yeah.
shipped to you.
That sound like a
That
plan.
that wine is strong. If y'all drink wine, I'm telling you, you're gonna like making it. Now, the reason it take 4 weeks is because the way we did it, but it really didn't. It, it really don't take 4 weeks. But I was just telling people,
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to prove to them that it'd be strong wine. But the truth is, after like two
Yep.
weeks, depending on, like, if you got the kit, I think ABT says she had a kit, so
Yeah, I got a
she would
kit.
have, yeah, after 2 weeks, she would have put it from one carb, from like, I'm not sure. Do you have the what they call it? Is it like a bucket? You have that small bucket, and then you move it to a cardboard, or you only have
So I did mine the way you did yours I did it the way
right,
you
right, right,
suggested.
right.
So, but I do have the bucket, and I was
Oh,
gonna move it from the bucket to the cardboard once we do that for the fruit. That's what
yeah,
I
yeah.
got the bucket for.
Okay, yeah.
Oh
So,
shit.
when
You
you do it
be
that
doing
way, the way
that.
you're gonna do it, you're gonna move it from the bucket to a cardboard in like 2 weeks. Give it another week or two. It probably be close to 4 weeks still again, depending on what other
So
ingredients you have came with your kit. Because they do have this one ingredient that will clear everything up, and it'll be cleared up in 25 days
okay.
or less. But without
Okay.
that, you see, we made it stay so it could clear up. Remember, it was foggy at first. Mine was like fog,
Right.
and then that shit clear. It's clear.
Yeah,
That's what.
it's clear now. It's
Yeah,
clear. Yeah,
yeah,
it's clear.
and it's strong.
So if I went to Dollar Tree, if you order it with Dollar Tree, you gotta do bigger quantities. So they want you to get like 24, and it'll be $30. So I'm not gonna do Dollar Tree. I'm gonna get it from Amazon because I can have it come faster.
Oh, okay. That's not that much. That's not that bad though.
24 bottles. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
$1.25 a bottle.
that's not bad at all.
It's not,
Hmm.
but you can get them quantities too. Well, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, now they saying 3 a.m., y'all. They saying
Oh no.
I'm not gonna have electricity until 3 a.m. tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, she's in a storm.
It wasn't even that long. My plants didn't even get drenched.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Ah
with all of this
because she
for
had the
some
storm, and then it
bullshit.
came. It came here. It
It
went from
did.
her, came here.
I
Yeah,
figured
but
it was
I
gonna
wish
come
we
up
could have
the
got a
way, but
piece of rain down here. It's just sticky bad up here.
yeah,
oh, she said a
Yeah.
piece of how many
A
ounces is
piece of
24?
rain.
How many ounces is these bottles now? That's the only thing you don't.
yeah. Because
Okay, how many
wine
ounces?
bottles. I don't think people ever notice, but wine bottles, it don't have
18
much wine
ounces.
in them. It be,
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't.
yeah,
18 ounces.
yeah, it'd
Well,
be
you
a
get
little.
more for your money if you get it from Dollar Tree. I just don't know how long it's gonna ship, and then I don't know if they charge for shipping. I could have it
Yeah,
go
you
to the
see that?
store,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
have
I
to
was
go
telling my
grab some.
husband they cutting down the drink you drink
and
because
then
you're not
it'll
even
and
getting
then
enough in
it'll
the bottle.
and then it arrives in 7 to 10 days when you could have it from Amazon tomorrow. You could
Yeah,
have it tomorrow.
I want that kit. I was looking through all the kits, and
Mm-hmm.
I saw one, but I'd be scared buying through Amazon because you don't know what you're getting. You know what I mean?
True.
When they don't give
Yeah.
you the description, and then you can't see the reviews, like they don't have no reviews. So I
Mm-hmm.
started looking at websites from the same people. Because if you look to see who's selling it on Amazon, you can find them on their app, on their website, which made it $10 cheaper, the one I was about to get. And then I didn't get it, but it's sitting still in the cart on that site. I don't know what site. You know, I don't be closing my tabs so I could go back, but I did ended up closing my tabs like last week. I think I rebooted, but I'll find I'll just do the research again because of course I'm looking for a deal, and I do want. Some of them only give you a cardboard, right? Just give you a glass, but I want that bucket thing and a cardboard. That's what I want.
Oh, okay.
I want a
See,
kit.
I got the cardboard a part of a kit at a different time, and when I opened, I said, "Oh, I got 4 of these joints," and so I bought the bucket separately.
Oh, okay.
You might
See
have
that?
to create your own kit, though. That's that. Ooh, frosted. I am a wee. But the frosted glass bottles are it's only a case of 12. Damn it! And it's $40.59, and I don't see a top. I don't see a cork or nothing. Lord Jesus.
Say the devil. The devil.
Damn it. I don't see a cork. Let's see, what's this? I'm trying to see with Amazon you get too many options. Ooh.
And
These are
then
fancy tops.
so we're gonna do a couple of wines, right? And then we're gonna try what is it when it's made with honey?
A mead.
A mead. And I want to see, maybe I'll like mead, but it still makes the same alcohol. I really don't like the taste of alcohol, so that's the problem. But I want to see what it tastes like with the honey too.
Honey mead.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
but so mead is made with honey instead of sugar. But you can do a honey mead. It could be actually a honey mead. Just like you can make that alcohol out of water. Like if you don't have the juice, you can you can make it just with water. And then you back sweeten it. Like if you decide later you want to put your find out you want some peaches. You find some peach flavor and put it in there. Or peaches itself, but it is gonna take a little longer with your fruits. But not too much longer. You still because you don't want this fruit. It don't have to break all the way down. You just want the flavors out of the fruit.
I think this is sexy.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
And the good thing is the way you do it, with the kit, you can let it age. And your kit, depending on what you got, a 10, a 5, 5, 10. What how big is your cardboard?
The gallon joint.
Oh, it's just 1 gallon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm meant to look.
Let
Maybe
me see.
a gallon. Oh yeah, they do have the gallon ones. That's right. Oh, okay. That was see, I was looking to get, I think the one I was looking at was like 5 gallon because I was wondering.
Okay, yeah. No, I just got the gallon glass, the gallon glass jug with the little handle on it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I look for. I did see them and they was
They
cheaper.
on there.
But I was like, well, I'm gonna go bigger just in case because they say that usually people end up going bigger soon after. If you really like winemaking, you're gonna want to, because 1 gallon at a time isn't much. That's like a gallon of milk, you know what I mean? And if you drink wine, that'll be going in no time. But I think that's a good idea.
But I got 4. I do have 4
But
of
you
them.
have 4 of them.
Here's a kit from Mountain Supply. Glass fermenting jug with handle, rubber stopper. This is $59.31. It comes with 4 and the stoppers and the hydrom. Is this the hydrom? Let me see. It comes with the hose. Okay, so the
siphon.
The 6 airlock, the black, the plastic lid, set of 4. The quick auto stop siphon, hose valve, clip, and cleaning brush.
Okay. Yeah.
You want the link? Is that expensive?
Oh no, but it don't come with nothing else. It don't come with the cleaning stuff and the yeast and nothing like that.
Yeah, no, it don't. It don't. But I know some of them do have that.
Yeah, I
I
did
do
see
know
some.
some. Today you gotta look for a wine kit. There's
Yeah,
another one that comes. It just doesn't have the siphon hose and the cleaning thing. Let me see.
yeah. Because that's what I really, because when I make my first one the way like that, I definitely want to have the proteins and I want to have
Yeah,
the
you want the pectin, and all that
pectin.
stuff.
Yeah, I want all
Yeah,
that with it. That way I
right.
don't have
So
to buy that separate.
this one, the fruit wine making kit, easy for beginners, is $69.99,
Yeah,
and this one comes with okay. Okay, but what about it? It comes with the yeast too,
yeah,
and the fruit wine bucket, one cardboard, a siphon hose. It looks like it comes with the bag to put the straining bag.
yeah,
It's a 2-gallon bucket, an airlock, one cardboard, and rack and cane tip. Okay, so the siphon hose, the wine yeast, 6-ingredient packet.
yeah.
So, and then here, I'll send you this one.
Okay. They
I'm gonna
even
put
got
it.
some where it come with the fruit and things. Like,
Yeah, it looks like but these look like it says wine fruit, but I guess it's dehydrated. Packing ingredients. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 packets of fruit wine ingredients.
yeah.
But
Because usually, yeah, there's a couple of things that go in it. And then I want definitely the cleaning stuff because that's very important when making the wine in those jugs and things.
yeah, I know they have the tablets that you drop in. I
Yeah.
got the powder that you just spray, you
You-
wash it with the powder, but then you don't gotta dry it out.
Okay,
You don't gotta
yeah.
rinse it. Hold on.
Yeah. I
Let
know
me
which
put
one.
this in
You
here.
turn it into a thing and you can spray it down and you don't have to rinse it because
Mm-hmm.
it's food grade.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's why I
Yep.
was looking to get that too. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna look and see now, make a decision. But I'm definitely gonna get hubby to get me another juice for this week because what today is? Today is already damn Wednesday. Is it? Today Wednesday?
It's Thursday. Damn it! Tomorrow is Thursday.
Oh damn,
I
yeah.
can't
So
even believe I got the.
you still up here, dear? I see you down there. I'm not sure if you're listening to us though.
So we gotta finish. My computer died.
Okay.
We gotta have a part 2. No,
Yes.
I'm sitting in the car though.
I'm glad that we did it though. You know, the part one,
Yeah. Part
so
1.
people
We'll
can.
get back
I,
into it.
I like that. You know, if more people come up so they can ask questions or give us their input on,
Yep.
what was written would have been
It's
cool.
gonna
But
right.
what's your summary so far? What y'all read? Because I think 3 of y'all was reading, right? I heard hubby
Yeah.
read. Okay.
Yeah. So far it just seems like a lot of complaining about, about
Everything.
uh everything. But really though, Bomb though too, like
Mhm.
they're hyper focused on um black women and children in the welfare system, and then the
Mhm.
LG TBQIA folks, and
Right.
all of that. Like it's a lot of emphasis on that and religion.
Mhm.
There was a passage in there, and we still in the forward, but I had to skip. I said, okay, they complaining a whole lot. We're gonna get right into it. So we just got to. Okay, this looked like the truck again. They back out. Damn it! Is your back out? Yeah, the electric truck is out.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, they talking about 70% of 40% of women are raising children, are single mothers, and 70% are black kids. And then it's the fatherless homes is leading to crime and all this other shit. And it's like, wait a minute now. And then we're eating
Mhm.
up the government resources. And it's like, wait a minute, y'all ain't saying shit about them Jews and all of them. That's what they get that assistance
and them white folks, these poor white folks out here getting that government assistance. What are you talking about? They getting
Right.
SNAP and EBT and everything else. They are hyper
Everything.
focused, and they not saying people of color. They're saying black. They're saying black
What?
folks.
Oh, they
Yeah,
said
they
black?
not saying people of color. They said black.
Oh, damn.
So you know they targeting black folks.
Yes, that's
And
what
then
people have been telling me.
they talked about the diversity and equity, the DEI programs, all of that. So they want to shut all that shit down. They
Yes.
want to shut it all down.
Yes, they do. Yes,
So
they
again,
do.
we were just in the
Even though
initial
they benefit from
of
it.
it.
If they're a woman, they benefit from that shit. But they look them. We're gonna end up just like, was it you or I think Tanya who mentioned the handsmaid, handsmaid
Your
tale.
husband did.
Mm.
Oh,
I
it might
know.
have been Miss Tanya too. I think she did say that. I think she did say
Yeah.
that, but I think your husband said something too. Because I didn't. Yeah, no, it was Miss Tanya. She did say it. She did say
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. She said she
But
had a
yeah,
post.
that's what she said. That's what we had it for right there. That's it right there.
Gotta read
But
that
yeah,
shit.
that's what it seemed like. It's a lot of complaining about that and the gender non-conforming people and gender
Mhm.
identity. And they want to remove all that languaging.
Which
And
is
they
dumb as
also
hell
want to
if
go
they
back
women.
to
You know that's dumb as hell if they women. Any woman who go with this is dumb because
um
why would they think they gonna be on the end of the handmaid's tale? They're gonna, if they're not the wife, then they are the women who come in to have sex
right,
with these men to give them children.
right.
And you're made. You end up being a slave. So
And they
they
want
they
to right, they want to get rid of abortion options. They want alternatives to abortion,
Mhm.
adoption being one of them, and they don't care how old.
and they
Them,
don't care. They don't care that no kid, nobody might
no, so
adopt their ass
it's
neither. They don't care about no
right,
kids.
right. So it's an attack on women. It's an attack on black women.
Mhm.
It's an attack on black men, even though they dumbasses don't see it. He's steady trying to usher it in, steady
Mhm.
trying to usher it in, and it's an attack on the queer gender, the queer, the gay folks, the
Black
rainbow
men gonna end up
community.
in slavery first. They're gonna be the first one in
Yeah,
slavery.
yeah, yep.
Which they're gonna use it through the system they already using it, prison.
Mm-hmm.
When they could just pick your ass up and throw you in prison. And if we have no constitution, guess what? You don't have no rights. You don't have no right to no attorney. You don't have no rights to nothing. They could just really just pick your ass and round you up and put you in prison.
Mm-hmm.
If not,
Yep.
if they don't
Sure
kill
fuck
you.
can. They sure
Mm-hmm.
can. If they don't kill you, is right.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't kill you, is absolutely right.
I think people don't know what the Constitution, how important that is. But that is the thing that
Yeah.
when they read to you, when they take you to jail, they read those
So
Miranda
they are
rights.
talking about restructuring some of that,
Mm-hmm.
taking some of the power away from the government and redistributing it to the states.
Yeah, but the
So,
states
but
have
it just
government
seemed like
too. That's dumb as hell.
and listen. So so yeah, Bob, I can't wait for you to read it with us because you're gonna be like, stop right there. Okay, let's parse
Mhm.
this out. Let's parse this out. Because we have to, right? They were making a lot of because there's stuff I don't know about, so I'm asking questions, and thank goodness for Miss Tanya and Mr. Bond because they was able to answer.
Mhm.
They was able to answer them. So yeah, we just got through the forward. It's a lot of complaining about how the country's not conservative enough. So
Hell yeah.
but they are clear, and also that they've been doing this, handing off this manifesto, this agenda, to each conservative president since Reagan.
Oh yeah.
And they started in '79. So I was saying, I was looking at that. I'm like, damn, we this ain't new. This isn't new. This is just another iteration of agendas that they've like. I wonder what the previous ones look like, but I guess they conform to the current day. And so their fight is primarily against what they call the Great Awakening. So this
Hmm.
woke agenda stuff, you see that it's laced in that forward in like it's an attack. And again, so that came with the rise with the George Floyd. It's just a different iteration of it, right? So they're saying that we're back in the 70s, in the late 70s, like this country hasn't seen such a decline since then. So whatever was going on in the 70s, right, with the Black Power, freedom struggle, all of that, and then the white folks funding those groups, they called it the chic revolutionary. What they call it, chic something. I think it's chic revolutionaries is white folks with money funding like the Black Panther Party and all of that. So they're equating that to Black Lives Matter, all that. Okay, so Black Lives Matter came as a result of George Floyd. So when they talk about the Great Awakening and then the woke culture, and then that other arm of that is the identity piece, the gender identity piece, the non-conforming, non-binary piece, the the transgender piece, that part of the gay population. They're really gearing it more towards that, but they're saying that the values are family, father, mother, children, that type of setup. So they, it's steeped in like the traditional family unit as a core value, religion as a core value, and then some aspects of government. But they are attacking, I'm going to just say Black women and then the queer folks.
Yeah, girl, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
So, and when we get into the meat of it, we're going to see exactly how those policies are going to impact those groups. But they talked about how they've been successful in implementing their strategies since 79, girl. Since Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, what?
Mm-hmm.
We late as hell. We late.
Nah, I think just like they have theirs, the Democrats have theirs.
Yeah, they do. So
But
I'm wondering what the Democratic response to that is, because they've seen it. They're analyzing it, right?
yeah, but they don't
Like,
care. Like they don't need to care
no,
about
they
what
don't care.
they don't, because those people are trying to get that done, but they're trying to get something else done. The only thing that benefits is that now the Trump them and their group, they so stupid they let this shit out to us. And so
Yeah,
now we
right.
can analyze it and see
Uh-huh.
what they're trying to do, and we can stop them, if the voters decide to stop it. But I think that's the benefit of it. But they're not keeping it in a secret. They
Yeah, no, they're not.
they've never been keeping it a secret. They getting their little
They
group.
got a whole goddamn PDF.
Yeah, they've always, now that we can see them online because everybody's online telling
Mm-hmm.
everything they're doing, which that's no
Right,
strategy.
right,
Telling, yeah.
right,
So they,
right. But they said they ready to go at 12 noon on January. What is it, January 5th? 12
yeah,
noon. They rested as soon as he utters, so help me God.
yeah. That's
They
what
locking
happened.
and loading.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what they was ready for when he became president the first time.
Uh-huh.
They interviewed what is his name? The one he didn't give no cabinet to. He didn't give him no position, but they were friends, and he was right there.
Oh, right. The mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani.
Oh no, not him, not him.
Because he didn't get nothing either.
Yeah, but he was always his lawyer, so he was
Well,
his
he
lawyer.
wanted to be Secretary of State, he
Yeah, he
said.
probably did want to be that, but
Mm-hmm.
Giuliani is a kiss ass, and he would have never got that. That's what I'm saying. Trump promised lots of people shit, but the only people he put in those cabinets were wealthy people
Mm-hmm.
who was like part of corporations, which was weird. How people said they wanted to clean the swamp, but he brought the swamp with him. Or
They said,
everybody who he
right.
was on his cabinet was there to benefit from something, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And
Mm-hmm.
so, like, if they owned a corporation and the corporation was trying to get something done, well, they was right there on side of them.
Yeah.
Look, he made his daughter something, and then he made his fucking daughter's husband some shit that he don't know nothing about. This dude, it was. Look, at least it told us that you could be ignorant and be a president of the United States. You could
Yep.
you could be a criminal.
But shit, we seen that shit. We seen ignorance with Bush, with W.
I don't know. I think Bush was not ignorant. They just were the Republicans, because even during Bush, I mean, we knew that we could survive through Bush and all them other. Every time if a Republican got in, it was no big deal. They got in.
It was right.
The 4 years or the 8 years we had to go through. They wasn't killing us. They weren't gonna put us back to slavery.
Right. In
fact, Republicans give you more money when they give you higher raises. They give you higher raises. That's not the same thing that Trump is doing. Trump not doing that. He didn't do that, and he's not doing that. Trump cut everything from everybody in order to get to the rich. That's what he did when he was in office.
And then Elon Musk, they said he was donating $45 million a month. You know how much that nigga he getting? That's how he getting rich.
Elon cut him off.
Yeah.
He cut him off?
He cut him off.
That fast? What happened?
He pissed him off. But look, I mean, I came back on here because obviously still talking about Project 2025, right? So so Trump was just at the National Association of Black Journalists and got his lunch eaten. And then they rushed him off stage where they shut it down.
Wait, what you say? He got his lunch ate?
Oh, yeah, they ate him alive.
Oh, okay. I said, wait, pause.
No Diddy.
Yeah, they killed him though.
Pause for you, sir. I had to pause. Okay.
But during this thing, it was supposed to be an hour long, right? And then all of a sudden, one of the 3 reporters wanted to call him out on the Project 2025. And his team shut it down right there and walked him off stage.
Oh, so they asked him, and then he left?
Yep, about 2025.
Yeah.
But they went in on him from the gate. Yeah.
When was this? Was this today?
Yeah. He just videos started popping up like now, like about a half hour to an hour ago.
Okay, I gotta check it out.
So I'm trying to remember it's 3 black reporters and they're all women. And one is the Fox one, Harris something. I forgot her last name.
Black women eating his ass alive, yo.
Yes, the one from ABC killed him.
Let me see. You got the link? Let me see.
I was watching Reese Waters, but Adam Mockler had it. Brian Tyler Green, they all have it.
Oh, I'll watch Reese. Let me see if I can find it.
So Reese Waters is who brought Trump to BJ. And then, like I said, Adam, like all of these cats have it. The only one I didn't see so far was David Packard.
Okay, let me see. 5 hours ago. Okay, I see something. Okay, let me see. Let me share. Wait, who's that? And then they got this black woman. Okay, that one's long.
I see. They say tough questioning from black journalists.
Yeah.
So interview Trump speaks at Black Journal. Okay, here we go. WTKR got it, but I don't know how long that is. How long? I mean, it's 27 minutes ago. You found it?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them, but I chose one that's 9 minutes.
An epic meltdown from the ex-president this afternoon, speaking with 3 journalists at the National Association of Black Journalists Conference in Chicago, a conversation that imploded right before our very eyes on live TV, essentially right out of the gates. Trump immediately breaking into a tirade against the first moderator, Rachel Scott of ABC News, who asked him about his past comments on race. And then Trump questioned Vice President Kamala Harris's racial identity. Take a listen.
Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me, if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So, I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much, and she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always identified as a Black woman.
I respect either
Black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn, and she became
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that
I think somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some Republicans
I really don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be.
It's amazing he's gotten away with that for as long as he has, but it appears to be over. The 35-minute conversation was like that basically throughout. It remained contentious. Trump even defended his Black jobs comment in a room full of Black journalists.
I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking Black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a Black job, sir?
A Black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
What is a Black job?
What exactly is a Black job, sir?
Instead of the dumb man just saying they're coming over the border taking jobs or American jobs, he said a Black job. What? Which is, we know is bullshit. So she asked see, that's what I like. Why is it that Black women is doing this? Like, we holding his foot to the fire, they're asking the question, and she wasn't playing with him. She said DEI, and he's like, I don't know the definition. She said, and then she gave it to him, and he didn't understand. He's like, well, can you give me the definition? And then he lied and said she's always been Indian. Now, damn well, there ain't no way in fact, I didn't even know she was half Indian, but she couldn't deny it. If her mother or somebody in her family is Indian, she can't deny it. We would have ate her up if she would have been claiming that she's Black only, and then we found out.
Well, they say she a chameleon, Bomb. They say she a chameleon. She is what she is for whatever she needs to be.
I never hear that. And I've been hearing about this woman for many years. I never hear she was a chameleon. We've seen her go to a Black college. We've seen her be Black. We seen her.
She's in a Black sorority.
That's right. We ain't never seen her act anything other than Black. That's why I was shocked when I found out that she was Indian also. And that's what I'm saying. The reason she even put that out there, she had to. Like, she's going into these rooms, and if we would have found out her mother was Indian, yeah, Black people would have ate her up. So the only people who saying that she's a chameleon is them, the ones who want to downgrade a Black woman. Because I never hear that. We've seen her, there's many videos of her on in Congress asking the tough questions and of these people. She always got sound bites when she spoke. Very well spoken woman. And I ain't never hear nobody consider her anything as black, other than black. So I'm a little shocked when that you saying that they say she a comedian. They may say a lot of things when they don't want her to win, but she's been winning for a very long time. Here we go.
Harris's response to all of this: absolute disaster for Donald Trump. This is who he is. A source close to Vice President Harris tells NBC News in response to Trump's claim that she, quote,
that woman don't even look like she Indian. I'm shocked when people jump on the bandwagon and start making claims. How does this woman look like anything other than black? She look like a light-skinned black woman. She don't even. So that's why I'm saying I was shocked that she was. But hey, she can't deny her parents. So
became black, quote, it is simply a lie and easily disproved. She went to Howard, for Christ's sake. She's an AKA, referring, of course, to the historically African-American sorority Alpha Kappa Alpha. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was in the middle of her briefing when Trump's comments were taking place. She first laughed in shock and then said this.
As a person of color, as a black woman who is in this position that is standing before you at this podium behind this lectern, what he just said, what you just read out to me, is repulsive, it's insulting, and no one has any right to tell someone who they are, how they identify. That is no one's right. It is someone's own decisions. I'll add this. Only she can speak to her experience. Only she can speak to what it's like. She's the only person that can do that. And I think it's insulting for anybody. It doesn't matter if it's a former leader, a former president. It is insulting. And we have to she is the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. We have to put some respect on her name.
That's fucking fact. Man, people have been so disrespectful on this woman, especially black people, like these black men and shit. This shit is ridiculous. This is Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. This woman is the second most powerful person in the world. She's been that for 3 years. And she's been working that job. Nobody's been complaining about her. And now that she about to go for the top spot, they calling her Joe. They was calling her Joe and the hoe. She was the hoe. And black people should have been really pissed off. Like when I found that out, I just found that out. Because, I don't listen to Trump. I don't give a fuck what that evil motherfucker's talking about, for real. But I think I was watching something, and them white people was out there in Wildwood, right, babe? In Wildwood, and people had shirts on that said F Joe and the hoe. That's what they shirts. They was walking around, children and everything, with that on their slogan. That slogan on their shirt.
Did you see the one with the man standing and the women kneeled by his private area?
Yeah.
Right, and it says Harris.
Yes,
you saw that, right?
Disgusting. And that's why we should be really mad, because they didn't even do that to Hillary. They didn't put Hillary on her fucking knees.
For what?
Like she's sucking on a man. That's what they did Kamala, though. They had a shirt with her, with a man there and her on her knees in front of him. In this country.
You know what? To say that that's checkers and Kamala's playing chess, how about this? What if I told you that Donald Trump wrote her a check to get reelected? Yeah, to support her reelection. Would you think that was real?
Yeah, because he's stupid.
Yeah, he is.
I don't
and
think
guess what? She just cashed it.
I think he's absent-minded. I think that man has Alzheimer's. He probably, like, the later he get, like, look, I've been saying that for a few years. I recognized this from my grandmother.
But
She
the
can talk.
same shit. Yeah, the same shit they were saying about Biden. Like he's only good between 10 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They must have got that from me, because I was saying that I've been saying this about Trump for years, that after certain, they got this thing called sundowning, and when they get later in the day, they don't know a lot of things. Now that don't mean that they stupid. It don't even mean that they don't know what they're doing. They may forget who they are at a certain time, or who you are, the person closest to them. But they still can function. They still function in everything. Okay. So he done wrote her a check for her re-election. Yeah. How much was it? Do you know?
$5,000.
God damn. What? Here we go.
Before we start today with some of our favorite experts and friends, the Reverend Al Sharpton joins us. He hosts Politics Nation right here on MSNBC. He's also the president of the National Action Network. With me at the table, former senator and co-host of MSNBC's How to Win 2024 podcast. Our friend Claire McCaskill's here. Also joining us, NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. She was at the convention in Chicago watching Trump's appearance as it took place. She's also our correspondent on the Harris campaign. Yamiche, let me start with you. Just go through, I don't even know how you rank the offenses, not just to the people in the room, but to everybody. But take a stab at it for us.
Well, I think this was really a remarkable moment in what has been a remarkable campaign, following her work and interviewing her. And she's time and time again has attacked a member of National Association Black journalists. Lied, easily disproven. She went to Howard for Christ's sake, a low bar, gone very much underground in some of the.
I thought they were going to show maybe the other two women, because all three of them get to questioning, right? I wanted to see when he stump up. Let me go through this one. Let's see. This one is 30-some minutes. I'm going to skim through it.
As journalists, we use opportunity.
Journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for. A lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr.
they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President, I want to get into how you address some of the issues with black communities. And I say that plural because we live in communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same. It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts. And this is the weight of the inflation on this country right now. The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt. They're paying for food that is sky high on their credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit MMI, as I said, is saying now that they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single black moms, when you look statistically. Yeah. How do you turn it around? What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
So, first of all, it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment, because I guess, this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or more.
So what do you do?
Than any.
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was all started with a bad energy policy by Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls, and then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, let's keep going, and maybe something happens the other way, they said, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him, and now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
Mr. President.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's hurting the black worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been, I think, in over 100 years. And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. Whatever it may be, they don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr. President, can I ask you another question
Yes,
that is also impacting?
This fool just said inflation Harris. He said inflation Harris is destroying this country. God damn. I don't even know what to say to this shit right here. He never answered that question. He never answered what he's going to do, what plans he got, nothing.
He never answers any questions.
Right. That's what I just said. He never answered any questions. Yes.
And that's very clear now. Good.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sonia Massey, someone from Illinois, an unarmed black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah. Well, police unions are not backing this person either. Okay. But again,
they're going to be charging the officer? I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, They had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So, can you get a little more specific back to the immunity question? Who would make those
Well, right now, for the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police departments. But I'm saying if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime, or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine
you
an
go
innocent
after
mistake?
somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous, and they have the policeman's life and woman is a very difficult thing, because sometimes you have less than a second to make a life and death decision, and sometimes very bad decisions are made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
Well, I've been prosecuted because I'm a political opponent of two people that have weaponized our justice system. I've been prosecuted. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case. And I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't, because he wasn't president at the time. And he had 50 years worth of documents. And they ruled that he was incompetent.
They are lying. What is this dude talking about? He is just straight lying. He's talking about them documents, and he's claiming that Biden had all kinds of documents and things, and he's just outright lying. I'm falling asleep. I'm gone. I can't. Y'all, we're gonna talk again tomorrow, okay? And I'll look for the kit, I guess.
Oh, okay. Did you want me to send it? I did pull it up.
Oh,
I'm sorry, my child got in the car. Yeah. But I've been listening. He is straight lying. He's a liar.
I can't deal with it. I probably listen, but I was falling asleep. This dude is not answering any of the questions, but he just mumbling and rambling. And they try to stop him. He won't. They don't want to be too rude to him, But
right here, let me send you this link real quick before I it just doesn't have the cleaning stuff. So I sent it in the back.
In the back? Okay, I'm gonna click on
All right, Mom, get you some rest.
Hey, girl,
I'm gonna go to bed soon too. I don't know. We just ain't gonna have no power tonight. Jesus.
Yeah, but once you get in bed, you ain't gonna need it, You got some
I'll be
flashlights and some
asleep.
candles? Yeah,
I do. Yeah,
okay, that's
I do.
good. That's good.
Yep. All right, lady.
Okay,
well, it was fun. I can't wait for part 2.
Yeah. Let me know when you're available for it.
I will.
Okay,
it'll probably Saturday, Sunday, the weekend. Well, yeah. The weekend.
Okay.
The weekend. All right, Bon. Peace.
Okay, see y'all later, everybody. Let me stop this share. This is the one she sent me. Yeah, because the bucket, y'all, you can put your fruit in it and things like that. Now, do you need one? No, but there's some things that you definitely want to get, and you can buy it separately. If I could find one of these. But do I need a bucket? I can actually get a bucket. But the thing is, this bucket already has this area where you can put this airlock on there. Right? But I think buckets usually come with a little spot where you can put an airlock if you want. I might be able to go to Lowe's and find a bucket. But anyway, this is a small little kit. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to see. I think I saw one for cheaper than this. I think it's the same one, though, but I went directly to the people's site. See, it's called Craft of Brew. They got And I think, I'm not sure if this was the actual same people, but that do look like the kid. No, I think this might be the one there. Yeah, it's the same. It looked like it's the same company. And some of the kits have different things, like the meat kits give you some honey, but really, what you really want is, you want them jugs, right? You want the jugs, and you could buy you could buy the cleanser and things like that separately if you want. What I really wanted is this thing, hydrometer, so I can determine whether the wine is real strong. So you can dictate how strong your wine is, y'all, but you have to take measurements, and you take the measurements before you do anything. You get the juice or the fruit. Well, if we're doing it with fruit, you still, once you add some things to it, you take a measurement. And the more alcohol you want, the more sugar you're going to put in. And so you have to start out at a level. And then after it starts becoming alcohol and fermenting, then you take another level. And as long as the measurement is where it was in the beginning, then that's where your alcohol content will be. But you'll realize it when you see the little measuring stick. You'll understand what I'm saying. But you cannot take the measurement after the fact. Like right now, the wine that we've already created, I can't go and tell you what the percentage is. There might be something where I can go and it might be something that could say how much alcohol, but I don't know. I need to look into that. But based on what when I did the research, because my dad he didn't have no equipment to tell you how strong it was, you know what I mean? So I was doing some research, and that's when I found out about that, where you could determine. But I'm gonna look into that to see if there's anything that after the fact, with no other measurements, after the fact, is there a way where I can read the alcohol content? Huh, that's a good one. Anyway, y'all, I'm sleepy. That might be why I'm rambling. But this is the little kit. And what you do is you take some of the wine out of what you made it in, put it in this little tube right here. Then you take this and you sit it in there, and it floats. And based on where it floats, that tells you how much alcohol you have with the percentages. See it right there? I'm not see 20%, 25%, 30%. And I'm not sure what this one say. Brex? Oh, 35%. Yeah, I'm not sure. So I guess that's really strong. Brex might be the name of this. What does that say? Does that say Brex? Brix. Oh, yeah, I think that's what that say. Okay. Anyway, I'll let y'all know. But I want to legally gonna be here this weekend, so I definitely want to see if we can back sweeten what we already have soon, because that's gonna be simple. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Anyway, listen, if you want to make wine, I did have a video. I did it like a month ago, and it says homemade wine. You know, y'all, it's just only 3 ingredients: sugar, 100% juice, and yeast. Those 3 things. Okay? Those 3 things. And that's what you need. Anybody if you don't want to make wine, but you would like to taste the wine that I am going to make, y'all let me know. Right? I'll figure out like the cost of the bottle and anything that need and ship it to you. And if you want to taste it. Okay? Yeah, I think I could do that. Just so you could taste it. But look, you don't need to taste my wine. Make your own, y'all. This shit is too simple. For real. A jug of juice that costs like no more than $3. Everything you need is going to cost you $5. You don't need no wine bottles. But we just found out we could get wine bottles from the Dollar Tree. I didn't even know that. If I had known that, and when she mentioned it, I remembered. That's why I was like, oh yeah, they have the ones with the little stopper. It's like it's a wine bottle. It's clear, and it has the stopper on it. It's a reusable wine bottle. If I would have known, if I had remembered that ahead of time, I would have had some by now and bottled that shit up and put that shit away, because that shit's still sitting in this area where it was fermenting at. I had to burp it today. I looked down there, I saw it, and I was like, that bottle looked like it's kind of got air in it. You know what I mean? So, and then I burped it, and then I put the top back on it. It's not even in the refrigerator, which it should have been in the refrigerator by now. Your wine don't have to go in the refrigerator. So when I say it should have been, I guess I shouldn't have said that. But I need to take it out of, skim it out. I'm also want to test to see if I can get that yeast back up and going. Because I heard that the yeast is dormant right now because there's nothing for it to feed on. But I heard that if I siphon all the juice off and put some more in that same bottle with that same yeast, that it will ferment again. It would start fermenting. Now, you know what I want to test? If I add more yeast, will I get a higher percentage of alcohol? You know what I mean? Like, if I add more yeast to it, will it start fermenting again and further? And the test that is just to add some sugar to it and see if that yeast start coming. I don't know what the highest percentage this can happen. Like, I've never heard of 100%. I have heard of 100% proof, 150 proof. That's like Everclear. Hubby bought me Everclear and I soaked my cherries in it, baby. Don't do that. Okay. It was a special occasion for my parties, and I gave one cherry, and yeah, one cherry to whomever wanted. I warned them, and motherfucking people got drunk off that one cherry, y'all. I'm talking about one small, what they call them, cherries in the jar, which I love those cherries. I always liked them since I was a little girl. I could eat that whole jar in one sitting. Used to anyway. I don't think I can do that now because they're kind of sweet. But anyway, I gave one cherry, and motherfucking people was drunk off of one little small cherry. Drunk. Yeah. And then somebody wouldn't listen to me. She drunk 3 cherries, and it was over for her. She was throwing up on people and shit. Ruined my whole goddamn party. Okay? Just because they don't want to listen. That's it. Anyway, I'm gone, y'all. Oh, what else I'm supposed to do? Oh, I was going to do sewing. Listen, I am going to, I think tomorrow. I was going to do it today, but I'm going to do a sewing class, and it's going to be basic sewing, not with no sewing machine, because everybody don't have a sewing machine, but everybody has a needle and thread, and if you don't, you could go and get that. This is for the men too. I'm going to do, I think the first class is going to be hemming, just like Monday, right? Hemming. I am going to teach you how to hem something with just needle and thread. If you have a pair of pants that's too long and you want to hem them, you have a skirt that's too long. You have a kid and they're shorter and you need to hem it. I'm going to show you how to do a hem and possibly a blind hem as well. It's easy. And I'm going to start that out. I think I'm going to put that on the other channel though. If I do it, I wanted to do it live so y'all could see how easy, but I may not. I may not do it live. But if anybody want to try it, We could do it in a Zoom, y'all. You turn on your camera. You don't have to put the camera on you at all. You turn the camera, have it at what you're doing, like at your hands, and follow along and do it. Do it. Okay? What else can y'all come up with other ideas of something you want to learn? I already showed you how to make butter, right? I showed you how to use the same item that you made butter with, you make ice cream with it, right? We did the wine, and I'm trying to think of anything else. Yeah, that's all I can think of. If y'all think of something, y'all let me know. I'm willing to share. Okay, I'm getting ready to. I've been talking to the local libraries in the area, and there's one other library I want to talk to because the one that I spoke to yesterday, was that yesterday or the day? I think it was yesterday. They only have one sewing machine. I'm like, you only got one? I'm like, I don't know. Like I have a couple that I could bring, but the truth is, I don't want. I don't want to do that. I don't want to pack my sewing machine up and bring it, and somebody end up messing up my sewing machines. You know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah. No, I don't want to do that. I mean, they supposed to have this equipment already, so but maybe because they couldn't find nobody to do the class at this one, maybe that's why they only have the one. But so I'm gonna hit up another one, the newest library in this area off of Route, I don't know what route that is, 7, 9. Anyway, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna call them. I'm not going until I call and find out what they have. Because if I have to use my own sewing machines, I don't need. I can really just do that in my community. Like we have a community clubhouse that I can use to my. I can use anytime I want to. And that's all I got to do is reserve it. That's it. Reserve the room, and then I'll have classes there and charge people to come in. If I had to use my own equipment, but if I could go somewhere else and use somebody else's equipment, I would do the class for free. Like absolutely free. I'm like not charging nobody nothing. I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna donate my time and come here and teach this. I don't have no problem doing that, but I cannot lose money. You know what I mean? And when I say money, I don't want to use my equipment, and then if something go wrong with my equipment, I'm the one who got to replace it. I'm the one who, so that's a potential loss of money. And plus, putting the wear and tear on my machine is because after so many, me using this machine so long, I have to get them serviced. And shit, the last time I got these machines serviced, it was $75 off the rip. I'm talking about when you drop that shit off, you pay them $75. You don't get to drop it off and then get paid in a week and then go and pick it up and give them the money. Nah, when you drop that shit off, you got to have the money with your ass. They ain't accepting your equipment without that money. I ain't like that. I don't like that. I'm not used to that because I be feeling like I didn't already gave my money. How I know that my shit gonna get fixed? I done gave you money. And now you telling me my shit ain't ready. And here we go, 3 months, 4 months later, you still got my shit ain't ready. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. But what can I do? You know what I could do? I could learn how to do this shit myself, which I may try to do. Hell no. Now see the machine downstairs, that industrial machine though, I ain't never gotta worry about none of that. Okay? I could go in and clean that shit up. I ain't gotta open nothing up, nothing possibly could break. But these computerized ones that cost more than that one, it's something how I have a sewing machine that can't even do what that one could do that costs the same price. It's that damn thing. Okay. These got that's a sewing machine, y'all, that's $10,000, y'all. Let me see if I can find. I know I'm rambling right now. That means I'm tired, but I do want to show y'all. Let me show y'all. What is that machine? Okay, I'm gonna go to what is it called? Is it? I'm trying to think if it's a brother. It's not a brother machine. Huh. Let me just no, I don't want to go there. Let me just put it. I'm on Amazon. I don't know if Amazon sell those type of machines. Like these machines can do so much. But for $10,000, that's like a car. And now it does a lot. The thing is, who's gonna be using that machine like that? I think people get it because it's you know, they tell you it's easy to use. Any sewing machine is easy to use. You use it the same way. See, I want this machine right here. This one look like the one I got already. This is Juki DDL 8700. It's only a straight stitch, and these things don't break, y'all. This gonna last you forever. Anything that pop off, all you gotta do is replace it. Like if I lose this, you buy another one and pop it back on, and it's cast iron. And see how much that is? $767. Y'all see that, right? So now this mine costs more than this because I have a Juki. Wait, this is brand. No, that's the brand. I'll show you the one I have. What is that? Oh, that's a 8702. You see how they the same, but they not. That's how mine is. Like this one is different than this one and this one. All three of these things are fucking different. Same company. That's why when I got my belt. Now this is a Juki and it costs more. It's not really an industrial. It's a semi-industrial. I don't really know what that means when they say semi-industrial. Like, I don't know what that means. I have no idea what I know what they claim it means. But what I'm saying is they on some bullshit, okay? They call it a semi industrial. And they cost more than the industrials. This is look at this Juki. See 600. I wouldn't pay for this. Do not buy this right here. If you had to buy between this and this, don't get this. This right here, do not get this. Okay, you will get this if you're looking to buy a Juki. Now, would I say don't get the semi? I wouldn't tell you not to get the semis, but y'all see the semi is way more, right? And this is usually it's not this $1,000 for the semi, one needle. Is it one stitch? Let me see. I don't know. I wouldn't get that. But anyway, let me see if I can find this $10,000 machine. Let's see. Trying to see if they have one. Like it's called I'm not gonna find it in the Juki's anywhere. Let me see, y'all. I'm gonna just put like a $10,000. I gotta put a dollar sign so they know I'm talking about money. I think it starts with an H to be what I'm thinking about. Let me see what this say, y'all. Let's see what's in here. It has a big screen. It's touchscreen, and it is this brand. That's a good little beginner machine right here. This brother quilting machine. I wouldn't consider this a quilting machine either. They trick you by using terms like quilting because they know some people are into quilting, but this is not a good quilting machine. Okay, and the reason being because this throat area right here. Okay, but this is a good machine to start off as a beginner machine, though. Okay, I wouldn't buy this. This looked like a child's machine to me. And so I wouldn't get this. Don't get this. Okay? Even if you just have if the money might be where you think, because they say it's under $200, but there's a few machines that's under $200. Do not get this here. Okay, this is a child's machine. If you're getting it for like a child, 8-year-old, maybe to, I don't know, 8 years old, maybe even less than that, you could get I probably wouldn't. I think 8-year-old is might be where the youngest I would go with a machine like this, because they smart enough once you tell them not to put their hands under that. Quilting machines should have a longer throat area. This is the throat area right here. And remember, if you're quilting, you're making these big quilts. And just imagine how you're going to put all those different rolls of quilting in here to put it under this needle. You're going to have a very hard time. These are not quilting machines. What the hell you keep buying me these for? What my soda at? Soda? You didn't ask for no soda. I did ask for soda. I don't want no apple pies. Why you keep bringing me these pies? Thank you. I'm going to say thank you, but I'm not going to eat this. Why you keep, every time he go to McDonald's, he come here with a pie. And my son, I used to like apple pies from McDonald's. That was so long ago. And that's my son. I guess he remember when I used to like the apple pies. Man, it's been so long ago. And he keep bringing them. The last time he brought me 2 pies. And it was cherry. I never ate no cherry pie before. Now I did eat, I tasted it and it wasn't bad. So I was like, okay. Now see, this looked like to be a sewing machine / embroidery machine. Okay. Which could be a good beginner machine, but I would not get a combination machine like that. A combination sewing / embroidery. I wouldn't unless it is one of those, like that expensive machine I'm talking about. It's embroidery also. That's why I was thinking about getting one. This is a sewing machine and embroidery machine as well. I wouldn't get this. But you can get the embroidery machine by itself. And it's going to be cheaper. Like this combination machine, let's say it might cost you $1,900. The combination. But you could get the brother embroidery machine just by itself, and it may cost you $1,000. The reason I wouldn't get an embroidery / sewing machine is because you got to take things apart and put things back. Like this embroidery part isn't on the machine unless you want to embroider. And then so you got to switch it from this sewing machine to this embroidery machine by slipping this on. And so if you're like me, where you might embroider and then you want to sew something, you're gonna have, like, it's just too much. So I do have an embroidery machine that could have been a combo, but I opted for just the embroidery only. machine. So I come upstairs or stay down there because I do have a sewing machine downstairs as well, a couple of them. Sew down there, but while I could be embroidering, which I usually do, something's embroidering while I'm sewing. So I don't have to stop okay. And those are the beginner, these are the beginner type of embroidery machines. Okay. Because they only embroider a small portion. I usually need something bigger now. I kind of outgrew my embroidery machine. Do not buy this shit right here, y'all. Like, you could buy this for a 5-year-old. You could buy this for a 3-year-old. You could buy this for a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old. They'll keep it until they get a certain age. But if you not buy this machine for yourself if you grown. Okay? Do not do it. It's gonna be a headache. I promise you, it's gonna be a headache. Okay? Now I was about to get me some of these machines because I wanted to teach kids how to sew. I wanted to be able to go somewhere, set up in a park where I don't need no electricity, no nothing to plug into. And they have these machines where the kids hand stitch them. Like you'll put it on the machine and you'll use your hand to wind to turn to get the stitches to happen. I'll do something like that for kids. But the truth is, if they older than like 6, then get them grab them up an older machine, y'all. It could be an old machine. I promise you, it'll be everything they need if you get one of them older machines. And when I say older machines, I'm talking about people be selling them for real cheap, $25 and up. They sell them that cheap. But those, if they old enough, 20-year-old machines, those machines were built to last. They were meant to stitch everything. Before these industrial machines, those were the machines. And so they're able to go through denim, leather, and all of that. And like my machine's still in storage. I'm waiting for her to get out there. I want to get my machine. I would love to get that machine. So anybody looking into getting a sewing machine, y'all just let me know and I'll keep an eye out for sales and things like that. That is Singer. I used a Singer for the first time ever Monday. That's the machine they had at the library. But it wasn't this type. This is a so they have the computerized sewing machines, and then they have these, what is it called? Mechanical. So this is a mechanical machine. And how do you know the difference between a mechanical sewing machine and a computerized sewing machine? What I'm about to show you. So this is a computerized sewing machine. And usually, you know how you normally can recognize them right off the bat. If they have a lot of stitches, then it's a computerized machine. See, because a mechanical machine doesn't have nowhere near that many stitches. The mechanical machine only has, look at those stitches, a couple of zigzags, a couple of straight stitches. I see an overcast stitch. It looks like I only see one, maybe decorative stitch. And I see 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is a 3-step buttonhole maker. How do I know? Because I see those where the squares at down here at the bottom, right here. At the bottom of the S, there's these 3 that look like they're rectangles. That's the button maker steps. So this is a 3-step buttonhole maker. Okay, that's what it looked like to me. And the one right underneath that S that looked like it's a 3, but not a completely 3, that looked like a decorative stitch. Uh-oh, I touched something. Oh, I touched it, brought it right back. Okay. Oh, but it's not as clear as it was whenever I was before. Is it still loading? Maybe it's still loading. No, I don't know what the hell it's doing. It is still loading because I see an X up there. That might be why. Okay. Why is it way over there though? When I highlight it, see it's over there clear, but I have two things. Maybe y'all can't see it, but it's in my way when I do that. I'm gonna move these two things. Okay. So see, the S right underneath that S, directly underneath, that looks like a decorative stitch to me. Now I could be wrong about that, but that's what that looks like. It looks like a decorative stitch. And it just does like this curve. And then right on side of that, where it looked like V's connected to each other, that's the overcast stitch. Okay. So if you don't have a serger, you use that overcast stitch and it'll catch the raw edges for you. And it'll look almost similar. Could look like it's I don't know. It doesn't look exactly like a serge stitch, but it'll protect your raw edges. And then I see the ones that look like W's, those zigzags, as y'all can tell. Different type of zigzags, but zigzags still the same. They just mean that the zigzag and the zag is the width and the length is different. Okay. And then they have that one that look like a W, but it's real tight. That looks like a wait, let me make sure. It looked like it could. No, it's a zigzag. I was going to say that it looks like it could be a straight stitch, but it's not. Okay. It looks like it's the lightning stitch. It's for stretch materials. That's the one you would use on knits. And then the three straight stitches, which I need to get my book out to see why do I have 3 straight stitches on my machine, and one shows where it's to the right, where the needle is to the right, to the fore right, and the other one is the needle is right in the middle. And the third one though, I had thought that maybe it puts it to the left, but it doesn't. So I don't know. But I usually use 03. 03 puts my needle right in the center. 01 puts it to the far right or left. Look, I done went to teaching about sewing. Anyway, what I'm saying, y'all, I think it's a hobby that men and women can get into. I think you'll like it. If you're looking for a hobby and you want to make something, what I will tell you is do not buy. Let me tell you things. Do not even think about buying this shit, this one, or this one, or this one. Okay? Do not buy this. Do not buy this. If somebody give it to you, I would take it, I guess. But don't waste your time messing with this. Don't do it. It's cheap and you're probably thinking, oh, maybe I could sew with this. You're not gonna be able to sew with that, baby. Okay? No, you're not. You're not. You could possibly hurt yourself. There's no way to make sure everything is straight. There's no control. The only thing you can do is just press down like it's a staple, and it'll go do, and it'll move. And it will give it a stitch. And I think the stitch is if I'm correct, a chain stitch, which is like the worst stitch for. You can't make clothing or nothing with this thing right here. This thing is for like hemming, like emergency. This is in your pocket and you need to hem something, emergency. And even then, you're not going to really be able to do it because it's going to come up all messed up because there's no way to guide this thing. That's what this machine is. Don't buy it. Waste your money. They got one for, I seen them for like $30-something. It don't matter even if it costs more. It's the same bull crap. How could you guide this? How do you know that you're sewing straight? How, you know what I mean? Do not buy. And then, oh my God, some of them don't even have a bobbin. I'm shocked. Like this one, it looks like they got bobbin cases, but I don't think the bobbin goes where the thread. No, these are not bobbins. That's the way you put your thread at. So I want you to, that's why it says a chain stitch. There's really nothing at the bottom really to secure it. So a chain stitch, imagine a chain and you unhook one of the links. Once one link is fallen, what happens to this chain, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a chain around your neck and one of the links break and fall, what happens to the chain? It falls apart. And that's the same thing with a chain stitch. So with a chain stitch, if you pull on the end without tying it in a knot, and you literally have to take this thing, take the end of the thread, cut it, and then you have to tie it in a knot with your hand. Just like you using a needle and thread. The honest truth is you get a needle and thread, it'll be way better. And way better. Just get you a needle and thread. Do not waste your money. This, it looks like a bobbin because it's small like a bobbin, but it's not. That's where you put your thread in order to use. So it goes through this thing. It looks like through a hook. It goes around this tension and right through that needle. But there's no way to make sure you're sewing straight. I think I saw somebody use this thing. I've never used it. Let me see, handheld. Let's see if we could find somebody who, so I can show you what I'm talking about. And sewing machine. Let's see if we can see somebody use that thing. Yeah, she was the one who I saw use this thing. Maybe that she showed up because I'm subscribed to her. That might be why she showed up at the top. I'm not sure, but I was like, hell.
Threader and a needle. All right, so power switch. Maybe my batteries don't work. Bobbin. Making stitches. Ah, it's a chain stitch. Look, that's what it is supposed to be doing. That is what a handheld sewing machine is supposed to do. Woo, yeah. So let's see what we can do.
Let's see what she can do.
That a chain stitch has to be tied in the back, otherwise it'll all unravel. So I took the opportunity to learn actually about that and how to do it. So I won't be up here wasting you guys how it's threaded from the little bob. While I'm trying to get this in here, that would be tragic.
Dangerous.
So I am.
It's dangerous. You got to actually turn it off and unplug it before you put that thread, your fabric underneath there. See how she got her finger underneath that right now? I don't know if she unplugged it, but we're going to know in a minute. Let's see.
I'm just going to put this inside and I am going to, it doesn't say that you need to put the needle down or anything, but you do have this dial that you can use to put the needle up and put the needle down. It says hold it with your right hand. I'm going to hold it with my left hand so that you guys can see it operate. So hopefully I can operate left-handed today. But let's see if this will work. Now, someone said in the last video that you need to make a knot at the beginning. There's nothing in the instructions that say that you need to make a knot.
But you do.
The needle is all the way up. And you can turn the dial either way.
Did she use it already?
Pitches is turn the dial so at the beginning. There's nothing in the instructions that say that you need to make a knot at the beginning. So I'm going to go according to the instructions right now and we're going to see how this goes. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the stitches. Pretty good, pretty good. So what you want to do in order to get
those are not pretty good, okay? And I'm not sure she sewed that little bit of strip. She didn't even show you her doing it all, and those were not good stitches, okay? Though they were stitches, but they were not good stitches, okay? And just imagine if you had to go around a whole, like if you're trying to sew something, you know, a garment or something together. Now, if you just mending something very small, I still wouldn't get this. Get you a needle and thread. Okay? You can buy a needle and thread with that $30-something. Do not buy this shit, man. Okay? She almost sold her finger, all kinds of shit. You do need to tie the knot in the beginning, and you do need to tie the knot at the end. Because think about it. If you got to tie the knot at the end because it'll unravel, you also got to tie the knot at the beginning so it won't unravel. Like that's the only thing that makes sense. Like, what do you mean? Okay. It's a chain stitch.
Right here.
And it's stuck. Look,
all the way to its highest setting. Now you can pull the fabric out. Okay, so we're gonna set this aside and we are going to make our knot in the fabric to make sure that we don't lose it. You have your extra thread right here. You actually need it on the inside. So I went ahead and pulled that forward. All right, and I guess that's the reason why they give you this little thing with the hook, because what you want to do is thread this through the loop and pull the last thread through so that you can make a knot. And once you get it through, you can go ahead and pull that tight, and now your stitch won't come out. And like I said before, it's a chain stitch. This is what it looks like on the back. So let's try it again. Let's actually fold this in half and sew it together.
Y'all saw?
Lock it.
Y'all saw that? She almost sewed that shit through her finger. Do not buy that machine. That's all I wanted y'all to see. Do not get that machine, please. Do not do it. Not, especially do not get it for no children. Because some people might think, oh, I'll buy this for the kid. Hell no. Okay? This thing is dangerous. You saw what just happened. She didn't lock it. Not only was she supposed to lock it, but she was supposed to unplug it. You got to unplug it. Because you lifting that thing up and that thing could just come right on your hand like it just did her. Okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't buy that shit. That's all I'm going to say about that. And I'm really waiting for hubby. Because if I'm going to end up going to sleep, I'm sleepy. I've been trying to talk so I can stay awake. Oh, this was Elon Musk talking about his son, who he considers to be dead. You know how embarrassing that is for your dad to go on national TV and tell everybody you dead, and how how the woke virus killed your son and he's dead. And now you have a daughter, but you're not really claiming your daughter because they're trans. These people are sick. And when we talk about people walking around with mentally ill, shit, they walking around, baby, okay? They got money, they doing crazy shit. Mental illness come in all sorts of ways. Okay, yeah, I'm gone. What was I looking at? Oh, these are Trump shoes that I was talking about earlier. These Trump shoes, y'all. My God, what is going on in today's society? Okay, these goddamn dumbass black men in this space doing too much, or not doing enough, should I say, her? Dumb as hell. I'm gonna try to see. I'm waiting for one of them to go live when hubby is available. Oh, look, Trump. They got Trump shoes in Silver. This is my first time seeing this one. Huh. They got a Trump shoe, y'all, when he got shot. I think that's what this looked like. Let me see. Now these type of shoes, like, see, I could make these because I could go and, yep. Let me show y'all. God damn. Oh my God. Look, I should buy that shoe, huh? When he got shot and shit. Look at this shit. This is when he got shot. Remember when he got up to say fight, 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 and he got the blood splatter from his mouth to the, and these people, God damn, that's crazy. This shoe going for $749 plus 17, and fight is a black shoe. Look way better than this other dumbass shit. On some real shit. They didn't spray paint it. See, they didn't spray paint this. Now we know. Look at the hardware that you make shoes with. That's the original color of it. And what else? Let me look. This is in my way. The stars, at least, like that's a patch. Now this, if people buying this, then I could be like, okay. But this shit right here, though, this spray paint thing, nah, this is trashy. It looks nasty. Actually, like, my son's a sneakerhead. Hey, I'm gonna see if he will buy this shit. I might end up kicking him out my house. I shouldn't ask him, cause I should ask. My son brought that Trump shit to my house. I don't know, y'all. I will kick them out, especially if they pay anything like any of these prices. Nah, they got to go. 188. Okay, I could probably deal with that, but anything in these $7,000, $4,000, even $700, I'm kicking them out. They're gonna owe me money like Philly boy owe me money. I'm gonna be like, you want to come back in? You gonna have to pay me what you paid for them goddamn shoes. Okay, monthly. That's how. If you can afford them shoes, then you can afford that much in rent. Okay. Look at y'all. They got a Trump hat with some fake hair. That's funny. I'm shocked they ain't got nothing that shows, his ear. I'm shocked he not selling a piece of his ear. Logan said, "Hey, my ear got shot off. Here goes. I'm selling especially pieces of my ear." And I do want to talk about something tomorrow if I remember. I do have a doctor's appointment, but it's tomorrow evening. I gotta just remember because I definitely go on to that appointment. Where's your son at? Is he in there? Well, anyone who's ready. Oh, hey, I wanted to ask you something. Would you buy this? Cause I know y'all sneakerhead.
I'm not. My brother can be.
What?
No. I said what? I said I'm not no sneaker.
Oh, okay. Would you pay for them Trump shoes? Would them don't that look like they spray paint that?
Trump?
That's them Trump shoes. You ain't never hear about them? Oh, well, okay. Well, I'm appreciating you for that. At least you ain't never heard of them. But let me see what it is. There you go. He thought he could try to get close to the black people, so he made some shoes to sell to black people, so y'all could vote for him. And they were going for
He's just gonna take their money.
Well, yeah, but he want to know. He want to get connected to him. He became a convicted felon. He said so y'all can now shot at so he can get your vote.
So regular black people do. Some regular black people do. It's a stereotype. Glad you said it.
You said it, and it's what he believed. Well, look, even my son didn't even know what these shoes was about, y'all. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay, he didn't even know that these. And my son he's the last millennial. Yeah. At first they had it when he's the first zennial, but now they have it as he's they changed it. So he's the last millennial. The zennials start. He's 96 and 97. Yeah, 97 is the first zennial. That I remember, like a couple of years back, I was saying I had one son who was the end of the millennials, and one son was the beginning of the zennials. But now they both millennials. And then they have the alphas. Leak is alpha. Leak is the alpha generation. So we have every generation in here. Well, we got 2 Xers, 2 millennials. We don't have no zennials. No zennials. It used to be 2 Xers, 1 millennial, 1 zennial, and now 1 alpha. But they adjusted for the millennials. So it's 2 Xers, 2 millennials, and 1 alpha. Okay. So leak generation, ain't that something? They already got it. They're gonna be talking about, hopefully they're not in slavery. We hoping our alphas. Now think about it. That's the beginning of the alphabet. What that mean? Is that 100 years? Is that how they do that? No, they went through the alphabet. I'm going to add it up. But yeah, leak is they starting back with the A's, the alphas. That's something else. Okay, y'all, I'm gone. I became up. You want to say bye?
Bye.
He said bye, y'all, in case y'all didn't hear him. I think y'all can hear my background, though, because I heard when he was in the background down there with you. That boy is something else, y'all. When I was giving him his shout, he like, am I going by money? And I said, yeah. He said, okay. I guess he because he's like, is it dark yet? I guess he know. He now know every 2 days. Ain't that something? And he knows especially if I put him in the shower, or he probably know. I do that when he's getting ready to leave. And then, especially at night, unless it's in the